Part 1 of 2 of Chapter 15, Part 1 of 2. Maria and Margaret. This recording is in the public domain. Please visit LibriVox.org for more information. Chapter 15 of Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Mr. Hope's professional duties would not permit him to be long absent, even on such an occasion as his wedding journey. The young couple went only to Oxford, and were to return in a week. Margaret thought that this week never would be over. It was not only that she longed for rest in a home once more, and was eager to repose upon her new privilege of having a brother. She was also anxious about Hester, anxious to be convinced, by the observation of the eye and the hearing of the ear, that her sister was enjoying that peace of spirit which reason seemed to declare must be hers. It would be difficult to determine how much Margaret's attachment to her sister was deepened and strengthened by the incessant solitude she had felt for her, ever since this attachment had grown out of the companionship of their childhood. She could scarcely remember the time when she had not been in a state of either hope or fear for Hester. Hope that in some new circumstances she would be happy at last, or dread lest these new circumstances should fail, as all preceding influences had failed, if Hester had been less candid and less generous than she was. Her sister's affection might have been given way under the repeated trials and disappointments it had to sustain, and there were times when Margaret's patience had given way, and she had for a brief while wished, and almost resolved, that she could and would regard with indifference the state of mind of one who was not reasonable, and who seemed incapable of being contented. But such resolutions of indifference dissolved before her sister's next manifestations of generosity, or appeals to the forgiveness of those about her. Margaret always ended by supposing herself the cause of the evil, that she had been inconsiderate, that she could not allow sufficiently for a sensitiveness greater than her own, and above all, that she was not fully worthy of such affection as Hester's, not sufficient for such a mind and heart. She had looked forward with ardent expectation when she was happiest, and with sickly dread when she was depressed, to the event of Hester's marriage, as that which must decide whether she could be happy, or whether her life was to be throughout the scene of conflict that its opening years had been. Hester's connexion was all that she could have desired, and far beyond her utmost hopes. This brother-in-law was one of 1,000, one whom she was ready to consider a good angel sent to shed peace over her sister's life, and during the months of her engagement she had kept anxiety at bay, and resigned herself to the delights of gratitude, and of sweet anticipations, and to the satisfaction of feeling that her own responsibilities might be considered at an end. She had delivered Hester's happiness over into the charge of one who would cherish it better and more successfully than she had done, and she could not but feel the relief of the freedom she had gained. But neither could she repress her anxiety to know, at the outset, whether all was indeed as well as she had till now undoubtedly supposed that it would be. Margaret's attachment to her sister would have been in greater danger of being worn out but for the existence of a closer sympathy between them than any one but themselves, and perhaps Morris was aware of. Margaret had a strong suspicion that in Hester's place her temper could have been exactly what Hester's was in its least happy characteristics. She had tendencies to jealousy, and if not to morbid self-study, and to dissatisfaction with present circumstances. She was indebted for this, she knew, to her being occupied with her sister, and yet more to the perpetual warning held up before her eyes. This conviction generated no sense of superiority in Margaret, interfered with no degree with the reverence she entertained for Hester, a reverence rather enhanced than impaired by the tender compassion with which she regarded her mental conflicts and sufferings. Every moment of irritability in herself, and she was consciousness of many, alarmed and humbled her, but at the same time enabled her better to make allowance for her sister, and every harsh word and unreasonable mood of Hester's, by restoring her to her self-command and stimulating her magnanimity, made her sensible that she owed much of her power over herself to that circumstance which kept the necessity of it perpetually before her mind, for the same reason that men hate those whom they have injured. Margaret loved with unusual fervour the sister with whom she had to forbear, for the same reason that the children, even the affectionate children, of tyrannical or lax parents, love liberty and conscientiousness above all else. Margaret was in practice gentle, long-suffering, and forgetful of self, for the same reason that the afflicted are looked upon by the pure-minded as sacred. Margaret regarded her sister with a reverence which preserved her patience from being spent, and her attachment from wasting away. The first letter from her brother and sister had been opened in great internal agitation. All was well, however. It was certain that all was well, for while Hester said not one word about being happy, she was full of thought for others. She knew that Margaret meant to take possession of the corner house, to go home, a few days before the arrival of the travellers, in order to make all comfortable for them. Hester begged that she would take care to be well amused during these few days. Perhaps she might induce Maria Young to waive the ceremony of being first invited by the real housekeepers, and to spend as much time as she could with her friend. "Give my kind regards to Maria," said the letter, "and tell her I like to fancy you two passing a long evening by that fireside, where we all hope we shall often have the pleasure of seeing her." 6 months ago Hester would not have spoken so freely and so kindly of Maria. She would not have so sanctioned Margaret's intimacy with her. All was right, and Margaret was happy. Maria came, and, thanks to the holiday spirit of a wedding week, for a long day, delicious are the pleasures of those whose appetite for them is whetted by abstinence. Charming, wholly charming, was this day to Maria, spent in quiet, free from the children, free from the observation of other guests, passed in all external luxury, and in sister-like confidence with the friend to whom she had owed some of the best pleasures of the last year. Margaret was no less happy in indulging her, and in opening much more of her heart to her than she could to any one else since Hester married, which now, at the end of 6 days, seemed a long time ago. Miss Young came early, that she might see the house and everything in it before dark, and the days were now at their shortest. She did not mind the fatigue of mounting to the very top of the house. She must see the view from the window of Morris's attic. Yesterday's fall of snow had made the meadows one sheet of white, and the river looked back, and the woods somewhat frowning and dismal. But those who knew the place so well could imagine what all this must be in summer, and Morris was assured that her room was the pleasantest in the house. Morris curtsied and smiled, and did not say how cold and dreary a wide landscape appeared to her, and how much better she should have liked to look out upon the street, if only Mr Hope had happened to have been settled in Birmingham. She pointed out to Maria how good Miss Hester had been in thinking about the furnishing of this attic. She had taken the trouble to have the pictures of Morris's father and mother, which had always hung opposite her bed at Birmingham, bought Hitler and fixed up in the same place. The bed hangings had come too, so that, except for its being so much lighter, and the prospect from the window so different, it was almost like the same room she had slept in for 23 years before. When Maria looked at the pictures, silhouettes taken from shadows on the wall, with numerous little deformities and disproportions incident to that method of taking likenesses, she appreciated Hester's thoughtfulness, though she fully agreed in what Margaret said, that if Morris was willing to leave a place where she had lived so many years for the sake of remaining with Hester and her, it was the least they could do to make her feel as much at home as possible in her new abode. Margaret's own chamber was one of the prettiest rooms in the house, with its light green paper, its French bed and toilet at one end, and the bookcase, table and writing desk, footstool and armchair at the other. "I shall spend many hours alone here in the bright summer mornings," said Margaret. "Here I shall write my letters, and study and think, and nod over your books, perhaps," said Maria. "These seem comfortable arrangements for an old or infirm person, but I should be afraid they would send you to sleep. You have had little experience of being alone. Do you know the strong tendency that solitary people have to napping?" Margaret laughed. She had never slept in the daytime in her life. except in illness. She could not conceive of it in the case of a young person full of occupation, with 100 things to think about, and 20 books at a time that she wanted to read. She thought that regular daily solitude must be the most delightful, the most improving thing in the world. She had always envied the privilege of people who could command solitude, and now, for the first time in her life, she was going to enjoy it and try to profit by it. "You began yesterday, I think," said Maria. "How did you like it?" "It was no fair trial. I felt restless at having the house in my charge, and I was thinking of Hester perpetually, and then I did not know but that some of the Greys might come in at any moment. And besides, I was so busy considering whether I was making the most of the precious hours, that I really did next to nothing all day." "But you look sadly tired at night, Miss Margaret," said Morris. "I never saw you more fit for bed after any party or ball." Maria smiled. She knew something of the fatigues as well as the pleasures of solitude. Margaret smiled too, but she said it would be quite another thing when the family were settled, and when it should have become a habit to spend the morning hours alone, and to this Maria fully agreed. Morris thought that people's liking or not liking to be alone depended much on their having easy or irksome thoughts in their minds. Margaret answered gaily that in that case she was pretty sure of liking solitude. She was made grave by a sigh and a shake of the head from Morris. "Morris, what do you mean?" said Margaret, apprehensively. "Why do you sigh and shake your head? Why should not I have easy thoughts as often as I sit in that chair?" "We never know, Miss Margaret, my dear, how things will turn out. Do you remember Miss Stevenson, that married a gentleman her family all thought a great deal of, and she turned out a swindler, and—" The girls burst out a laughing, and Maria assured Morris that she could never answer for no accident of that kind happening with regard to Mr Hope. Morris laughed too, and said she did not mean that, but only that she never saw anybody more confident of everything going right than Miss Stevenson and all her family, and within a month after the wedding they were in the deepest distress. That was what she meant. But there were many other ways of distressing happening. "There is death, my dears," she said. "Remember death, Miss Margaret." "Indeed, Morris, I do," said Margaret. "I never thought so much of death as I have done since Mr Hope's accident, when I believed death was coming to make us all miserable; and the more I have since recoiled from it, the oftener has the thought come back. That is all right, my dear, all very natural. It does not seem unnatural to undertake any great new thing in life, without reminding oneself of the end that must come to all our doings. However, I trust my master and mistress, and you have many a happy year to live." "I like those words, Morris. I like to hear you speak of your master and mistress. It has such a domestic sound. Does it not make one feel at home, Maria?" "Yes, Morris. There I shall sit, and feel so at ease, so at home once more. But there may be other—" Morris stopped and changed her mood. She stepped into the closet, and opened the door to show Miss Young the provision of shelves and pegs, and pointed out the part of the room where she had hoped there would be a sofa. She should have liked that Miss Margaret should have had a sofa to lie down on when she pleased. It seemed to her the only thing wanting. Margaret gaily declared that nothing was wanting. She had never seen a room more entirely to her taste, though she had inhabited some that were grander. By the time the little breakfast room had been dully visited, and it had been explained that the other small parlour must necessarily be kept for a waiting room for Mr Hope's patients, and the young ladies had returned to the drawing room, Maria was in full flow of sympathy with the housekeeping interests and ideas which occupied or rather amused her companion. Women do inevitably love housekeeping, unless educational or other impediments interfere with their natural tastes. Household management is to them the object of their talents, the subject of their interests, the vehicle of their hopes and fears, the medium through which their affections are manifested, and much of their benevolence gratified. If it be true, as has been said, that there is no good quality of a woman's heart and mind which is not necessary to perfect housekeeping, it follows that there is no power of the mind or affection of the heart which may not be gratified in the course of its discharge. As Margaret and her guest enjoyed their pheasant, their table drawn close to the sofa and the fire, That Maria might be saved the trouble of moving, their talk was of tradespeople, of shopping at Deerbrook and the market at Birmingham, of the kitchen and store-room, and the winter and summer arrangements of the table. The footboy, whom Margaret was teaching to wait, often forgot his function, and stood still to listen, and at last left the room deeply impressed with the wisdom of his instructor and her guest. When the dinner and the wine were gone, they sang, they gossiped, they quizzed. The Greys were sacred, of course, but many an anecdote came out, told honestly and with good nature, of dear old Miss Enderby and her talent for being pleased, of Miss Rowland's transactions abroad and at home, all regulated by the principle of eclipsing the Greys, and of Mrs Hallowell's and Miss Miskin's fine sentiments and extraordinary pieces of news. Margaret produced some of her brother-in-law's outlines, which she had picked up, and preserved sketches of the children, in the oldest attitudes of children, of Dr Levitt resting his book on the end of his nose, and he read in his study chair, of Mrs Plumstead, exasperated by the arrival of an illegible letter, of almost every oddity in the place. Then out came the pencils, and the girls supplied omissions. They sketched Mr Hope himself, listening to an old woman's theory of her own case. They sketched each other. Mr Enderby was almost the only person omitted altogether, in conversation and on paper. "Where can I have hidden my work-bag?" asked Maria after tea. "You laid it beside you, and I put it away," said Margaret. "I wanted to see whether you could spend a whole afternoon without the feel of your thimble. You shall have it again now, for you never once asked for it between dinner and tea." "I forgot it, but now you must give it me. I must finish my collar, or I shall not duly honour your sister in my first call. We could talk as well as working as idle. Cannot I help you? Our affairs are all in such dreadfully perfect order, that I have not a stitch of work to do. I see a hole in your glove. Let me mend it." "Do, and when you have done that, there is the other. 2 years hence, how you will wonder that there ever was a time when you had not a stitch of work in the house. Wedding clothes last about 2 years, and then they all wear out together. I wish you joy of the work you will have to do then. If nothing should come between you and it." "What should come between us and it?" said Margaret, struck by the tone in which Maria spoke the last words. "Are you following Morris's lead? Are you going to say, 'Remember death, Miss Margaret'?" "Oh, no. But there are other things which happen sometimes besides death. I beg your pardon, Margaret, if I am impertinent." "How should you be impertinent? You, the most intimate friend but one that I have in the world." "You mean marriage, of course." "That I may marry within these same 2 years? Any one may naturally say so, I suppose, to a girl whose sister is just married; and in another person's case it would seem to me probable enough. But I assure you, Maria, I do not feel as if it was at all likely that I should marry." "I quite believe you, Margaret. I have no doubt you feel so, and that you will feel so till. But, dear, you may one day find yourself feeling very differently without a moment's warning, and that day may happen within 2 years. Such things have been known." "If there was any one," said Margaret, simply, "if I had never seen any one for whom I could fancy myself feeling as Hester did." "If there was any one," repeated Maria, looking up in some surprise. "My dear Margaret, do you mean to say there is no one?" "Yes, I do. I think so. I know what you mean, Maria. I understand your face and your voice. But I do think it was very hard that one cannot enjoy a pleasant friendship with anybody without seeing the people on the watch for something more. It is so very painful to have such ideas put into one's mind, to spoil all one's intercourse, to throw restraint over it, to mix up selfishness with it. It is so wrong to interfere between those who might and would be the most useful and delightful companions to each other, without having a thought which need put constraint between them. Those who interfere have a great deal to answer for. They do not know what mischief they may be doing, what pain they may be giving, while they are gossiping and making remarks to one another about what they know nothing at all about. I have no patience with such meddling." "So I perceive, indeed," replied Maria, somewhat amused. But not a syllable was spoken about any remarks, any observations between any people, or even about reference to any particular person. I alone must be subject to all this displeasure, and even I did not throw out a single hint about any friend of yours. "No, you did not. That is all very true," said Margaret, blushing. "But neither was I vexed with you, at least not so much as with some others. I was hasty." "You were, indeed," said Maria, laughing. "I never witnessed such an outburst from you before, and you shall not see such another. But I was answering less what you said than what I have reason to suppose is in the minds of several other people." "In their minds? They have not told you their thoughts, then? And several other people, too! Why, Margaret, I really think it is not very reasonable in you to find fault with others for thinking something which they have not troubled you to listen to, and which is so natural that it has struck several of them. Surely, Margaret, you must be a little, just a very little, touchy upon the matter." "Touchy! What should make me touchy? What? I do assure you, Maria, nothing whatever has passed between that person and me which has anything more than the commonest, no, I will not say the commonest friendship, because I believe ours is a very warm and intimate friendship, but indeed it is nothing more. You may be sure that if it had been otherwise, I should not have said a word upon the whole matter, even to you, and I would not have allowed even you to speak 10 words to me about it. Are you satisfied now?" "I am satisfied that you any what you think." "Oh, Maria, what a sigh! If you have no objection, I should like to know the meaning of that sigh." "I was thinking of the course of true love, but not that it never does run smooth. That is not true. Witness Hester's. Dear Margaret, be not presumptuous. Consider how early the days of that love are yet, and that love in their case has only just leaped out of the fountain, and can hardly be said to have begun its course. Well, may Heaven smile on it! But tell me about that course of love which made you sigh as you did just now." "What can I tell you about it? And yet you shall know, if you like, how it appears to me." "Oh, tell me! I shall see whether you would have understood Hester's case. The first strange thing is, that every woman approaches this crisis of her life as unawares as if she were the first that ever loved. And yet all girls are brought up to think of marriage as almost the only event in life. Their minds are stuffed with thoughts of it, almost before they have had time to gain any other ideas, merely as means to ends low enough for their comprehension. It is not marriage, wonderful, holy, mysterious marriage, that their minds are full of, but connection with somebody or something which will give them money and ease and station and independence of their parents. This has nothing to do with love. I was speaking of love, the grand influence of a woman's life, but whose name is a mere empty sound to her till it becomes suddenly, secretly, a voice which shakes her being to the very centre, more awful, more tremendous than the crack of doom. But why so tremendous? From the struggle which it calls upon her to endure, silently and alone, from the agony of the change of existence which must be wrought without any eye perceiving it. Depend upon it, Margaret, there is nothing in death to compare with this change, and there can be nothing in entrance upon another state which can transcend the experience I speak of. Our powers can but be taxed to the utmost. Our being can be strained till not another effort can be made. This is all that we can conceive to happen in death, and it happens in love, with the additional burden of fearful secrecy. One may lie down and await death, with sympathy about one to the last, though the passage hence must be solitary, and it would be a small trouble if all the world looked on to see the parting of soul and body. But that other passage into a new state, that other process of becoming a new creature, must go on in the darkness of the spirit, while the body is up and abroad, and no one must know what is passing within. The spirit's leap from heaven to hell must be made while the smile is on the lips, and light for words are upon the tongue. The struggles of shame, the pangs of despair, must be hidden in the depths and the prison house. Every groan must be stifled before it is heard. And as for tears, they are a solace too gentle for the case. The agony is too strong for tears. End of chapter 15, part 1 of 2. Part 2 of chapter 15 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 15, Part 2. "Is this true love?" asked Margaret in agitation. "This is true love, but not the whole of it. As for what follows, But is this what every woman has to undergo? Do you suppose that every woman knows what love really is? No, not even every unmarried woman. There are some among them, though I believe but few, who know nothing of what love is. There are undoubtedly a multitude of wives who have experienced liking, preference, affection, and taken it for love, and who reach their life's end without being aware that they have never loved. There are also, I trust, a multitude of wives who have really loved, and who have reaped the best fruits of it in regeneration of soul. But how dreadful is the process if it be as you say! I said I had alluded to only a part of it. As for what follows, according as it is prosperous or unreturned love, heaven ensues upon its purgatory, or one may attain a middle region somewhat dim but serene. You wish me to be plainer? I wish to hear all you think, all you know, but do not let us go on with it if it makes you sigh so. What woman ever spoke of love without sighing? Said Maria, with a smile. You sighed yourself just now. I was thinking of Hester, I believe. How strange, if this process really awaits woman, if it is a region through which their path of life must stretch, and no one gives warning, or preparation, or help. It is not so strange as at first sight it seems. Every mother and friend hopes that no one else has suffered as she did, that her particular change may escape entirely or get off more easily. Then there is the shame of confession which is involved. Some conclude at a distance of time that they must have exaggerated their own sufferings, or have been singularly rebellious and unreasonable. Some lose the sense of the anguish in the subsequent happiness, and there are not a few who, from constitution of mind, forget altogether the things that are behind. When you remember, too, that it is the law of nature and providence that each should bear his and her own burden, and that no warning would be of any avail, it seems no longer so strange that while girls hear endlessly of marriage, they are kept wholly in the dark without love. Would warning really be of no avail? Of no more avail than warning to a pilgrim in the middle of the desert that he will suffer from thirst, and be divided by the mirage before he gets into green fields again. He has no longer the choice whether to be a pilgrim in the desert or to stay at home. No one of us has the choice to be or not to be, and we must go through with our experience under its natural conditions. To be or not to be, said Margaret, with a grave smile. You remind one that the choice of suicide remains, and I almost wonder. Surely suicide has been committed from dread of lighter woes than you have described. I believe so, but in this case there is no dread. We find ourselves in the midst of the struggle before we are aware, and then He who appoints the struggles of the spirit supplies aids and supports. I fully believe that this time of conflict is that in which religion first become to many the reality for which they ever afterwards live. It may have been hitherto a name, a fancy, a dim abstraction, or an intermitting though bright influence, and it may yet be resorted to merely as a refuge for the spirit which can find no other. But there is a strong probability that it may now be found to be a wonderful reality, not only a potent charm in sorrow, but the life of our life. This is with many the reason why, and the mode in which the conflict is endured to the end. But the beginning, said Margaret, what can be the beginning of this wonderful experience? The same with that of all the most serious of our experiences, levity, unconsciousness, confidence. Upon what subject in the world is there a greater accumulation of jokes than upon love and marriage? And upon what subject are jokes so indefatigably current? A girl laughs at her companions, and blushes or pouts for herself, as girls have done for thousands of years before her. She finds by degrees new and sweet and elevated ideas of friendship stealing their way into her mind, and she laments and wonders that the range of friendship is not wider, that its action is not freer, that girls may not enjoy intimate friendship with the companions of their brothers, as well as with their own. There is a quick and strong resentment at anyone who smiles at, or speculates upon, or even observes the existence of such a friendship. "Oh, Maria!" exclaimed Margaret, throwing down her work and covering her face with her hands. "This goes on for a while," proceeded Maria, as if she did not observe her companion. This goes on for a while, smoothly, innocently, serenely. Mankind are then true and noble. The world is passing fair, and God is tender and bountiful. All evil is seen to be tending to good. All tears are meant to be wiped away. The gloom of the gloomy is faithless. Virtue is easy and charming, and the vice of the vicious is unaccountable. Thus does young life glide on for a time. Then there comes a day, it is often a mystery why it should be that day of all days, when the innocent and gay and confident young creature finds herself in sudden trouble. The film on which she lightly trod has burst, and she is in an abyss. It seems a mere trifle that plunged her there. Her friend did not come when she looked for him. He is gone somewhere, for he has said something that she did not expect. Some such trifle reveals to her that she depends wholly upon him, that she has for long been living only for him, and on the unconscious conclusion that she has been living only for her, at the image of his dwelling anywhere but by her side, of his having any interest apart from hers, the universe is, in a moment, shrouded in gloom. Her heart is sick, and there is no rest for it, for her self-respect is gone. She has been reared in a maidenly pride and an innocent confidence. Her confidence is wholly broken down, her pride is wounded, and the agony of the wound is intolerable. We are wont to say, Margaret, that everything is endurable but a sense of guilt. If there is an exception, this is it. This wounding of the spirit ought not perhaps to be, but it is very like the sting of guilt, and a wounded spirit who can bear. How is it borne? So many as are the sufferers, and of a class usually thought so weak? That is a mistake. There is not on earth a being stronger than a woman in the concealment of her love. The soldier is called brave who cheerfully bears about the pain of a laceration to his dying day, and criminals who, after years of struggle, unbosom themselves to their secret, give tremendous accounts of the sufferings of those years. But I question whether a woman whose existence have been burdened with an unrequited love will not have to unfold in the next world a more harrowing tale than either of these. It ought not to be so. It ought not, where there is no guilt. But how noble is such power of self-restraint! Though the principle of society may be to cultivate our pride to excess, what fortitude grows out of it! There are no bounds to the horror, disgust, and astonishment expressed when a woman owns her love to its object unasked, even urges upon him. But I acknowledge my surprise to be the other way, that the cases are so rare, yet fancying the case one's own. "Oh, dreadful!" cried Margaret. "No woman can endure the bare thought of the case being her own, and this proves the strong natural and an educational restraint under which we all lie. But I must think that the frequent and patient endurance proves a strength of soul, a vigour of moral power, which ought to console and animate us in the depth of our abasement, if we could but recall it then when we want support and solace most." "It can be little estimated, little understood," said Margaret, "or it would not be sported with as it is." "Do not let us speak of that, Margaret. You talk of my philosophy sometimes. I own that part of the subject is too much for any philosophy I have." "I see nothing philosophical," said Margaret, "in making light of deepest cruelty and treachery which is transacted under the sun. A man who trifles with such affections, and abuses such moral power, and calls his cruelty flirtation, is such an one as we will not speak of now. Well, it cannot be but that good, moral and intellectual good, must issue from such exercise and discipline as this, and such good does issue often, perhaps generally. There are sad tales sung and told everywhere of brains crazed, and graves dug by hopeless love, and I fear that many more sink down into disease and death from this cause than are at all suspected to be its victims. But not a few find themselves lifted up from their abyss, and set free from their bondage of pride and humiliation. They marry their loves, and stand against, amazed at their own bliss, and are truly the happiest people upon earth, and in the broad road to the widest, in my belief, the happiest are ever so. Bless you for that, for Hester's sake. And what of those who are not thus released? They get out of the abyss too, but they have to struggle out alone. Their condition must depend much on what they were before the conflict befell them. Some are sordid, and live restlessly. Some are weak, and come out worldly, and sacrifice themselves in marriage or otherwise, for low objects. Some strive to forget, and to become as like as possible for what they were before. And of this order are many of the women whom we meet, whose minds are in a state of perpetual and incurable infancy. It is difficult to see the purpose of their suffering from any effects it appears to have produced, but then there is the hope that their griefs were not of the deepest. And what of those whose griefs are of the deepest? They rise the highest above them. Some of these must be content with having learned more or less of what life is, and of what is it for, and with reconciling themselves to its objects and conditions. In short, with being philosophical, said Margaret, with an inquiring and affectionate glance at her friend. With being philosophical, Maria smiling agreed. Others of a happier nature, to whom philosophy and religion come as one, and are welcomed by energies not wholly destroyed, and affections not altogether crushed, are strong in the new strength which they have found, with hearts as wide as the universe, and spirits the gayest of the gay. You never told me anything of all this before, said Margaret. Yet it is plain that you must have thought much about it, that it must have been long in your mind. It has, and I tell it to you, that you may share what I have learned, instead of going without the knowledge, or, alas, gathering it up for yourself. Oh, then it is so. It is from my own experience that I speak, said Maria, without looking up. And now there is some one in the world who knows it beside myself. I hope you do not. I hope you never will repent having told me, said Margaret, rising and taking her seat on the sofa beside her friend. I do not, and I shall not repent, said Maria. You are faithful, and it will be a relief to me to have sympathy, to be able to speak sometimes, instead of having to deny and repress my whole heart and soul. But I can tell you no more, not one word. Do not. Only show me how I can comfort, how I can gratify you. I need no special comfort now, said Maria, smiling. I have sometimes grievously wanted a friend to love and speak with, and if I could, to serve. How I have a friend. And the look with which she gazed at her companion brought the tears into Margaret's eyes. Come, let us speak of something else, said Maria, cheerfully. When do you expect your friend Mr Enderby at Deerbrook again? His sister says nobody knows, and I do not think he can tell himself. You know he does not live at Deerbrook. I am aware of that. But his last visit was such a long one. 6 days, said Margaret, laughing. I did not mean his last week's appearance, or any of his pop visits. I was thinking of his summer visitation. It was so long that some people began to look upon him as a resident. If his mother does not grow much better soon, we shall see him again, said Margaret. It is always her illness that brings him. Do you not believe me, Maria? I believe, as before, that you say what you think. Whether you are mistaken is another question, which I cannot pretend to answer. I hope, Maria, that you have placed so much confidence in me, you will not stop short at the very point which is the greatest importance to me. I will not, dear. What I think on the subject of Mr Enderby, in relation to you, is that some of your friends believe that you are the cause of his stay having been so long in the summer, and of his coming so often since. I know no more than this. How should I? Then I will tell you something more that I might as well have mentioned before. When Mrs Rowland had an idea that Mr Enderby might think of Hester, she told Hester that miserable day in Dingleford woods, that his family expected he would soon marry a young lady of family and fortune, who was a great favourite with all his connections. Who may this young lady be? Oh, she did not say. Some one too high for our acquaintance, if we are to believe what Mrs Rowland declared. And do you believe it? Why, do you? I dare say Mrs Rowland may believe it herself, but she may be mistaken. That is exactly what Hester said, observed Margaret, eagerly, and that was more than 5 months ago, and we have not heard a syllable of the matter since. And so intimate a friendship as yours and Mr Enderby's is, said Maria, smiling. It is scarcely probable that his mind should be full of such an affair, and that he should be able to conceal it so perfectly from you. "I am glad you think so," said Margaret, ingenuously. "You cannot imagine how strange it is to see Mrs Grey and others taking for granted that he is free, when Hester and I could tell them in a moment what Mrs Rowland said. But if you think Mrs Rowland is all wrong, what do you really suppose about his coming so much to Deerbrook? I have little doubt that those friends of yours, Mrs Grey and the others, are right. But what? Just this. If I might warn you by myself, I would caution you, not only against dwelling much upon such a fact, but against interpreting it to mean more than it possibly may. This is my reason for speaking to you upon the matter of all. I do it because you will be pretty sure to hear how the fact itself is viewed by others, while no one else would be likely to give you the caution. Mr Enderby may come, as you suppose, entirely to see his mother. He may come to see you; but supposing he does, if he is like other men, he may not know his own mind yet. And there is another possible thing, a thing which is possible, Margaret, though he is such a dear and intimate friend, that he may not know yours. All its strength of affection, all of its fidelity, all its trust and power of self-control." "Oh, stop! Pray stop!" said Margaret. "You frighten me with the thoughts of all you have been saying this evening. Though I could so entirely satisfy you as to what our intercourse has been, though I know Mr Enderby so much better than you do, you need warn me no more. I will think of what you have said. If I find myself doubting whether he comes to see his mother, if I find myself listening to what others may suppose about his reasons, indeed, I will remember what you have said. Then I am glad I ventured to say it, particularly as you are not angry with me this time." "I am not at all angry. How could I be so? But I do not agree with you about the fact." "I know it, and I may be mistaken. Now tell me," said Margaret, "what do you suppose Morris meant when she said what you heard about the pleasure of solitude depending on one's thoughts being happy or otherwise? I know it is a common old idea enough, but Morris does not know that, and I am sure he had some particular instance in view. Morris does not make general propositions, except with the particular case in her mind's eye, and she is a wise woman, and we think her sayings are weighty. It struck me that she had a real probability in her mind, but I did not think it related to Mr Enderby, or to anything so exclusively your own concern." "No, I hope not. But what then?" "I think that Morris knows more of life and the world than you, and that she does not anticipate quite so much happiness from Hester's marriage as you do. Do not be distressed or alarmed. She means no mistrust of anybody, I imagine, but only that there is no perfect happiness in this life, that nobody is faultless, and no home, not even where her young ladies live, is quite free from care and trouble. It would not hurt you, surely, if she was to say this outright to you?" "Oh, no, nor a good deal more of the same tendency. She might come much nearer to the point, good soul, without hurting me. Suppose I ask her what it was she did mean, to-night or to-morrow, when she and I are alone?" "Well, if she is such a wise woman; but I doubt whether you could get her nearer to the point without danger of hurting her." "Can she bring herself to own that either of you have faults?" "Oh, yes. She has never spared us from the time we were 2 feet high." "What can make you so anxious as to what she meant?" "I really hardly know, unless it be that where one loves very much one fears, oh, so faithlessly. I know I ought to fear less for Hester than ever, and yet—" The door burst open, and the footboy entered with his jingling tray, and news that the sedan for Miss Young was at the door. "What sedan?" Margaret had asked Mrs Grey for hers, as the snow had fallen heavily, and the streets were not fit for Maria's walking. Maria was very thankful. Here was an end of Maria's bright holiday. Mr Grey's porters must not be kept waiting. The friends assured each other that they should never forget this day. It was little likely that they should. Chapter 15.
Section 19, Chapter 16 of Deerbrook, by Harriet Martineau. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. recording by Gary Day. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau, Section 19, Chapter 16. Home. Margaret had an unconscious expectation of seeing her sister altered. This is an irresistible persuasion in almost every case where an intimate friend is absent, and is under new influences and amidst new circumstances. These accessories alter the image of the beloved one in our minds. Our fancy follows it, acting and being acted upon in ways in which we have no share. Our sympathy is at fault, or we conceive it to be so, and doubt and trouble creep over us, we scarcely know why. Though the letters which come may be natural and hearty as of old, breathing the very spirit of our friend, we feel a sort of surprise at the handwriting being quite familiar. We look forward with a kind of timidity to meeting, and fear there may be some restraint in it. When the hour of meeting comes, there is the very same face, the line of the cheek, the trick of the lip, the glance of the eye, the rise and fall of the voice are the same, and the intense familiarity makes our very spirit swim in joy. We are amazed at our previous fancy. We laugh at the solemn stiffness in which our friend stood before our mind's eye, and to relieve which we had striven to recall the ludicrous situations and merry moods in which that form and that face had been seen. And perhaps we have no peace till we have acknowledged to the beloved one the ingenuity of our self-tormentings. Is there a girl whose heart is with her brother at college, who does not feel this regularly as the vacation comes round? Is there a parent whose child is reaping honours in the field of life, and returning childlike from time to time to rest in the old country home? Is there such a parent who is not conscious of the misgiving and the reassurance as often as the absence and the reunion occur? Is there even the most trustful of wives, whose husband is on the other side of the globe, that is wholly undisturbed by the transmutation of the idol in her mind? When the husband is returning, and her hungry heart is feasting on the anticipation of his appearance, she may revel in the thought, "And will I see his face again? And will I hear him speak?" But it is not till that vivid face and that piercing voice thrill her sight and her ear again that all misgivings vanishes. There is nothing in life that can compensate for long partings. There ought to be few or no insurmountable obstacles to the frequent meetings, however short, of those who love each other. No duties and no privileges can be of more importance than the preservation, in all their entireness, of domestic familiarity and faith. A very short separation will afford the experience of a long one, if it be full of events, or if the image of the absent one be dwelt upon from hour to hour with laborious strivings of the fancy. It has been said that this week of Hester's absence was the longest that Margaret had ever known. Besides this, she felt that she could have forgotten her sister further than she could have supposed possible after a 10-year separation. On the evening when she was expecting the travellers home, her heart was sick with expectation, and yet she was conscious of a timidity which made her feel as if alone in the world. Again and again she looked around her, to fancy what would be the aspect of everything to Esther's eye. She wandered around the house to see once more all that was in its right place, and every arrangement in due order. She watched the bright drawing-room fire nervously, and made herself anxious about the tea-table, and sat upright on the sofa, listening for the sound of horses' feet in the snowy street, as if it had been a solemn stranger that she was expecting, instead of her own sister Hester, with whom she had shared all her heart and spent all her days. But a small part of this anxiety was given to Mr Hope. She retained her image of him unperplexed, as a treasure of a brother, and a man with a mind so healthy that he was sure to receive all things rightly, and be pleased and satisfied, happen what might. They came, and Hester's spring from the carriage and her husband's way of rubbing his hands over the fire put all Margaret's anxieties to flight. How sweet was the welcome! How delicious the contest about which was to give the welcome to this, the lasting home of the three! Whether she who had put all in order for them, or they who claimed to have the charge of her. Margaret's eyes overflowed when Hester led her to Edward for his brotherly kiss. Mr Hope's mind was disturbed for one single moment that he had not given this kiss with all the heartiness and simplicity of a brother, but the feeling was gone almost before he was conscious of it. The fire crackled, the kettle sang. Hester took her own place at once at the tea-board, and her husband threw himself on the sofa, after ascertaining that there were no family letters for him. He knew that it was impossible that there should be any in answer to the announcement of his marriage. Even Anne's could not arrive these 4 or 5 days yet. He desired Margaret not to tell him at present if there were any messages for him, for if all Deerbrook had colds, he had no inclination to go out tonight to cure them. There was a long list of messages, Margaret said, but they were in the surgery, and the pupil there might bring them in, if he thought proper. They should not be sent for. This one evening might be stolen for home and comfort. Their journey had been delightful. Oxford was more splendid than Hester had had an idea of. Every facility had been afforded them for seeing it, and Mr Hope's acquaintances there had been as kind as possible. The fall of snow had not put them in any danger, and the inconveniences it had caused were rather stimulating to people who had travelled but little. Hester had had to get out of the carriage twice, and once she had walked a mile when the driver had been uncertain about the road. But as Mrs Grey had the foresight to cause a pair of snow boots to be put into the carriage at the last moment, no harm had happened, not even to the wetting of feet, only enough inconvenience to make them glad to be now by their snug fireside. Hester was full of mirth and anecdote. She seemed to have been pleased with everybody and awake to everything. As her sister looked upon her brow, now open as a sleeping child's, upon the thick curl of glossy brown hair, and upon the bright smile which lighted up her exquisite face, she was amazed at herself for having perplexed such an image with apprehensive fancies. How had Margaret spent her week? Above all, it was to be hoped she had not fatigued herself in their service. They were 4 days' grace yet for preparation, before they should receive their company. Margaret should not have worked so hard. Had Maria Young come yesterday? Dear Maria, she must come often. Should not the Greys be asked to dine in a quiet way before anyone else was admitted into the house? Was it not due to them? But could the footboy wait at table? Would it be possible to bring him into such training as would prevent Mrs Grey's being too much shocked at their way of getting through dinner? Or was there anyone in Deerbrook who went out as a waiter? Morris must be consulted. But they must have the Greys to dinner before Monday. How was Mrs Enderby? Was her illness really thought serious? Or was it only Mrs Rowland's way of talking, which was just the same, whether Mrs Enderby had a twinge of rheumatism or one of her frightful attacks? Was Mr Enderby coming? That was the chief point. If he did not appear, it was certain that he could not be feeling uneasy about his mother. Margaret blushed when she replied that she had not heard of Mr Enderby's being expected. She could not but blush, for the conversation with Maria came full into her mind. Mr Hope saw the blush, and painfully wondered that it sent trouble through his soul. How were Morris and the new maid likely to agree? Did Morris think the girl promising? Surely it was time to take some notice of the servants. Edward would ring the bell twice, the signal for Morris, and Morris should introduce the other two into the parlour. They came, Morris in her best gown, and with her wedding ribbon on. When she had shaken hands with her master and mistress, and spoken a good word for her fellow servants, as she called them, the ruddy-faced girl appeared, her cheeks many shades deeper than usual, and her cap quillings standing off like the rays on a signpost picture of the sun. Following her came the boy, feeling awkward in his new clothes, and scraping with his left leg till the process was put to a stop by his master's entering into conversation with him. Hester's beauty was really so striking, as with a blushing bashfulness she for the first time enacted the mistress before her husband's eyes, that it was impossible not to observe it. Margaret glanced towards her brother, and they exchanged smiles. But the effect of Margaret's smile was that Mr Hope's died away and left him grave. "Brother," said Margaret, "what is the true story belonging to that great book about the polar sea that you see lying there?" "How do you mean? Is there any story belonging to it at all?" "3 at least, and Deerbrook has been so hot about it. You should send round the book to cool them. It is enough to freeze one to look at the plates of those polar books." "Sending round the book is exactly the thing I wanted to do and could not. Mrs Rowland insists that Mrs Enderby ordered it in, and Mrs Grey demands to have it first, and Mr Rowland is certain that you bespoke it before anybody else. I was afraid of the responsibility of acting in so nice a case. An everlasting quarrel might have come out of it. So I covered it, and put it in the list, all ready to be sent at a moment's warning. Then I amused myself with it while you were away. Now, brother, what will you do?" "The truth of the matter is that I ordered it in myself, as Mr Rowland says. But Mrs Enderby shall have it at once, because she is ill. It is a large, fine type for her, and she will pore over the plates, and forget Deerbrook and all her own ailments, in wondering how the people will get out of the ice." "Do you remember, Margaret," said Hester, "how she looked one summer day, like a ghost from the grave, when she came down from her books, and had even forgotten her shawl?" "Oh, about the battle!" cried Margaret, laughing. "What battle?" asked Hope. "An historical one, I suppose, and not that of the Rowlands and Greys. Mrs Enderby is of a higher order than the rest of us Deerbrook people. She gets most of her news, and all of her battles, out of history. Yes, she alighted among us to tell us that such a wonderful battle had been fought at a place called Blenheim by the Duke of Marlborough, who really seemed a surprisingly clever man. It was such a good thought of his to have a swamp at one end of his line, and to put some of his soldiers behind some bushes, so that the enemy could not get at them, and he won the battle. This book will be the very thing for her," said Margaret. "It is only a pity that it did not come in at midsummer instead of Christmas. I am afraid she will sympathise so thoroughly that Phoebe will never be able to put coals on enough to warm her." "Nay," said Mr Hope, "it is better as it is. She must be told now, at all events. Whereas, if this book came to her in midsummer, it would chill her the whole month of July. She would start every time she looked out of the window and saw the meadows green." "I hope she is really not very ill," said Hester. "You were thinking the same thought that I was," said her husband, starting up from the sofa. "It is certainly my business to go and see her tonight, if she wishes it. I will step down into the surgery and learn if there is any message from her. And if there is not from her, there will be from someone else," said Hester sorrowfully. "What a cold night for you to go out and leave this warm room." Mr Hope laughed as he observed what an innocent speech that was for a surgeon's wife. It was plain that her education in that capacity had not yet begun, and down he went. "Here are some things for you, cards and notes," said Margaret to her sister, as she opened a drawer of the writing table. "One from Mrs Grey, marked private. I do not suppose that your husband may not see it, but that is your affair. My duty is to give it to you privately." "One of the Grey mysteries, I suppose," said Hester, colouring, and tearing open the letter with some vehemence. "These mysteries were foolish enough before; they are ridiculous now. So you are going out?" cried she, as her husband came in with his hat on. "Yes, the old lady will be the easier for my seeing her this evening, and I shall carry her the polar sea. Where is pen and ink, Margaret? We do not know the ways of our own house yet." Margaret bought pen and ink, and while Mr Hope wrote down the dates in the Book Society's lists, Hester exclaimed against Mrs Grey for having sent a letter marked private, now that she was married. "If you mean it not to be private, you shall tell me about it when I come back," said her husband. "If I see Mrs Enderby tonight, I must be gone." It was not 20 minutes before he was seated by his own fireside again. His wife looked disturbed, and was so. She even forgot to inquire after Mrs Enderby. "There is Mrs Grey's precious letter," said she. "She may mean to be very kind to me. I dare say she does. But she might know that it is not kindness to write so of my husband." "I do not see that she writes any harm of me, my dear," said he, laying the letter open upon the table. "She only wants to manage me a little, and that is her way, you know." "So exceedingly impertinent!" cried Hester, turning to Margaret. "She wants me to use my influence, quietly and without betraying her, to make my husband—" She glanced into her husband's face, and checked her communication. "In short," she said, "Mrs Grey wants to be meddling between my husband and one of his patients." "Well, what then?" said Margaret. "What then? Why, if she is to be interfering already in our affairs, if she is to be always fancying that she has anything to do with Edward, and we living so near, I shall never be able to bear it." And Hester's eyes overflowed with tears. "My dear, is it possible? Such a trifle!" "It is no trifle," said Hester, trying to command her voice. "It can never be a trifle to me that any one shows disrespect to you. I shall never be able to keep terms with any one who does." Margaret believed that nothing would be easier than to put a stop to any such attempts, if indeed they were serious. Mrs Grey was so fond of Hester that she would permit anything from her, and it would be easy for Hester to say that, not wishing to receive any exclusively private letters, she had shown Mrs Grey's to her husband, though to no one else, and that it was to be the principle of the family not to interfere, more or less, with Mr Hope's professional affairs, or, better still, take no notice of the matter in any way whatever. "This time," said Mr Hope, "we can let her have her way while we keep our own, cannot we? So, let us put the mysterious epistle into the fire, shall we?" "I wait your leave," he said, laughing, as he held the letter over the flame. "It is your property." Hester signed to have it burned, but she could not forget it. She recurred to Mrs Grey again and again. So near as they lived, she said, so much as they must be together. "The nearer we all live, and the more we must be with our neighbours," said her husband, "the more important it is that we should allow each other our own ways. You will soon find what it is to live in a village, my love, and then you will not mind these little trifles." "If they would meddle only with me," said Hester, "I should not mind. I hope you do not think I should care so much for anything they could do or say about me. If they only would let you alone—" "That is the last thing we can expect," said Margaret. "Do they let any public man alone? Dr Levitt, or Mr James, or the parish clerk?" added Mr Hope. "It was reported lately that steps were to be taken to intimate to Owen that it was a constant habit of his to cough as he took his seat in the desk. I was told once myself that it was remarked throughout Deerbrook that I seemed to be half whistling as I walked up the street in the mornings, and that was considered a practice too undignified for my profession." Hester's colour rose again, and Margaret laughed and asked, "What did you do?" "I made my best bow, and thought no more about the matter, till events brought it to mind again at this moment. So, Hester, suppose we think no more of Mrs Grey's hints." Seeing that her brow did not entirely clear, he took his seat by her, saying, "Supposing, love, that our letter does not show enough deference to my important self to satisfy you, still it remains that we owe respect to Mrs Grey. She is one of my oldest and most hospitable and faithful friends here, and I need say nothing of her attachment to you. Cannot we overlook in her one little error of judgment?" "Oh, yes, certainly," said Hester cheerfully. "Then I will say nothing to her unless she asks, and then tell her, as lightly as I may, what Margaret proposed just now. So be it." And all was bright and smooth again, to all appearance. But this little cloud did not pass away without leaving its gloom in more hearts than one. As Margaret set down her lamp on her own writing table, and sank into the chair of whose ease she had bidden Maria make trial, she might have decided, if she had happened at that moment to remember the conversation, that the pleasure of solitude does depend much on the ease of the thoughts. She sat long, wondering how she could have overlooked the obvious probability that Hester, instead of finding the habit of mind of a lifetime altered by the circumstances of love and marriage, would henceforth suffer from jealousy for her husband, in addition to the burden she had borne for herself. Long did Margaret sit there, turning her voluntary musings on the joy of their meeting, and the perfect picture of comfort which their little party had presented, but perpetually recurring against her will to the trouble which had succeeded, and following back the track of this cloud to see whether there were more in the wind, whether it did not come from a horizon of storm. Yet hers was not the most troubled spirit in the house. Hester's vexation had passed away, and she was unconscious, as sufferers of her class usually are, of the disturbance she had caused. She presently slept and was at peace. Not so her husband. A strange trouble, a fearful suspicion had seized upon him. He was amazed at the return of his feelings about Margaret, and filled with horror when he thought of the days and months and years of close domestic companionship with her, from which there was no escape. There was no escape. The peace of his wife, of Margaret, his own peace in theirs, depended wholly on the deep secrecy in which he should preserve the mistake he had made. It was a mistake. He could scarcely endure the thought, but it was so. For some months he had never had a doubt that he was absolutely in the road of duty, and if some apprehension about his entire happiness had chilled him, from time to time he had cast them off as inconsistent with the resolution of his conscience. Now, he feared, he felt he had mistaken his duty, as, in the stillness of the night, the apprehension assailed him that he had thrown away the opportunity and the promise of his life, that he had desecrated his own home, and doomed to withering the best affections of his nature. He for the moment wished himself dead, but his was a soul never long thrown off its balance. He convinced himself in the course of a long sleepless night that whatever might have been his errors, his way was now clear, though difficult. He must devote himself wholly to her whose devotion to him had caused him his present struggles, and he must trust that, if Margaret did not ere long remove from the daily companionship which must be his sorest trial, he should grow perpetually stronger in his self-command. Of one thing he was certain, that no human being suspected the real state of his mind. This was a comfort and support. Of something else he felt nearly certain, that Margaret loved Philip. This was another comfort, if only he could feel it so, and he had little doubt that Philip loved her. He had also a deep conviction, which he now aroused for his support, that no consecration of a home is so holy as that of a kindly, self-denying, trustful spirit in him who is the head and life of his house. If there was in himself a love which must be denied, there was also one which must be indulged. Without trammelling himself with vows, he cheered his soul with the image of his life he might yet fulfil, shedding on all under his charge the blessings of his activity, patience and love, and daily casting off the burden of the day, leaving all care for the morrow to such as, happier than himself, he would have the future the image of the present. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 17. The Greys needed only to be asked to come and dine before the rest of the world could have an opportunity of seeing the bride and bridegroom. They had previously settled among themselves that they should be invited, and the answer was given on the instant. The only doubt was how far down in the family the pleasure ought to extend. Sydney was full of anxiety about it. His mother decided that he ought to be asked, but that perhaps he had better not go, as he would be in the way. and Sophia was sure it would be very dull for him, a sentence which made Sydney rather sulky. But Hester insisted on having him, and pleaded that William Levitt would come and meet him; and if the lads should find the drawing room dull, there was the surgery, with some very curious things in it, where they might be able to amuse themselves. So Sydney was to take up his lot with the elderly ones, and the little girls were to be somewhat differently entertained another day. Oh, the anxieties of a young wife's first dinner party! If remembered, they become laughable enough when looked back upon from future years; but they are no laughing matter at the time. The terror lest there should be no little on the table, and the consequent danger of there being too much; the fear at once of worrying the cook with too many directions, and leaving any necessary thing unsaid; the trembling doubt of any power of entertainment that may exist in the house; the anticipation of a yawn on the part of any guest, or such a silence as may make the creaking of the footboy's shoes heard at dinner, or the striking of the hall clock in the evening. These are the apprehensions which make the young wife wish herself on the other side of her first dinner party, and render alluring the prospect of sitting down the next day to hash or cold fowl, followed by odd custards and tartlets, with a stray mince pie, where a guest so experienced and so vigilant as Mrs Grey is expected. The anxiety is redoubled, and the servants are sure to discover it by some means or other. Morris woke this Saturday morning with the feeling that something great was to happen that day, and Sally began to be sharp with the footboy as early as 10 o'clock. Hester and Margaret were surprised to find how soon there was nothing more left for them to do. The wine was decanted, the dessert dished up in the little storeroom, and even the cake cut for tea, soon enough to leave almost the whole morning to be spent, as usual. Margaret sat down to study German, and Hester to read. She had just observed that they could not expect to see Edward for some hours, as he had been sent for to the almshouses, and meant to pay a country visit, which would cost him a circuit on his return. These almshouses were 6 miles off, and when Mr Hope was sent for by one of the inmates, nearly all the rest were wont to discover that they ailed more or less, so that their medical guardian found it no easy matter to get away, and his horse, and learned by practice to stand longer there than anywhere else without fidgeting. Knowing this, Margaret fully agreed to her sister's proposition that it must be some hours before Edward could appear. In a little while, however, Hester threw down her book and took up her work, laying to her watch just under her eyes upon the table. "Do you mean to do that for life, when your husband takes a country ride?" said Margaret, laughing. "I hate these everlasting country rides," cried Hester. "I do wish he would give up those almshouses." "Give them up!" "Yes, they are nothing but trouble and anxiety. The old folks are never satisfied, and never would be, if he lived among them, and attended to nobody else. And as often as he goes there, he is sure to be more wanted here than at any other time. There is another knock. There have been 2 people wanting him within his hour, and a country gentleman has left word that he shall call with his daughter at 1 o'clock. Well, let them come. If he is home, well and good; if not, they must wait till he arrives." Hester started up, and walked about the room. "I know what is in your mind," said Margaret. "The truth is, you are afraid of another accident. I do not wonder at it. But, dearest Hester, you must control this fear, considering, supposing it to be Heaven's pleasure that you and he should live for 40 or 50 years together. What a world of anxiety you will inflict on yourself if you are to suffer in this way every time he rides 6 miles out and back again. Perhaps I shall grow used to it, but I do wish he would give up those almshouses." "Suppose we ask him to give up practice at once," said Margaret, "that we may have him always with us." "No, no, Hester. We must consider him first, and ourselves next, and let him have his profession all to himself, and as much of it as he likes." "Ourselves!" cried Hester, contemptuously. "Well, yourself, then," said Margaret, smiling. "I only put myself in that I might lecture myself at the same time with you." "Lecture away, dear," said Hester. till you make me as reasonable as if I had no husband to care for." Margaret might have asked whether Hester had been reasonable, when she had had neither husband nor lover to care for; but instead of this, she opened the piano, and tempted her sister away from her watch to practise a duet. "I will tell you what I am thinking of," cried Hester, breaking off in the middle of a bar of the second page. "Perhaps you thought me hasty just now, but you do not know what I had in my head. You remember how late Edward was called out the night before last, to Miss Marsh's child? Yes, it was quite dark when he went. There was no moon. Mr Marsh wanted to send a servant back with him as far as the high road, but he was sure he knew the way. He was riding very fast, when his horse suddenly stopped, and almost threw him over its head. He spurred in vain. The animal only turned round and round, till a voice called from somewhere near, 'Stop there, for God's sake! Wait till I bring a light.' A man soon came with a lantern, and where do you think Edward found himself? On the brink of a mill dam. Another step in the dark night, and he might have been heard of no more." Margaret was not at all surprised that Hester covered her face with her hands at the end of this very disagreeable anecdote. "It is clear," said she, "that Edward is the person who wants lecturing. He must bid him not ride very fast on dark nights, on roads that he does not know. But I have a high opinion of this horse of his. One of the two is prudent, and that is a great comfort. And for the present, there is the consolation that there are no mill dams in the way to the almshouses, and that is broad daylight. So let us go on with our duet, or shall we begin again?" Hester played through the duet, and then sighed over a new apprehension that some of those old invalids would certainly be taking Mr Hope away from home on the 2 mornings when their neighbours were to pay the wedding visit. "And what shall we do then?" she inquired. "We shall see when the time comes," replied Margaret. "Meanwhile, we are sure of one good thing, that Edward will not be called away from the dinner table to day by the almshouse people. Come, let us play this over once more. Then it may be ready for Mr Grey in the evening." Sooner than he was looked for, sooner than it was supposed possible that he could have come, Edward appeared. "Safe!" cried he, laughing. "What should prevent my being safe? What sort of a soldier or sailor's wife would you have made?" he asked, looking in Hester's happy face. "She would be crazed with every gale, and die at rumours of wars," said Margaret. "Mill dams are horror enough for her, and, to say the truth, brother, for other people too, while you ride as you do." "That was an accident which cannot recur," observed Hope. "I am sorry Mr Marsh's man mentioned it. But Hester..." "I see what you would say," sighed Hester. "Your mention of soldiers' and sailors' wives reminds me I have no faith." "I know, and I thought I should when... Oh, I wonder how those old crusaders' wives endured their lives. But perhaps 7 years' suspense was easier to bear than 7 hours." Hester joined in the laugh at this speech, and Edward went to see his patients in a place where there was really no danger, in the waiting room. Yet Hester was a little ruffled when the Greys appeared. So many messages had arrived for Edward, that the country gentleman and his daughter had been kept waiting, and a livery sergeant had called twice, as if impatient. She was afraid that people would blame Edward, that he would never manage to satisfy them all. Her colour was raised, and her brow slightly bent, when her guests entered; but all was right when Edward followed, looking perfectly at leisure, and stood talking before the fire, as if he had been a man of no profession. Mr Hope had caused his feelings to be so well understood on one important subject, that it was necessary to respect them, and no mention of the Rowlands was made, either before dinner or in the presence of the servants. Nor was there any need of the topic. There was abundance to be said, without having recourse to doubtful subjects, and Margaret became so far relieved from all apprehension on this account by the time that she assured herself that the day was passing off extremely well. There had not been a single pause left to be filled up with the clatter of knives and forks. Mrs Grey pronounced the room delightfully warm. Sophia protested that she liked having the fire at her back, and Mr Grey inquired where Hope got his ale. The boys, who had looked for the first half hour as if they could not speak for the stiffness of their collars, were now in a full career of jokes, to judge by their stifled laughter. Hester blushed beautifully at every little circumstance that occurred, and played the hostess very gracefully. The day was going off extremely well. The approaching county election was the principal topic at dinner, as it was probably at every dinner table in Deerbrook. Mrs Grey first told Hope, at the bottom of the table, all about her wonder at seeing 7 or 8 gentlemen on horseback entering their field. She was exceedingly surprised to observe such a troop approaching the door, and she hardly knew what to make of it when the servant came in to say that the gentleman wished to see her, as Mr Grey was at a distance, at market that day. It was strange that she should so entirely forget that there was to be an election soon. To be sure, it might have occurred to her that the party came to canvass Mr Grey, but she did not happen to remember at first, and she thought the gentleman who was spokesman excessively complimentary both about the place and about some other things, till she mentioned his name, and that he was a candidate for the county. Such a highly complimentary strain was not to her taste, she acknowledged, and it lost all its value when it was made so common as in this instance. This gentleman had kissed the little Rowlands all round, she had since been assured. Not that she wished to enlarge on that subject, but it only showed what gentlemen will do when they are canvassing. The other candidate, Mr Lowry, seemed very high personage indeed, when he found Mr Grey was not at home. He and all his party rode straight on, without inquiring for the ladies. Everyone seemed to think that Mr Lowry was not likely to carry his election, his manners were so extremely high. Meanwhile, Mr Grey was observing to his hostess that he was sorry to find there, with an election impending, people in a small place like Deerbrook were quite apt enough to quarrel. Day by day, an election threw the place into an uproar. "How delightful, those boys are thinking," said Hester, laughing. "I am sure," said Sophia, "it is anything but delightful to me. I remember last time Sydney brought some squibs into the garden, and let them off while mamma and I were in the shrubbery, and we could none of us get to sleep till after midnight, for the light of the bonfire down the street." "They should manage those things more quietly," observed Mr Grey. "This time, however, there will be only a little effusion of joy, and then an end, for they say Ballinger will carry every vote in the place." "Why, father," cried Sydney, "are you going to vote for Ballinger this time?" "No, my boy, I did not say so. I shall not vote at all," he added, observing that he was expected to explain himself. No remark being made, he continued: "It will not be convenient to me to meddle in election matters this time, and would be of no use, as Lowry has not the slightest chance. One gets nothing but ill will and trouble by meddling. So, my dear," turning to Hester, "your husband and I will just keep quiet, and let Deerbrook have its own way." "I believe you may speak for yourself," replied Hester, her eyes sparkling. "Edward has no idea." Then, remembering that she was speaking to a guest, she cut short her assurance that Edward has no idea of neglecting his duty when it was wanted most. For such a reason as that it was then most irksome. "There is no occasion in the world for your husband to come forward," observed Mr Grey, with kind anxiety. "I was saying, Hope, that you are quite absolved from interfering in politics. Nobody expects it from a medical man. Everyone knows the disadvantage to a professional man circumstanced like you of taking any side in a party matter. You might find the consequences very serious, I assure you." "And nobody expects it of a medical man," echoed Mrs Grey. Mr Hope did not reply that he voted for other reasons than that it was expected of him. He had argued the subject with Mr Grey before, and knew that they must agree to differ. He quietly declared his intention of voting for Mr Lowry, and then asked Sophia to take wine. His manner left no rescue to Mrs Grey, but to express her feelings to his wife in the drawing room after dinner. She there drew Hester's arm within her own, and kindly observed what pleasure it gave her to see her anticipations so fulfilled. She had had his home fitted up and inhabited as now was, in her mind's eye for a longer time than she should choose to tell. Elderly folks might be allowed to look forward, and Mr Grey could bear witness that she had done so. It was delightful to look round and see how all had come to pass. "Everybody is so interested," observed Sophia. "Mrs Howell says some have observed to her what a pity it is that you are dissenters, so that you will not be at church on Sunday. Everybody would be sure to be there; and she says she is of opinion that, considering how many friends wish to see you make your first appearance, you ought to go for once. She cannot imagine what harm it could do you to go for once; but whatever you may think about that, it shows her interest, and I thought you would like to know it. Have you seen Mrs Howell's window?" "My dear, how should they?" exclaimed her mother. "I forgot they could not go out before Sunday. But, Margaret, you must look at Mrs Howell's window the first thing when you can get out. It is so festooned with purple and white, that I told Miss Miskin I thought they would be obliged to light up in the daytime. They have made the shop so dark, and they have thrust all the green and orange into the little side window, where nobody can see it," cried Sydney. "You managed to see it, I perceive," said Hester, Sydney having at the moment mounted a cockade, and drawn out his green and orange watch ribbon into the fullest view. William Levitt lost no time in going through the same process with his purple and white. "You will be the ornaments of Deerbrook," cried Margaret, "if you walk about in that gay style. I hope I shall have the pleasure of meeting you both in the street, that I may judge of the effect." "They will have lost their finery by that time," said Sophia. "We had a terrible snatching of cockades last time." "Snatching! Let them try to snatch mine, and see what they'll get by it," cried Sydney. "What would they get but the ribbons?" asked Margaret. Sydney drew her to the light, opened the bows of his cockade, and displayed a corking pin stuck upright under each bow. "Isn't it horrid?" said Sophia. "Horrid! It is not half so horrid as fish hooks." And Sydney related how fish hooks had actually been used, during the last election, to detain with her barbs the fingers of snatchers of cockades. "Which do you use?" he asked of William Levitt. "Neither. My father won't let me do anything more than just wear a cockade and watch ribbon. I have got a watch guard too, you see, for fear of losing my watch. But you won't get under my cockade off a bit the sooner for my having no spikes under it. I have a particular way of fastening it on. Only try any day. I defy you to it." "Hush, hush, boys! Don't talk of defiance," said Mrs Grey. "I am sure I wish there were no such things as elections. In country places, at least, they make nothing but mischief. And indeed, Hester, my dear, it is a great pity that those should meddle who can keep out of them, as your husband fairly may, whichever way he might vote. A great many disagreeable remarks would be made; and if he votes as he says, or Mr Lowry, I really think, as so does Mr Grey, that it will be a serious injury to him in this profession." Hester replied with some gravity that people could never do their whole duty without causing disagreeable remarks, and seldom without suffering serious injury. "But why should he vote?" persisted Mrs Grey. "Because he considers it his duty, which is commonly his reason for whatever he does. An excellent reason too; but I always fancied he defended acting from impulse. But I beg your pardon, my dear," and she nodded and winked towards the young people, who were trying the impression of a new seal at the entire table. Heeding nothing about either duty or impulse, Margaret had fixed the attention of the boys upon this curious seal of hers, in order to obviate a snatching of cockades, or other political feud, upon the spot. "It seems as if I could speak about nothing but your husband, my dear," continued Mrs Grey in a whisper; "but you know I feel towards him as towards a son, as I have told him. Do you think he has quite entirely got over his accident?" "Entirely, he thinks. He calls himself in perfect health." "Well, he ought to know best, but..." "But what?" asked Hester anxiously. "It has occurred to us that he may still want watching and care. It has struck both Mr Grey and me that he is not quite the same that he was before that accident. It is natural enough; and yet I thought in the autumn that he was entirely himself again. But there is still a little difference, a little flatness of spirits sometimes. a little more gravity than used to be natural to him. "But you do not think he looks ill? Tell me just what you think." "Oh, no, not ill. Rather delicate, perhaps. But I am sure it is wonderful that he is so well after such an accident." "He calls himself perfectly well, does he?" "Perfectly." "Oh, then, we may be quite easy, for he must know best. Do not let anything that I have said dwell upon your mind, my dear. I only just thought I would ask. How common it is for one's friends to drop a heavy weight upon one's heart, and then desire one not to let it dwell there." Hester's spirits were irrecoverably damped for this evening. Her husband seemed to be an altered man, flat in spirits, and looking delicate, and she told not to be uneasy. She was most eager for the entrance of the gentlemen from the dining room, that she might watch him, and, till they came, she had not a word of amusement to furnish to her guests. Margaret perceived that something had gone wrong, and talked industriously till reinforced from the dining room. Sophia whispered a hint to her mother to inquire particularly about Mrs Enderby's health. At the mention of her name, Mr Hope took his seat on the sofa beside Mrs Grey, and replied gravely and fully that he thought Mrs Enderby really very unwell, more so than he had ever known her. She was occasionally in a state of great suffering, and any attention that her old friends could show her in the way of a quiet call would be a true kindness. Had he alarmed her family? There was quite hint enough for alarm, she said, in the state in which her relations saw her at times. But Mrs Rowland was always trying to make out that nothing was the matter with her mother. Was it not so? Not exactly so. Mrs Rowland knew that there was no immediate danger, that her mother might live many months, or even a few years. But Mr Hope believed neither Mrs Rowland nor anyone else could deny her sufferings. "They say Mr Philip is coming," observed Mr Grey. "Oh, I hope he is," cried Sydney, turning round to listen. "Some people say that he is otherwise occupied," observed Sophia. "If all accounts be true." She caught her mother's eye, and stopped suddenly and awkwardly. Mr Hope involuntarily glanced at Margaret, as one or two others were doing at the same time. Nothing was to be discerned, for she was stooping over the volume of engravings that she was showing to William Levitt, and she remained stooping for a long while. When the proper amount of playing and singing had been gone through, and Mrs Grey's sedan was announced, the cloaked and muffled guest left behind a not very happy party. Margaret's gaiety seemed exhausted, and she asked if it was not late. Hester was gazing at her husband. She saw the perspiration on his brow. She put her arm within his, and anxiously inquired whether she was not unwell. She was sure he had never fully recovered his strength. She had not taken care enough of him. Why did he not tell her when he was weary and wanted nursing? Mr Hope looked at her with an unaffected surprise, which went far to console her, and assured her that he was perfectly well, and that, moreover, he was so fond of indulgence that she would be sure to hear of it, if ever he could find a pretence for getting upon the sofa. Hester was comforted, but said that his spirits were not always what they had been, and she appealed to Margaret. Margaret declared that any failure of spirits in Edward was such a new idea that she must consider before she gave an answer. She thought that she had been too busy to draw too many characters as usual lately, but she had observed no deeper signs of despondency than that. "Do not let us get into the habit of talking about spirits," said Hope. "I hear quite enough about that away from home, and I can assure you professionally that it is a bad subject to dwell upon. Everyone who lives has variations of spirits. They are like the sunshine, or like Dr Levitt's last sermon, of which Mr Enderby says every Sunday in the church porch. It is to be felt, not talked about." "But as a sign of health," said Hester. "As a sign of health, my dear, the spirits of all this household may be left to my professional discrimination. Will you trust me, my dear?" "Oh, yes," she uttered, with a sigh of relief. Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18 of Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. "I am better now, Phoebe," said Mrs. Enderby, sinking back faintly in her easy chair, after one of her attacks of spasms. "I am better now, and if you will fan me for a minute or two, I shall be quite fit to see the children, quite delighted to have them." "I declare," said the maid, "here are the drops standing upon your face this cold day, as if it was August. But if the pain is come, never mind anything else; and I, for one, won't say anything against your having the children in, for I'm sure the seeing your friends has done you no harm, and nothing but good. Pray draw up the blind, Phoebe, and let me see something of the sunshine. Bless me, how frosty the field looks, while I have been stifled with heat for this hour past. I had better not go to the window, however, for I begin to feel almost chilly already. Thank you, Phoebe, you have fanned me enough. Now call the children, Phoebe." Phoebe wrapped a cloak around her mistress's knees, pinned her shawl up closer around her throat, and went to call the children in from the parlour below. Matilda drew up her head and flattened her back, and then asked her grandmamma how she did. George looked up anxiously in the old lady's face. "Ah, George," said she, smiling, "it is an odd face to look at, is not it? How would you like your face to look as mine does?" "Not at all," said George. Mrs Enderby laughed heartily, and then told him that her face was not unlike his once, as round, and as red, and as shining in frosty weather. "Perhaps if you were to go out now into the frost, your face would look as it used to do." "I am afraid not. When my face looked like yours, it was when I was a little girl, and used to slide and make snowballs as you do. That was a long time ago. My face is wrinkled now, because I am old, and it is pale, because I am ill." George heard nothing after the word snowballs. "I wish some more snow would come," he observed. "We have plenty of ice down in the meadows." "But there has been only one fall of snow, and that melted almost directly." "Papa thinks there will be more snow very soon," observed Matilda. "If there is, you children can do something for me that I should like very much," said grandmamma. "Shall I tell you what it is?" "Yes." "You can make a snow man in that field. I am sure Mr Grey will give you leave." "What good will that do you?" asked Matilda. "I can sit here and watch you, and I shall like that exceedingly. I shall see you gathering the snow, and building up your man; and if you will turn about and shake your hand this way now and then, I shall be sure to observe it, and I shall think you are saying something kind to me." "I wish the snow would come," cried George, stamping with impatience. "I do not believe mamma will let us," observed Matilda. "She prohibits our going into Mr Grey's field." "But she shall let us that one time," cried George. "I will ask papa and Mr Grey and Sydney, and Uncle Philip, and all." "When will Uncle Philip come again?" "Sometime soon, I dare say." "But, George, we must do as your mamma pleases about my plan, you know. If she does not wish you to go into Mr Grey's field, you can make your snow man somewhere else." "But then you won't see us." "But I know what I will do. I will speak to Sydney, and he and Fanny and Mary shall make you a snow man yonder, where we should have made him." Mrs Enderby pressed the boy to her, and laughed while she thanked him, but said it was not the same thing seeing the Greys make a snow man. "Why, George," said Matilda, contemptuously. "When will Uncle Philip come?" asked the boy, who was of opinion that Uncle Philip could bring all things to pass. "Why, I will tell you how it is, my dear. Uncle Philip is very busy learning his lessons." The boy stared. "Yes, grown-up people, who mean to be great lawyers, as I believe Uncle Philip does, have to learn lessons like little boys, only much longer and much harder." "When will he have done them?" "Not for a long while yet. But he will make a holiday some soon, and come to see us. I should like to get well before that. Sometimes I think I shall, and sometimes I think not." "Does he expect you will?" "He expects nothing about it. He does not know that I am ill. I do not wish that he should know it, my dears, so, when I feel particularly well, and when I have heard anything that pleases me, I ask Phoebe to bring me the pen and ink, and I write to Uncle Philip." And why does not mamma tell him how you are?" "Ah, why indeed?" muttered Phoebe. "She knows that I do not wish it. Uncle Philip writes charming long letters to me, as I will show you. Bring me my reticule. Here's a large sheet of paper, quite full, you see, under the seal and all. When will you write such long letters, I wonder?" "I shall when I am married, I suppose," said Matilda, again drawing up her little head. "You married, my love! And pray when are you to be married? Mamma often talks of the time when she shall lose me, and of what things have to be done while she has me with her. There is a great deal to be done indeed, love, before that day, if it ever comes." "There are more ways than one of losing a child," observed Phoebe, in her straightforward way. "If Mrs Rowland thinks so long beforehand of the one way, it is to be hoped she keeps Miss Matilda up to the thought of the other, which must happen sooner or later, while marrying may not." "Well, Phoebe," said the old lady, "we will not put any dismal thoughts into this little head. Time enough for that. We will leave all that to Miss Young." Then, stroking Matilda's round cheek, she inquired, "My love, did you ever in your life feel any pain?" "Oh dear, yes, grandmamma. To be sure I have, twice. Why, don't you remember last spring I had a dreadful pain in my head for nearly 2 hours on George's birthday? And last week, after I went to bed, I had such a pain in my arm, I did not know how to bear it." "And what became of it?" "Oh, I found at last I could bear it no longer, and I began to think what I should do. I meant to ring the bell, but I fell asleep." Phoebe laughed with very little ceremony, and grandmamma could not help joining. She supposed Matilda hoped it might be long enough before she had any more pain. "In the night time, certainly," Matilda said. "And not in the daytime?" "Is not the pain as bad in the daytime?" Matilda acknowledged that she should like to be ill in the daytime. Mamma took her on the left when she was ill, and Miss Young was so very sorry for her, and she had something nice to drink. "Then I am afraid, my dear, you don't pity me at all," said grandmamma. "Perhaps you think you would like to live in a room like this, with a sofa and a screen, and Phoebe to wait upon you, and whatever you might fancy to eat and drink. Would you like to be ill as I am?" "Not at present," said Matilda. "Not till I am married. I shall enjoy doting as I like when I am married." "How the child's head runs upon being married!" said Phoebe. "And to suppose what being ill is, doing as one likes, of all odd things!" "I should often like to fly all over the world," said Mrs Enderby, "and to get anywhere out of this room. I am so tired of it. But I know I cannot. So I get books, and read about all the strange places far off that Mungo Park tells us about, and Gulliver, and Captain Parry. And I should often like to sleep at night, when I cannot. And then I get up softly, without waking Phoebe, and look out at the bright stars, and think over all we are told about them, about their being all full of men and women." "Did you know that, George?" asked she, George being now at the window. "Oh, yes," answered Matilda for him. "We know all about those things." "Are falling stars full of men and women?" asked George. "There are none on a star that my father saw fall on the Dingleford road," observed Phoebe. "It wasn't big enough to hold men and women." "Did it fall in the middle of the road?" asked George, turning from the window. "What was it like?" "It was a round thing, as big as a house, and all bright and crystal like," said Phoebe, with absolute confidence. "It blocked up the road from the great oak, as you may remember, close by the second milestone, to the ditch on the opposite side." "Phoebe, are you sure of that?" asked Mrs Enderby, with a face full of anxious doubt. "Ma'am, my father came straight home after seeing it fall, and he let my brother John and me go the next morning early, to bring home some of the splinters." "Oh, well," asked Mrs Enderby, who always preferred believing to doubting, "I have heard of stories falling from the moon. This was a falling star, ma'am." "Can you show me any of the splinters?" asked George, eagerly. "There is nothing whatsoever left of them," said Phoebe. "By the time John and I went, we could not find a piece of crystal so big as my thimble. My father has often laughed at John and me since, for not having been there in time, before it was all gone." "It is a good thing, my dears, depend upon it, as I was saying," observed Mrs Enderby, "to know all such things about the stars, and so on, against the time when you cannot do as you like, and go where you please. Matilda, my jewel, when you are married, as you were talking about, and can please yourself, you will take great care to be kind to your mamma. My dear, if poor mamma should be old and ill, you will always wish to be tender to your mother. Love, I am sure, and will do her more good than anything." "Perhaps mamma won't be ill," replied Matilda. "Then if she is never ill, we will certainly be old, some day, and then you will be as kind to her as ever you can be. Promise me, my love. Your mamma loves you dearly, Matilda. She says I dance better than any girl in Miss Anderson's school. Grandmamma, I heard tell her Miss Levitt so yesterday." "Here comes mamma," said George from the window. "Your mamma, my dear. Phoebe, sweep up the hearth. Hang that curtain straight. Give me that letter. No, not that. The large letter. There! Now put it into my knitting basket. Make haste down, Phoebe, to be ready to open the door for Mrs Rowland. Don't keep her waiting a moment on the steps." "She has not got to the steps yet," said George. "She is talking to Mrs Grey. Mrs Grey was coming here, and mamma went and spoke to her. Oh, Matilda, come and look how they are nodding their bonnets at each other. I think Mrs Grey is very angry. She wags her head about so. There, now she is going away. There she goes across the road, and mamma is coming up from the steps." After a minute or two of silent expectations, Mrs Rowland entered her mother's room. She brought with her a draught of wintry air, which, as she jerked aside her ample silk cloak on taking her seat on the sofa, seemed to chill the invalid, though there was now a patch of colour on each withered cheek. "How much better you look, ma'am," was the daughter's greeting. "I always thought it would be a pity to disturb Philip about you; and now, if he were to see you, he would not believe that you had been ill. Mr Rowland would be satisfied that I am right, I am sure, if he were to come in." "My mistress is nowadays better," said Phoebe, bluntly. "She is not the better for that flush she has got now, but the worse. Never mind, Phoebe, I shall do very well, I dare say," said Mrs Enderby, with a sigh. "Well, my dear, how do you all go on at home?" "Much as usual, ma'am. But that reminds me, Matilda, my own love, Miss Young must be wanting you for your lesson on objects. Go, my dear." "I hope Matilda was come for the day," said Mrs Enderby. "I quite expected she was to stay with me to day. Do let me have her, my dear. It will do me so much good." "You are very kind, ma'am, but it is quite impossible. It is totally out of the question, I assure you, Matilda, my love. Go this instant. We make a great point of the lessons and objects. Pray, Phoebe, tie Miss Rowland's bonnet, and make haste." Phoebe did go, taking leave to observe that little girls were likely to live long enough to know plenty of things, after they had no grandmammas left to be a comfort to. Mrs Enderby struggled to say, "Hush, Phoebe," but she found she could not speak. George desired to go with his sister, and was scarcely allowed time to kiss his grandmamma. While Phoebe was taking the children downstairs, Mrs Rowland wondered that some people allowed their servants to take such liberties as were taken, and gave notice that though she tolerated Phoebe because Phoebe's mistress had taken a fancy to her, she could not allow her family plans to be made a subject of remark to her mother's domestics. Mrs Enderby had not quite decided upon her line of reply, when Phoebe came back, and occupied herself in supplying her mistress first with a freshly heated footstool, and then with a cup of arrowroot. "Where do you get your arrowroot, ma'am?" asked Mrs Rowland. "I want some extremely for my poor dear Anna, and I can procure none that is at all to compare with yours. Mrs Grey was so kind as to send me home, my dear, and it really is excellent." "Phoebe, how much of it is there left?" "I dare say there may be enough for a cup or two for dear little Anna." Phoebe replied that there was very little left, not any more than her mistress would require, before she could grow stronger. Mrs Rowland would not take the rest of the arrowroot on any account. She was only wondering where Mrs Grey got it, and how it was that the Greys always contrived to help themselves to the best of everything. Phoebe was going to observe that they helped their neighbours to good things as well as themselves, but a look from her mistress stopped her. Mrs Enderby remarked that she had no doubt she could learn from Mrs Grey or Sophia, the next time she saw either of them, where they procured their arrowroot. "It is a long time since I saw Mrs Grey," she observed, timidly. "My dear ma'am, how can you think of seeing any one in your present state?" inquired the daughter. "One need but see the flush in your face, to know that it would be highly improper for you to admit company. I could not take the responsibility of allowing it." "But Mrs Grey is not company, my love. Any one is company to an invalid. I assure you I prevented Mr Rowland's coming for the reason I assign. He was coming yesterday, but I would not let him. I should like to see him, however, and I should like to see Mrs Grey too." Under pretence of arranging her mistress's shawl, Phoebe touched the old lady's shoulder in token of intelligence. Mr Enderby was somewhat flurried at the liberty which she felt her maid had taken with her daughter, but she could not notice it now, and she introduced another subject. Had everybody done calling on the Hopes? Were the wedding visits all over? Oh, yes, Mrs Rowland was thankful to say. That fuss was at an end at last. One would think nobody had ever been married before, by the noise that had been made in Deerbrook about this young couple. "Mr Hope is such a favourite," observed Mrs Enderby. "He has been so, but it won't last. I never saw a young man so gone off as he is. He has not been like the same man since he connected himself with the Greys so decidedly. Surely, ma'am, you must perceive that." "It had not occurred to me, my dear. He comes very often, and he is always extremely kind and very entertaining. He brought his bride with him yesterday, which I thought very attentive, as I could not go and pay my respects to her. And really, Priscilla, whether it was that I had not seen her for some time, or that pretty young ladies look prettiest in an old woman's sick room, I thought she was more beautiful than ever." "She is handsome," admitted Mrs Rowland. "Poor thing! It makes one sorry for her, when one thinks what is before her." "What is before her?" asked Mrs Enderby, alarmed. "If she loves her husband at all, she must suffer cruelly in seeing him act as he persists in doing, and she must tremble in looking forward to the consequences. He is quite obstinate about voting for Mr Lowry, though there is not a soul in Deerbrook to keep him in countenance. And everybody knows how strongly Sir William Hunter has expressed himself in favour of Mr Ballinger. It is thought the consequences will be very serious to Mr Hope. There in his almshouse practice at stake, at all events, and I fancy a good many families will have no more to do with him if he defies the Hunters, and goes against the opinions of all his neighbours. His wife must see that he has nobody with him. I do pity the poor young thing." "Dear me," said the old lady, "can nothing be done, I wonder? I declare I am quite concerned. I should hope something may be done. I would take the liberty of speaking to him myself, rather than that any harm should happen to him. He has always been so very kind to me, that I think I could venture to say anything to him. I will turn it over in my mind, and see what can be done. You will not prevail with him, ma'am, I'm afraid, if Mr Grey speaks in vain, as I know he has done. It is not likely that any one else will have any influence over him. No, no, the wilful must be left to their own devices. Whatever you do, ma'am, do not speak to the bride about it, or there is no knowing what you may bring upon yourself." "What could I bring upon myself, my dear? Oh, those who do not see the vixen in that pretty face of hers, have not such good eyes as she has herself. For God's sake, ma'am, do not offend her." Mrs Enderby was now full of concern, and being as unhappy as she could be made for the present, her daughter took her leave. The old lady looked into the fire and sighed for some minutes after she was left alone. When Phoebe re-entered, her mistress declared that she felt quite tired out, and must lie down. Before she closed her eyes, she raised her head again, and said, "Phoebe, I am surprised at you." "Oh, ma'am, you mean about my taking the liberty to make a sign for you. But, ma'am, I trust you will excuse it, because I am sure Mr Hope would have no objection to your seeing Mrs Grey. And, to my thought, there is no occasion to consult with anybody else, and I have no doubt Mrs Grey will be calling again some day soon. just at a time when you are fit to see her. It is not worth any book or anything, ma'am, that I could be carrying over to Mrs Grey's while you are resting yourself, ma'am." "Ah, do so, Phoebe. Carry that book. It is not quite done, but that does not signify. Carry that book over, and give my regards, and beg to know how Mrs Grey and all the family are. And if Mrs Grey should come in this evening," she continued, in excuse to herself for her devices, "I shall be able to find out in a quiet way where she gets her arrowroot, and Priscilla will be glad to know." Whatever it might be that Phoebe said to Alice, and that brought Mrs Grey out into the hall to speak herself to Phoebe, the result was that Mrs Grey's lantern was ordered as soon as it grew dark, and that she arrived in Mrs Enderby's apartment just as the old lady had waked from her doze, and while the few tears that had escaped from under her eyelids before she slept were yet scarcely dried upon her cheeks. Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 19. Home at the Hopes. The evil consequences of Mr Hope's voting for Lawry had not been exaggerated in the anticipations of his friends and vigilant neighbours, and these consequences were rather aggravated than alleviated by the circumstances that Mr Lawry won the election first. The inhabitants of Deerbrook were on the watch for any words which might fall from Sir William or Lady Hunter, and when it was reported that Sir William had frowned and sworn an oath at Mr Hope on hearing how he had voted, and that Lady Hunter had asked whether it was possible that Mr Hope had forgotten under whose interest he held his appointment to attend the almshouses, and the neighbouring hamlet, several persons determined to be beforehand with their great neighbours, and to give the benefit of their family practice to some of the better politics than Mr Hope. In another set of minds, a real fear of Mr Hope as a dangerous person sprang up under the heat of the displeasure of the influential members of society. Such were slow to have recourse to another medical attendant, and undertook the management of the health of their own families till they could find an adviser in whom they could perfectly confide. When Mr Lawry gained the contest, the population of Deerbrook was electrified, and the unpleasantness of their surprise has visited upon the only supporter of Mr Lawry whom the place contained. Wise folks were not wanting who talked of the skill which some persons had in keeping on the winning side, of reasons which time sometimes revealed for persons choosing to be singular, and some remarkable incidents were reported of conversations between Mr Lawry and Mr Hope in the lanes, and of certain wonderful advantages which had lately fallen to one of another of Mr Hope's acquaintances through some strong political interest. Mr Rowland doubted, at his own table, all the news he heard on the subject, and said everywhere that he did not see why a man should not vote as he pleased. Mr Grey was very sorry about the whole affair. He was sorry that there had been any contest at all for the country, as it disturbed the peace of Deerbrook. He was sorry that the candidate he preferred had won, as the fact exasperated the temper of Deerbrook. He was sorry that Hope had voted, detriment of his name and rising fortunes, and he was sorry that he himself had been unable to last to vote for Lawry, to keep his young friend in countenance. It was truly unlucky that he should have passed his promise early to Sir William Hunter not to vote. It was a sad business altogether. It was only to be hoped that it would pass out of people's minds, that things would soon get into their usual train, and that it might be 7 years before there was another election. Hester complained to her husband and sister of the manner in which she was treated by the tradespeople of the place. She had desired to put herself on a footing of acquaintanceship with them, as neighbours and persons with whom there must be a constant transaction of business for life. She saw at once the difference in the relation between tradespeople and their customers, in a large town like Birmingham, and in a village where there is but one baker, where the grocer and hatter are the same personage, and where you cannot fly from your brother. be he ever so much your foe. Hester, therefore, made it her business to transact herself all affairs with the village tradesmen. She began her housekeeping energetically, and might be seen in Mr Jones's open shop up in the coldest morning of January, selecting her joint of meat, or deciding among brown sugars at Tucker's. The grocer's, after the election, she found some difference in the manner of most of the shop people towards her, and she fancied more than there was. With some of these persons there was no more in their minds than the consciousness of having discussed the new family and Mr Hope's vote, and come to a conclusion against his principles. With others, Mrs Rowland's influence had done deeper mischief. A few words dropped by herself, or reports of her sayings circulated by her servants, occasioned dislike or alarm, which Hester's sensitiveness apprehended at once, and forthwith exaggerated. She complained to her husband that she could not go to the shops with any comfort, and that she thought she must turn over the housekeeping to Morris. Margaret remonstrated against this, and, by being her sister's constant companion in her walks of business as well as pleasure, hoped to be able to keep the peace, and to preserve or restore, if need were, a good understanding between parties who could most materially promote or injure such others' comfort. The leisure hours to which she had looked forward with such transport were all chequered with anxiety on this subject. In the intervals of speculation on another matter, to which she found her mind constantly recurring, in spite of her oft repeating conviction that it was no concern of hers where Mr Enderby was, what he was doing, and when he would come, day by day, as she spread her own books before her, or began to write, she wondered at her own listlessness about employments to which she had looked forward with so much eagerness, and when she detected herself gazing into the fire by the half hour together, or allowing the ink to dry in her suspended pen, she found that she was far as ever from deciding whether Hester was not now in the way to be less happy than ever, and how it was that, with all her close friendship with Philip Enderby, of which she had spoken so confidently to Maria, she was now in perfect ignorance of his movements and intentions. The whole was very strange, and, in the experience, somewhat dreary. Her great comfort was Edward. This was a new support, and a strong one; but even here she was compelled to own herself somewhat disappointed. This brotherly relation, for which she had longed all her life, did not bring the fullness of satisfaction which she had anticipated. She had not a fault to find with Edward. She was always called upon by his daily conduct for admiration, esteem, and affection; but all this was not of the profit to her which she had expected. She seemed altered. The flow of his spirits was much moderated; but perhaps this was no loss, as his calmness, his gentle seriousness, and domestic benevolence were brought out more strikingly than ever. Margaret's disappointment lay in the intercourse between themselves. That Edward was reserved, that beneath his remarkable frankness there lay an uncommunicativeness of disposition. No one could before his marriage have made her believe, yet it certainly was so, though Hester and she never discussed Edward's character, more or less, though Hester's love for him, and Margaret's respect for that love, rendered all such conversation impossible. Margaret was perfectly well aware that Hester's conviction on this particular point was the same as her own, that Hester had discovered that she had not fully understood her husband, and that there remained a region of his character into which she had not yet penetrated. Margaret was obliged to conclude that all this was natural and right, and that what she had heard said of men generally was true even of Edward Hope, that there are depths of character where there are not regions of experience, which delay the sympathy and sagacity of woman. However natural and right all this might be, she could not but be sorry for it. It brought disappointment to herself, as she sadly suspected to Hester, while continually and delightedly compelled to honour and regard him more and more, and to rely upon him as she had never before relied. She felt that he did not win, and even did not desire any intimate confidence. She found that she could still say things to Maria which she could not say to him, and that while their domestic conversation rarely flagged, while it embraced a boundless range of fact, and all that they could ascertain of morals, philosophy, and religion, the greatest psychological events, the most interesting experiences of her life, might go forward without express recognition from Edward. Such was her view of the case, and this was the disappointment which, in the early days of her new mode of life, she had to acknowledge to herself and to conceal from all others. One fine bright morning towards the end of January, the sisters set out for their walk, willingly quitting the clear crackling fire within for the sharp air and sparkling pathways without. "Which way shall we go?" asked Margaret. "Oh, I suppose along the high road as usual. How provoking it is that we are prevented, day after day, from getting to the woods by my snow boots not having arrived. We will go by Mrs Howell's, for the chance of their having come." Mrs Howell had new expressions of countenance, the gracious and the prim. Till lately Hester had been favoured with the first exclusively. She was now to be amused with variety, and the prim was offered to her contemplation. Never did Mrs Howell's look more inaccessible than to-day, when she scarcely rose from her stool behind the counter, to learn what was the errand of her customer. "You guess what I am come for, Mrs Howell, I dare say. Have my boots arrived yet?" "I am not aware of their having arrived, ma'am, but Miss Miskin is now occupied in that department. Only consider how the winter is getting on, Mrs Howell, and I can walk nowhere but in the high road, for want of my boot." Mrs Howell curtsied. "Can you not hasten your agent, or help me to buy my boots, one way or another? Is there no one in Deerbrook whom you could employ to make me a pair?" Mrs Howell cast up her hands and eyes. "How do other ladies manage to obtain their boots before the snow comes, instead of after it was melted?" "Perhaps you will ask them yourself, ma'am. I conceive you know all the ladies in Deerbrook. You will find Miss Miskin in that department, ladies, if you wish to investigate." Hester invaded the domain of Miss Miskin, the shoe shop behind the other counter, in the hope of finding something to put on her feet, which should enable her to walk where she pleased. While engaged in turning over the stock, without any help from Miss Miskin, who was imitating Mrs Howell's distant manner with considerable success, a carriage drove up to the door, which could be no other than Sir William Hunter's, and Lady Hunter's voice was accordingly heard the next minute, asking for green sewing silk. The gentle drawl of Mrs Howell's tone conveyed that her countenance had resumed its primary expression. She observed upon the horrors of the fire which had happened at Blickley the night before. Lady Hunter had not heard of it, and the relation therefore followed of the burning down of a house and shop in Bickley, when a nursemaid and baby were lost in the flames. "I should hope it is not true," observed Lady Hunter. "Last night, did you say? Early this morning? There has scarcely been time for the news to arrive of a fire at Blickley early this morning." "It is certainly true, however, my lady. No doubt whatever of the catastrophe, I am grieved to say," and Mrs Howell's sighs were sympathetically responded to by Miss Miskin in the back shop. "But how did you hear it?" asked Lady Hunter. There was no audible answer. There were probably signs and imitations of something, for Lady Hunter made a circuit round the shop, on some pretence, and started in at the door of the shoe parlour, just at the right moment for perceiving, if she so pleased, the beautiful smallness of Hester's foot. Some low murmuring conversation then passed at Mrs Howell's counter, when the words "black servant" alone met Margaret's ear. Hester found nothing that she could wear. The more she pressed for information and assistance about obtaining boots, the more provokingly cool Miss Miskin grew. At last Hester turned to her sister with a hasty inquiry that was to be done. "We must hope for better fortune before next winter, I suppose," said Margaret, smiling. "And wet my feet every day this winter," said Hester, for I will not be confined to the high road for any such reason as this." "Dear me, ma'am, you are warm," simpered Miss Miskin. "I warm! What do you mean, Miss Miskin?" "You are warm, ma'am. Not that it is of any consequence, but you are a little warm at present." "Nobody can charge that upon you, Miss Miskin, I must say," observed Margaret, laughing. "No, ma'am, that they cannot, nor ever will. I am not apt to be warm, and I hope I can excuse. Good morning, ladies." Mrs Howell treated her customers with a swimming curtsey as they went out, glancing at her shop woman the while. Lady Hunter favoured them with a full stare. "What excessive impertinence!" exclaimed Hester, "to tell me that I was warm, and she hoped she could excuse. My husband will hardly believe it." "Oh yes, he will. He knows them for two ignorant silly women, both observing, perhaps, but not worth minding. Have you any other shop to go to?" "Yes, the Tinman's, for a saucepan or two of a size not yet supplied, for which Morris had petitioned." The Tinman was either unable or not very anxious to understand Hester's requisitions. He brought out everything but what was wanted, and was so extremely interested in observing something that was going on over the way, that he was every moment casting glances abroad between the Dutch ovens and fenders that half darkened his window. The ladies at last looked over the way too, and saw a gig containing a black footman standing before the opposite house. "A stranger in Deerbrook," observed Margaret, as they issued from the shop. "I do not wonder that Mr Hill had so little attention to spare for us." The sisters had been so accustomed, during all the years of their Birmingham life, to see faces that they did not know, that they could not yet sympathise with the emotions caused in Deerbrook by the appearance of the stranger. They walked on, forgetting in conversation all about the gig and black servant. Hester had not been pleased by the insufficient attention she had met with in both the shops she had visited, and she did not enjoy her walk as was her wont. As they trod the crisp and glittering snow, Margaret hoped the little Rowlands and Greys were happy in making the snow man, which had been the vision of their imaginations since the winter set in. But Hester cast longing eyes on the dark woods, which sprang from the sheeted meadows, and thought nothing could be so delightful as to wander among them and gather icicles from the boughs, even though the paths should be ankle deep in snow. Just when they were proposing to turn back, a horseman appeared on the ridge of the rising ground over which the road passed. "It is Edward," cried Hester. "I had no idea we should meet him on this road." And she quickened her pace, and her countenance brightened as if she had not seen him for a month. Before they met him, however, the gig with the black footman passed them, the gentleman looking round him, as if in search of some dwelling hereabouts. On approaching Hope, the stranger drew up, touched his hat, and asked a question, and on receiving the answer, bowed, turned round, and repassed Hester as Margaret. Hope joined his wife and sister, and walked his horse beside the path. "Who is that gentleman, Edward?" "I believe it is Mr Foster, the surgeon at Pickley." "What did he want with you?" "He wanted to know whether he was in the right road to the Russell Taylors'." "The Russell Taylors! Your patients?" "Once my patients, but no longer so. It seems that they are Mr Foster's patients now." Hester made no reply. "Can you see from your pathway what is going on below there in the meadow? I see the skaters very busy on the pounds. Why do not you go there instead of walking here every day?" Margaret had to explain the case about the snow boots, for Hester's face was bathed in tears. Edward rallied her gently, but it would not do. She mentioned to him to ride on, and he thought it best to do so. The sisters proceeded in silence, Hester's tears flowing faster and faster. Instead of walking through Deerbrook, she took a back road homewards, and drew down her veil, as ill luck would have it. However, they met Sophia Grey and her sisters, and Sophia would stop. She was about to turn back with them, when she saw that something was the matter, and then she checked herself awkwardly, and wished her cousins good morning, while Fanny and Mary were staring at Hester. "One ought not to mind," said Margaret, half laughing. "There are so many causes for grown people's tears; but I always feel now as I did when I was a child. a shame at being seen in tears, and an excessive desire to tell people that I have not been naughty." "You could not have told Sophia so of me, I am sure," said Hester. "Yes, I could. You are not crying because you have been naughty, but you are naughty because you cry, and that may be cured presently." It was not presently cured, however. During the whole of dinner time, Hester's tears continued to flow, and she could not eat, though she made efforts to do so. Edward and Margaret talked a great deal about skating and snowmen, and about the fire at Bickley, but they came to a stand at last. The footboy went about on tiptoe, and shut the door, as if he had been in a sick room, and this made Hester's short sobs only the more audible. It was a relief when the oranges were on the table at last, and the door closed behind the dinner and the boy. Margaret began to peel an orange for her sister, and Edward poured out a glass of wine. He placed it before her, and then drew his chair to her side, saying, "Now, my dear, let us get to the bottom of all this distress." "No, do not try, Edward. Never mind me. I shall get the better of this by and by. Only let me alone." "Thank you," said Hope, smiling. "I like to see people reasonable. I am to see you sorrowing in this way, and for very sufficient cause, and I am neither to mind your troubles nor my own, but to be as merry as if nothing had happened. Is not this reasonable, Margaret?" "For very sufficient cause," says Hester, eagerly. "Yes, indeed, for very sufficient cause. It must be a painful thing to you to find my neighbours beginning to dislike me, to have the tradespeople impertinent to you on my account, to see my patients leave me and call in somebody from a distance. In the face of all, Deerbrook, it must make you anxious to think what is to become of us, if the discontent continues and spreads, and it must be a bitter disappointment to you to find that to be my wife, it is not to be so happy as we expected." Here is cause enough for tears. In the midst of her grief, Hester looked up at her husband with an expression of gratitude and tenderness which consoled him for her. "I will not answer for it," he continued, "but that we may all three sit down to weep together one of these days." "And then," said Margaret, "Hester will be the first to cheer up and comfort us." "I have no doubt of it," replied Hope. "Meantime, is there anything that you would have done otherwise by me? Was I right or not to vote? And was there anything wrong in my manner of doing it? Is there any cause whatever for repentance?" "None, none," cried Hester. "You have been right throughout. I glory in all you do." "To me it seems that you could not have done otherwise," observed Margaret. "It was a simple, unavoidable act, done with the simplicity of affairs which happen in natural course. I neither repent it for you, nor glory in it. That is just my view of it, Margaret, and it follows that the consequences are to be taken as coming in natural course too. Does not this again simplify the affair, Hester?" "It lights it up," replied Hester. "It reminds me how all would have been if you had acted otherwise than as you did. It is, to be sure, scarcely possible to conceive of such a thing; but if you had not voted, I should have not despised you in any degree, but lost confidence in you a little." "That is a very mild way of putting it," said Hope, laughing. "Thank heaven we are spared that!" exclaimed Margaret. "But, brother, tell us the worst, what you think can come of this displeasure against you. I rather suspect, however, that we have suffered the worst already, in discovering that people can be displeased with you, that being so extremely rare a lot in this world, and especially in the world of a village," replied Hope. "I really do not know what to expect as the rare result of this affair, nor am I anxious to foresee. I never liked the sort of attachment that most of my neighbours have testified for me. It was to their honour, in as far as it showed kindness of heart, but it was unreasonable, so unreasonable that I imagine the opposite feelings which are now succeeding may be just as much in excess. Suppose it should be so, Hester?" "Well, what then?" she asked, sighing. "Suppose our neighbours should send me to Coventry, and my patients should leave me so far as that we should not have enough to live on?" "That would be persecution," cried Hester, brightening. "I could bear persecution, downright persecution." "You could bear seeing your husband torn by lions in the amphitheatre," said Margaret, smiling. But a toss of Mrs Howell's head is unendurable," said Hope, with solemnity. Hester looked down, blushing like a chidden child. "But almost this persecution," said she, What made you ask those questions just now? I find my neighbours more angry with me than I could have supposed possible, my dear. I have been treated with great and growing rudeness for some boys. In a place like this, you know, offences seldom come alone. If you do a thing which a village public does not approve, there will be offence in whatever else you say and do for some time after, and I expect that is my case now. I may be mistaken, however, and whatever happens, I hope, my love, we shall all be to the last degree careful not to see what offence where it is not intended. Not to do the very thing we are suffering under ourselves, observed Margaret. We will not watch our neighbours and canvass their opinions of us by our own fireside, said Hope. We will conclude them all to be our friends till they give us clear evidence to the contrary. Shall it not be so, love? I know what you mean, said Hester, with some resentment in her voice and manner. You cannot trust my temper in your affairs, and you are perfectly right. My temper is not to be trusted. Very few are, in the first agonies of unpopularity, and such faith in one's neighbours as shall supersede watching them ought hardly to be looked for in the atmosphere of Deerbrook. We must all look to ourselves. I understand you, said Hester. I take the lesson home. I assure you, it is clear to me, though your cautious phrase, the we and all of us and ourselves. But remember this, that people are not made alike, and are not able, and not intended to feel alike. And if some have less power than others over their sorrow, at least over their tears, it does not follow that they cannot bear as well what they have to bear. If I cannot sit looking at Margaret does, peeling oranges and philosophizing, it may not be that I have less strength at my heart, but that I have more at stake. More. Hope started from her side, and leaned against the mantelpiece, covering his face with his hands. At this moment the boy entered with a message from a patient in the next street, who wanted Mr Hope. "Oh, do not leave me, Edward! Do not leave me at this moment!" cried Hester. "Come back for 5 minutes." Hope quietly said that he should return presently, and went out. When the hall door was heard to close behind him, Hester flung herself down on the sofa. Whatever momentary resentment Margaret might have felt at her sister's words, it vanished at the sight of Hester's attitude of wretchedness. She sat on a footstool behind the sofa, and took her sister's hand in hers. "You are kinder to me than I deserve," murmured Hester. "But, Margaret, mind what I say. Never love, and never marry, Margaret." Margaret laid her hand on her sister's shoulder, saying, "Stop here, Hester, while I was the only friend you had. It was right and kind to tell me all that was in your heart. But now that there is one nearer and dearer, and far, far worthier than I can hear nothing like this. Nor are you fit just now to speak of these serious things. You are discomposed. One would think you were echoing Miss Miskin, Margaret. You are warm, ma'am. But you must hear this much. I insist upon it. If you would have heard me, you would have found that I was not going to say a word about my husband, inconsistent with all the love and honour you would have him enjoy. I assure you, you might trust me not to complain of my husband. I have no words in which to say how noble he is. But oh, it is all true about the wretchedness of married life. I am wretched, Margaret." "So I see," said Margaret in deep sorrow. "Life is a blank to me. I have no hope left. I am neither wiser, nor better, nor happier for God having given me all that should make a woman what I meant to be. What can God give me more than I have?" "I was just thinking so," said Margaret mournfully. "What follows then? Not that all married people are unhappy because you are." "Yes, oh yes, all who are capable of happiness, all who can love. The truth is, there is no perfect confidence in the world. There is no rest for one's heart. I believed there was, and I am disappointed. And if you believe there is, you will be disappointed too, I warn you. I shall not neglect your warning, but I do believe there is rest for rational affections. I am confident there is, if the primary condition is fulfilled, if there is repose in God together with human love. You think that trust in God is wanting in me?" "Do let us speak of something else," said Margaret. "We are wrong to think and talk of ourselves as we do. There is something sickly about our state while we do so, and we deserve to be suffering as we are." Come, let us be up and doing. Let me read to you, or will you practise with me till Edward comes back?" "Not till you have answered my question, Margaret. Do you believe that my wretchedness is from want of trust in God?" "I believe," said Margaret, seriously, "that all restless and passionate suffering is from that cause. And now, Hester, no more." Hester allowed Margaret to read to her, but it would not do. She was too highly wrought up for common interests. The reading was broken off by her hysterical sobs, and it was clear that the best thing to be done was to get her to bed, under Morris's care, that all alienating conversation might be avoided. When Mr Hope returned, he found Margaret sitting alone at the tea table. If she had had no greater power of self-control than her sister, Edward might have been made wretched enough, for her heart was full of dismay. But she felt the importance of the duty of supporting him, and he found her, though serious, apparently cheerful. "I have sent Hester to bed," said she, as he entered. "She was worn out." "Yes, just go and speak to her, but do not give her the opportunity of any more conversation till he has slept. Tell her that I am going to send her some tea, and by that time yours will be ready." "Just one word upon the events of to-day," said Hope, as he took his seat at the tea table, after having reported that Hester was tolerably composed. "Just one word, and no more. We must avoid bringing emotions to a point, giving occasion for—" "I entirely agree with you," said Margaret. "She requires to be drawn out of herself. She cannot bear that opening of the sluices, which is a benefit and comfort to some people. Let us keep them shut, and when it comes to acting, see how she will act." "Bless you for that," was on Hope's lips, but she did not say it. Tea was soon dismissed, and he then took up the newspaper, and when that was finished, he found he could not read to Margaret. He must write. He had a case to report for a medical journal. "I hope I have not spoiled your evening," said Hester, languidly. When her sister went to bid her good night, "I have been listening, but I could not hear you either laughing or talking." "Because we have been neither laughing nor talking. My brother has been writing." "Writing? To whom? To Emily or to Anne?" "To a far more redoubtable person than ever. To the editor of some one of those green and blue periodicals that he devours, as if they were poetry. And I have been copying music. How tired you look! Well, then, good night." Margaret might well look tired, but she did not go to rest for long. How should she rest while her soul was sick with dismay, her heart weighed down with disappointment, her sister's sobs still sounding in her ear, her sister's agonized countenance rising up from moment to moment as often as she closed her eyes? And all this within the sacred enclosure of home, in the very sanctuary of peace. All this where love has guided the suffering one to marriage, where there was present neither sickness nor calumny nor guilt, but the very opposes of all these. Could it then be true that the only sanctuary of peace is in the heart? That while love is in the master passion of humanity, the mainspring of human action, the crowning interest of human life, while it is ordained, natural, inevitable, it should issue as if it were discountenanced by Providence, unnatural, and to be repelled? Could it be so? Was Hester's warning against love, against marriage, reasonable, and to be regarded? That warning Margaret thought she could never put aside, so heavily had it sunk upon her heart, crushing she knew not what there. If it was not reasonable warning, whither should she turn for consolation for Hester? If this misery arose out of an incapacity in Hester herself for happiness in domestic life, then farewell sisterly comfort, farewell all the bright visions she had ever indulged on behalf of one who had always been her nearest and dearest. Instead of these, there must be struggle and grief, far deeper than the anxious years that were gone. Struggle with an evil which must grow, if it does not diminish, and grief for an added sufferer, for one who deserved blessing where he was destined to receive torture. This was not the first time by a hundred that Hester had kept Margaret from her pillow, and then driven rest from it; but never had the trial been so great as now. There had been anxiety formerly; now there was something like despair, after an interval of hope and comparative ease. Mankind are ignorant enough, Heaven knows, both in the mass about general interests, and individually about the things which belong to their peace. But of all mortals, none perhaps are so awfully self-deluded as the unamiable. They do not, any more than others, sin for the sake of sinning, but the amount of woe caused by their selfish unconsciousness is such as may well make their weakness an equivalent for other men's gravest crimes. There is a great diversity of hiding places for their consciences, many mansions in the dim prison of discontent. But it may be doubted whether, in the hour when all shall be uncovered to the eternal day, there will be revealed a lower deep than the hell which they have made. They perhaps are only order of evil ones who suffer hell without seeing and knowing that it is hell. But they are under a heavier curse than it was. They inflict torments, second only to their own, with an unconscious almost worthy of spirits of light, while they complacently conclude themselves the victims of others, or pronounce inwardly or aloud that they are too singular or too refined for common appreciation. They are putting in modern motion an energy of torture whose aspect will one day blast their mind's sight. The dumb groans of their victims will sooner or later return upon their ears from the depths of the heaven to which the sorrows of men daily ascend. The spirit sinks under the prospect of the retribution of the unamiable. If all that happens to be indeed for eternity, if there be indeed a record, an impress on someone or other human spirit, of every chilling frown, of every querulous tone, of every bitter jest, of every insulting word, of all abuses of that tremendous power which mind has over mind, the throbbing pulses, the quivering nerves, the wrung hearts that surround the unamiable, what a cloud of witness is here, and what plea shall avail against them? The terror of innocence who should know no fear, the vindictive emotions of dependents who dare not complain, the faintness of heart of lifelong companions, the anguish of those who love, the unholy exultation of those who hate. What an array of judges is here! And where can appeal be lodged against their sentence? Is pride of singularity a rational plea? Is super-refinement or circumstance of God, or uncongeniality in man, a sufficient ground of appeal? When the refinement of one is a grace granted for the luxury of all, when circumstance is given to be conquered, and uncongeniality is appointed for discipline, the sensualist has brutified the seraphic nature with which he was endowed. The depredator has intercepted the rewards of toil, and marred the image of justice, and dimmed the lustre of faith in men's minds. The imperial tyrant has invoked a whirlwind to lay waste for an hour of God's eternal year some region of society. But the unamiable, the domestic torturer, has heaped wrong upon wrong, and woe upon woe, though the whole portion of time which was given into his power, till it could be rash to say that any others are more guilty than he. If there be hope or solace for such, is that there may have been tempers about him, the opposite of his own. It is matter of humiliating gratitude that were some which he could not ruin, and that he was the medium of discipline by which they were exercised in forbearance, in divine forgiveness and love. If there be solace in such an occasional result, let it be made the most of by those who need it, for it is the only possible alleviation to their remorse. Let them accept it as the free gift of a mercy which they have insulted, and a long suffering which they have defined. Not thus, however, did Margaret regard the case of her sister. She had but of late ceased to suppose herself in the wrong when Hester was unhappy, and though she was now relieved from the responsibility of her sister's peace, she was slow to blame, reluctant to class the case lower than as one of infirmity. Her last waking thoughts, as they were very late, were of pity and of prayer. As the door closed behind Margaret, Hope had flung down his pen. In one moment she had returned for a book, and she found him by the fireside, leaning his head upon his arms against the wall. There was something in his attitude which started her out of her wish for her book, and she quietly withdrew without it. He turned and spoke, but she was gone. So this is home, thought he, as he surveyed the room, filled as it was with tokens of occupation and appliances of domestic life. It is home to be more lonely than ever before. and yet never to be alone with my secret, at my own table, by my own hearth. I cannot look up into the faces around me, nor say what I am thinking. In every act and every word I am in danger of disturbing the innocent, even of sullying the pure, and of breaking the bruised reed. Would to God I had never seen them! How have I abhorred bondage all my life! And I am in bondage every hour that I spend at home. I have always insisted that there was no bondage, but in guilt. Is it so? If it be so, then I am either guilty or in reality free. I have settled this before. I am guilty, or rather I have been guilty, and this is my retribution. Not guilty towards Margaret, thank God. I have done her no wrong. Thank God I have never been in her eyes what I must not think of, nor could I ever have been if she loves Enderby, I am certain, though she does not know it herself. It is a blessing that she loves him. If I could not always feel it so, I am not guilty towards her, nor towards Hester, except in the weakness of declining to inflict that suffering upon her which, fearful as it must have been, might perhaps have proved less than, with all my care, she must undergo now. There was my fault. I did not, I declare, I seek to attach her. I did nothing wrong so far, but I dared to measure suffering, to calculate consequences, presumptuously and vainly, and this is my retribution. How would it have been if I had allowed them to go back to Birmingham, and had been haunted with the image of her there? But of why go over this again, when my very soul is weary of it all? It lies behind, and let it be forgotten. The present is what I have to do with, and it is quite enough. I have cruelly injured myself, and I must bear with myself. Here I am, charged with the duty of not casting my shadow over the innocent, and of strengthening the infirm. I have a clear duty before me. That is one blessing. The innocent will soon be taken from under my shadow. I trust so, for my duty there is almost too hard. How she would confide in me, and I must not let her, and must continually disappoint her, and suffer in her affection. I cannot be to her what our relation warrants, and all the while her thoughts are my thoughts. But this will never do. It is enough that she trusts me, and that I deserve that she should. This is all that I can ever have or hope for, but I have won thus much, and I shall keep it. Not a doubt or fear, not a moment's ruffle of spirits, shall she ever experience from me. As for my own poor sufferer, what months and years are before us both! What a discipline before she can be at peace! If she were to look forward as I do, her heart would sink as mine does, and perhaps she would try. But we must not look forward. If her heart must not sink, I must keep it up. She has strength under her weakness, and I must help her to bring it out and use it. There must be, peace in store for such generosity of spirit as lies under the jealousy, for such devotedness, for such power. Margaret says, when it comes to acting, see how she will act. Oh, that it might please Heaven to send such adversity as would prove to herself how nobly she can act! If some strong call in her power would come in aid of what I would fain do for her, I care not what it is. If I can only witness my own wrong repaired, if I can but see her blessed from within, let all other things be as they may. The very thought frees me, and I breathe again. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 20. Enderby News. "Mamma, what do you think Fanny and Mary Grey say?" asked Matilda of her mother. "My dear, I wish you would not tease me with what the Greys say. They say very little that is worth repeating." "Well, but you must hear this, mamma. Fanny and Mary were walking with Sophia yesterday, and they met Mrs Hope and Miss Ibbotson in Turnstile Lane, and Mrs Hope was crying so, you can't think." "Indeed! Crying! What, In the middle of the day?" "Yes, just before dinner. She had her veil down, and she did not want to stop, evidently, mamma. I would wonder if she did," observed Mr Rowland from the other side of the newspaper he was reading. "If Dr and Mrs Levitt were to come in the next time you cry, Matilda, you would not want to stay in the parlour, evidently, I should think. For my part, I never show my face when I am crying." "You cry, papa!" cried little Anna. "Do you ever try?" "Have you never found me behind the deals, or among the sacks in her granary, with my finger in my eye?" "No, papa." "Do show us how you look when you cry." Mr Rowland's face, all dolefulness, emerged from behind the newspaper, and the children shouted. "But," said Matilda, observing that her mother's brow began to lower, "I think it is very odd that Mrs Hope did not stay at home if she wanted to cry. It is so very odd to go crying about the streets." "I dare say Deerbrook is very much obliged to her," said papa. "I will be something to talk about for a week." "But what could she be crying for, papa? Suppose you ask her, my dear." "Had you not better put on your bonnet, and go directly to Mr Hope's, and ask, with our compliments, what Mrs Hope was crying for at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon? Of course she can tell better than anybody else." "Nonsense, Mr Rowland," observed his lady. "Go, children, it is very near school time." "No, mamma, not by Go, I insist upon it, Matilda. I will have you do as you bid. Go, George. Go, Anna. Now, my love, did I not tell you so long ago? Do not you remember my observing to you how coldly Mr Hope took our congratulations on his engagement in the summer? I was sure there was something wrong. They are not happy, depend upon it. What a charming discovery that would be! You are very provoking, Mr Rowland. I do believe you try to imitate Mr Grey's dry way of talking to his wife. I thought I had heard you admire that way, my dear." "For her, yes. It does very well for a woman like her. But I beg you will not try it upon me, Mr Rowland." "Well, then, Mrs Rowland, I am going to be as serious as ever I was in my life, when I warn you how you breathe such a suspicion as that the Hopes are not happy. Remember you have no evidence whatever about the matter when you offered Mr Hope your congratulations. He was feeble from illness, and probably too much exhausted at the moment to show any feeling one way or another. And as for this crying fit of Mrs Hope's, no one is better able than you, my dear, to tell how many causes there may be for ladies' tears besides being unhappily married. Pray, Mr Rowland, make yourself easy, I beg. Whom do you suppose I should mention such a thing to? You have already mentioned it to yourself and me, my dear, which is just 2 persons too many. Not a word more on the subject, if you please." Mrs Rowland saw that this was one of her husband's authority days, rare days, when she could not have her own way, and her quiet husband was really formidable. She buckled on her armour, therefore, forth while that armour was silence. Mr Rowland was sufficiently aware of the process now to be gone through, to avoid speaking. When he knew he should obtain no reply, he finished his newspaper without further remark, looked out a book from the shelves, half whistling all the while, and left the room. Meantime the children had gone to the schoolroom, disturbing Miss Young nearly an hour too soon. Miss Young told them she was not at liberty, and when she heard that her mamma had sent them away from the drawing room, she asked why they could not play as usual. It was so cold. How did George manage to play? George had not to come in with the rest. If he could play, so could they. The little girls had no doubt George would present himself soon. They did not know where he had run, but he would soon have enough of the cold abroad, or of the dullness of the nursery. In another moment Miss Young was informed of the fact of Hester's tears of yesterday, and, much as she wanted the time she was deprived of, she was glad the children had come to her that this piece of gossip might be stopped. She went somewhere at length with them into the subject of tears, showing that it is very hasty to conclude that any one has been doing wrong, even in the case of a child's weeping, and much more with regard to grown people. When they had arrived at wondering whether some poor person had been begging of Mrs Hope, or whether one of Mr Hope's patients that she carried about was very ill, or whether anybody had been telling her an affecting story, Miss Young brought them to see that they ought not to wish to know, that they should no more desire to read Mrs Hope's thoughts than to look over her shoulder while she was writing a letter. She was just telling them a story of a friend of hers who called on an old gentleman, and found him in very low spirits, with his eyes all red and swollen, and how her friend did not know whether to take any notice, and how the truth came out, that the old gentleman had been reading a touching story. She was just coming to an end of this anecdote, when the door opened and Margaret entered, holding George by the hand. Margaret looked rather grave, and said, "I thought I had better come to you first, Maria, for an explanation which you may be able to give. Do you know who sent little George with a message to my sister just now? I concluded you did not. George has been calling at my brother's door, with his papa's and mamma's compliments, and a request to know what Mrs Hope was crying for yesterday at 4 o'clock." Maria covered her face with her hands, with as much shame as if she had been in fault, while "Oh, George" was reproachfully uttered by the little girls. "Matilda," said Miss Young, "I trust you to go straight to your papa, without saying a word of his trust to any one else, and to ask him to come here this moment. I trust you, my dear." Matilda discharged her trust. She peeped into the drawing room, and popped out again without speaking. When she saw papa was no longer there, she found him in the office, and brought him without giving any hint of what had happened. She was full of concern, of course, said that she could not blame George, though he was certainly much surprised; that it would be a lesson to him not to use irony with children, since even the broadcast might be thus misunderstood; and that a little family scene had thus been laid open, which he should hardly regret if it dully impressed his children with the folly and unkindness of village gossip. He declared he could not be satisfied without apologizing. Well, then, without explaining to Mrs Hope how it had happened; and he would do it, though the medium of Mr Hope; for, to say the truth, he was ashamed to face Mrs Hope till his peace was made. Margaret laughed at this, and begged him to go home with her; but he preferred stepping over to Mrs Enderby's, where Mr Hope had just been seen to enter. Mr Rowland concluded by saying that he should accept it as a favour in Miss Ibbotson, as well as Miss Young, if she would steadily refuse to gratify any impertinent curiosity shown by his children. In whatever direction it might show itself, they were exposed to great danger from example in Deerbrook, like most children brought up in small villages, he supposed; and he owned he dreaded the idea of his children growing up the scourges to society that he considered foolish and malignant gossips to be. "Do sit down, Margaret," said Maria. "I shall feel uncomfortable when you are gone, if you do not stay a minute to turn our thoughts to something pleasanter than this terrible mistake of poor George's." "I cannot stay now, however," said Margaret, smiling. "You know I must go and turn my sister's thoughts to something pleasanter. There she is, sitting at home, waiting to know how all this has happened, whether she has not been insulted. You are right, Margaret. Take haste back to her, and beg her pardon for us all. Shall she not, children, if she will be so kind?" Margaret was overwhelmed with the petitions for pardon she had to carry, and not one of the children asked what Mrs Hope had been crying for, after all. Hester looked up anxiously as Margaret entered the drawing room at home. "It's all a trifle," said Margaret gaily. "How can it be a trifle? The little Greys told what they saw yesterday, of course, and one of the little Rowlands wondered what was the reason. Children can never understand what grown people, who have no lessons to learn, can cry for, you know. And Mr Rowland, to make their gossip ridiculous to themselves, told them they had better come and ask; and poor George, who cannot take a joke, came without only one knowing where he was gone. They were all in great consternation when I told them; and there is an ample apology coming to you through Edward. That is the whole story, except that Mr Rowland would have come himself to you, instead of going to your husband, but that he was ashamed of his joke. So there is an end of that silly matter, unless it be to make George always ask henceforth whether people are in joke or in earnest." "I think Mr Rowland might have come to me," observed Hester. "Are you sure Mrs Rowland had nothing to do with it?" "I never saw her nor heard of her. You had better not go out to day. It is so like snow. I shall be back soon; but as I have my bonnet on, I shall go and see Johnny Rye and his mother. Can I do anything for you? Oh, my snow boots! But I would not have you to go to Mrs Howell's. while she is in such a mood as she was in yesterday. I would not go myself." "Oh, I will go. I am not afraid of Mrs Howell, and we shall have to encounter her again sooner or later. I will buy something, and then see what my diplomacy will effect about the boots." Mr Hope presently came in, and found his wife prepared for the apology he brought from Mr Rowland; but it was obvious that Hope's mind was far more occupied with something else. "Where is Margaret?" "She is gone out to Widow's Rye, and to Mrs Howell's." "No matter where, as long as she is out. I want to consult you about something." And she drew a chair to the fire, and told that he had visited Mrs Enderby, whom she found very poorly, apparently from agitation of spirits. She had died a few tears on reporting her health, and had dropped something which he could not understand about this being almost the last time she should be able to speak freely to him. Hester anxiously hoped that the good old lady was not really going to die. There was no near probability of this, her husband assured her. He thought Mrs Enderby referred to some other change than dying; but what she did not explain. She had gone on talking in rather an excited way, and at last hinted that she supposed she should not see her son for some time, as Mrs Rowland had intimated that he was fully occupied with the young lady he was going to be married to. Mrs Enderby plainly said that she had not heard this from Philip himself, but he seemed to entertain no doubt of the truth of the information she had received. She appeared to be struggling to be glad at the news, but it was clear that the uppermost feeling was disappointment at leaving no immediate prospect of seeing her son. "Now, what are we to think and do?" said Hope. "This agrees with what Mrs Rowland told me in Dingleford woods 6 months ago," said Hester; "and I suppose what she then said may have been true all this time. How does that agree with his conduct to Margaret? Or am I mistaken in what I have told you I have thought about that? Seriously, very seriously, how do you suppose the case stands with Margaret? I know no more than you. I think he went further than he ought. If he was thinking of another, and but for this conduct since, I should have quite concluded, from some observations that I have made, that he was attached to Margaret. And she certainly likes him very well, but I can hardly fancy her happiness at stake. I have thought her spirit rather flat of late." Hope sighed deeply. "Ah, you may well sigh," said Hester, sighing herself, and sinking back in her chair. "You know what I am going to say. I thought I might be the cause of her being less gay than she should be. I have disappointed her expectations, I know. But let us talk only of her. Yes, let us talk only of her, till we have settled what is our duty to her. Ought we to tell her of this or not?" Both considered long. At length Hester said: "I think she ought to hear it quietly at home first, whether it be true or not, to prepare her for anything that may be reported abroad. Perhaps if you were to drop, as we sit together here, what Mrs Enderby said." "No, no, not I," said Hope, quickly. He went on more calmly: "Her sister and bosom friend is the only person to do this, if indeed it ought to be done. What the news may be untrue, and then she need, perhaps, never hear it. Do not let us be in a hurry." Hester thought that if Margaret felt nothing more than friendship for Enderby, she would still consider herself ill used, for the friendship had been so close, and one that she might reasonably expect that she should not be left to learn such an event as this from common report. But was it certain, Hope asked, that she had anything new to learn? Was it certain that she was not in his confidence all this time? That she had not known 10 times as much as Mrs Rowland from the beginning? Certainly not from the beginning, Hester said; and she had a strong persuasion that Margaret was as ignorant as themselves of Enderby's present proceedings and intentions. At this moment a note was brought in. It was from Mrs Enderby to Mr Hope, written hurriedly, and blistered with tears. It told that she had been extremely wrong in mentioning to him prematurely what was uppermost in her mind about a certain family affair, and begged the great favour of him to keep to himself what she had divulged, and, if possible, to forget it. Once more Mr Hope unconsciously sighed. It was at the idea that he should forget such a piece of intelligence. "Poor old lady!" said Hester. She has been taken the task, I suppose, for relieving her mind to you. But, Edward, this looks more and more as if the news were true. My darling Margaret, how will it be with her? Does it not look too like being true love? It looks as if Enderby's family all believed it, certainly. This note settles the matter of our duty, however. If the affair is so private that Mrs Enderby is to be punished for telling me, it is hardly likely that Margaret will hear it by outdoor chance. You are spared the task of the present at least, my dear. I should like to be sure that Margaret does not love, that she might pass through life without loving," said Hester, sighing. "But here she comes. Burn the note." The note curled in the flames, was consumed, and its ashes fluttered up the chimney, and Margaret did not enter. She had gone straight upstairs. She did not come down till dinner was on the table. She was then prepared with the announcement that the snow boots might be looked for very soon. She told of her visit to Widow's Rye, and had something to say of the probability of snow, but she was rather absent, and she took wine. These were all the circumstances that her anxious sister could fix upon during dinner. For silent comment after dinner, having eaten an orange with something like avidity, Margaret withdrew for a very few minutes. As the door closed behind her, Hester whispered, "She has heard. She knows. Is it not so?" "There is no problem about it," replied Hope, examining the screen he held in his hand. "I wonder who can have told her. Tellers of bad news are never wanting, especially in Deerbrook," said Hope, with bitterness of tone which Hester had never heard from him before. Margaret took up the other screen, which she returned, and played with it till the table was cleared, so that she could have the use of her work box. It was Morris who removed the dessert. "Morris," said Mr Hope, as she was leaving the room, "I want Charles. Pray and send him." "Charles is out, sir." "Out! When will he be back?" "He will be back presently," said Margaret. "I sent him with a note to Maria." As she leant over her work again, Hester and her husband exchanged glances. An answer from Maria soon arrived. Margaret read it as she sat, her brother and sister carefully withdrawing her observation from her. Whatever else might be in the note, she read aloud in the latter part 2 or 3 lines relating in the incident of the morning. Her voice was husky, but her manner was grey. During the whole evening she was gay. She insisted on making tea, and was too quick with the kettle for Edward to help her. She proposed music, and she sang song after song. Hester was completely relieved about her, and even Edward gave himself up to the hope that all was well with her. From music they got to dancing. Margaret had learned, by sitting with Maria during her children's dancing lesson, a new dance which had struck her fancy, and they must be ready with it next week at Dr Levitt's, alternately playing the dance and teaching it. She ran from the piano to them, and from them to the piano, till they were perfect, and her face was as flushed as it could possibly be at Mrs Levitt's dance next week. But in the midst of this flush, Hope saw a shiver, and Hester remarked that during the teaching, Margaret had, evidently without being aware of it, squeezed her hand with a force which could not have been supposed to be in her. These things made Hope still doubt. Chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 21. Consciousness to the Unconscious. Mr Hope might well doubt. Margaret was not gay, but desperate. Yes, even the innocent may be desperate under circumstances of education and custom, by which feelings natural and inevitable are made occasions of shame, while others, which are wrong, and against the better nature of man, bask in daylight and impunity. There was not a famishing wretch prowling about a baker's door, more desperate than Margaret this day. There was not a gambler setting his teeth while watching the last turn of the die, more desperate than Margaret this day. If there was a criminal standing above a sea of faces with the abominable executioner's hands about his throat, Margaret was, for the time, as wretched as he. If any asked why it should be thus with one who has done no wrong, the answer is, why there is pride in human heart, Why is there a particular nurture of this pride into womanly reserve? Why is it that love is the chief experience and almost the only object of a woman's life? Why is it that it is almost painful to beings who look before and after, who have the one hope of existence dashed away, the generous faith outraged, all self-confidence overthrown, life in one moment made dreary as the desert, heaven itself overclouded, and death all the while standing at such a wary distance that there is no refuge within the horizon of endurance? Be these things right or wrong, they are, and while they are, will the woman who loves unrequited feel desperate on the discovery of her loneliness, and the more pure and proud, innocent and humble, the more lonely. For some little time past, Margaret had been in a state of great tranquillity about Philip, a tranquillity which she now much wondered at. Now that it was all over, she had had an unconscious faith in him, and, living in this faith, she had forgotten herself. She had not thought of the future. She had not felt impatient for any change, often as she wished for his presence, irksome as she had sometimes felt it to know nothing of him from week to week. She had been tacitly satisfied that she was in his thoughts as she was in hers, and this had been enough for the time. What an awakening from this quiescent state was hers this day! It was from no other than Dr Levitt that she had heard in the morning that Mr Enderby was shortly going to be married to Miss Mary Bruce. Dr Levitt was at Widow's Rye when Margaret went, and had walked part of the way home with her. During the walk, this piece of news had dropped out. While they were talking of Mrs Enderby's health, all that Dr Levitt knew of Miss Mary Bruce was, that she was of sufficiently good family and fortune to make the Rowlands extremely well satisfied with the match, that Mrs Enderby had never seen her, and that it would be some time before she could see her, as the whole family of the Bruces was at home for the winter. When Dr Levitt parted from Margaret at the gate of the churchyard, these last words contained the hope she clung to, a hope which might turn into the deepest reason for despair. Philip had certainly not been abroad. Was it likely that he should lately have become engaged to any young lady who had been some time in Rome? It was not likely. But then, if it was true, he must have been long engaged. He must have been engaged at the time of his last visit of 6 days, when he had talked over his views of life with Margaret, and been so anxious to obtain hers. He must sure have been engaged in the summer, when she found Tyke in the desk, and when he used to spend so many evenings at the Greys. Certainly not on Hester's account. At one moment she was confident all this would not be. She was relieved. She stepped lightly. The next moment a misgiving came that it was all too true. The weight fell again upon her heart. She lost breath, and it was intolerable to have to curtsy to Mrs James, and to answer the butcher's inquiry about the meat that had been ordered. If these people would only go on with their own business, and take no notice of her! Then again the thought occurred that she knew Philip better than any, than even his own family, and that, say what they might, he was all her own. In these changes of mood she had got through dinner. The dominant idea was then that she must, by some means or other, obtain certainty. She thought of Maria. Maria was likely to know the facts from her constant intercourse with the Rowlands, and besides, there was certainly a something in Maria's mind in relation to Philip, a keen insight, which might be owing to the philosophical habit of her mind, or to something else, but which issued in information about him which it was surprising that she could obtain. She seldom spoke of him, but when she did, it was wonderfully to the purpose. Margaret thought she could learn from Maria, in a very simple and natural way, that which she so much wished to know, and when she left the room after dinner, it was to write the note which might bring certainty. Dear friend, I saw Dr Levitt this morning while I was out, and he told me, with all possible assurance, that Mr Enderby is going to be married, very shortly, to a young lady at Rome, Miss Mary Bruce. Now this is true or it is not. If true, you are as well aware as we are, that we are entitled to have known it otherwise, and earlier than by the common report. If not true, the rumour should not be allowed to spread. If you know anything certainly, one way or the other, pray tell us. Yours affectionately, Margaret Ibbotson. The we and us were not quite honest, but Margaret meant to make them as nearly so as possible by ex post facto communication with her brother and sister. a resolution so easily made, that it did not occur to her how difficult it might be to execute. While her messenger was gone, she wrought herself up to a resolution to bear the answer, whatever it might be, with the same quietness with which she must bear the whole of her nature life, if Dr Levitt's news should prove to be founded in fact. The door opening seemed to prick the nerves of her ears. Her heart heaved to her throat at the sight of the white paper, yet it was with neatness that she broke the seal, and with a steady hand that she held the note to read it. The handwriting was only too distinct. It seemed to burn itself in upon her brain. All was over. Dear Margaret, I do not know where Dr Levitt got his news, but I believe it is true. Mrs Rowland pretends to absolute certainty about her brother's engagement to Miss Bruce, and it is from this that others speak so positively about it. Whatever are the grounds that Mrs R. goes upon, there are others which afford a strong presumption that she is right. Some of these may be known to you. They leave no doubt in my mind that the report is true. As to the failure of confidence in his friends, what can be said, unless by the way of reminder of the old truth that, by the blessing of heaven, wrongs, be they but deep enough, may chasten a human temper into something divine. George has been very grave for the last 3 hours, pandering, I fancy. What irony can be for? Your sister will not grudge him his lesson, though afforded at her expense. Yours affectionately, Maria Young. Wrongs, thought she. Maria goes too far when she speaks of wrongs. There was nothing in my note to bring such an expression in answer. It is going too far. This was but the irritability of a racked soul, needing to spend its agony somewhere. The remembrance of the conversation with Maria held so lately, and of Maria's views of Philip's reaction to her, returned upon her, and her soul melted within her. She felt that Maria had understood her better than she did herself, and was justified in the words she had used. Under severe calamity, to be endured alone, evil thoughts sometimes come before good ones. Margaret was, for an hour or two, possessed with the bad spirit of defiance. Her mind sank back into what it had been in her childhood, when she had hidden herself in the lumber room, or behind the water tub, for many hours, to make the family uneasy, because she had been punished. In the days when she bore every infliction that her father dared to try, with apparent concern, rather than show to watchful eyes that she was moved. In the days when the slightest concussion would dissolve her stubbornness in an instant, but when, to get rid of a life of contradiction, she had had serious thoughts of cutting her throat, had gone to the kitchen door to get the carving knife, and had been much disappointed to find the servants at dinner, and the knife tray out of reach. This spirit, so long ago driven out by the genial influences of family love, by the religion of an expanding intellect and the solace of appreciation, now came back to inhabit the purified bosom which had been kept carefully swept and garnished. It was the motion of the spirit, uneasy in its unfit abode, that showed itself by the shiver, the flushed cheek, the clenching hand, and the flashing eye. It kept whispering wicked things. I will baffle and deceive Maria. She shall withdraw her pity, and laugh at it with me. I defy Edward and Hester. They shall wonder how it is that my fancy alone is free, that my heart alone is untouched, that the storms of life pass over my head, and dare not lower. I will humble Philip, and convince him. But no, it would not do. The abode was too lowly and too pure for the evil spirit of defiance. The demon did not wait to be cast out, but as Margaret sat down in her chamber, alone with her lot, to face it as she might, the strange inmate escaped, and left her at least herself. Margaret was in agonised amazement at the newness of the misery. She was suffering. She really fancied she had sympathized with Hester that dreadful night of Hope's accident. She had then actually believed that she was entering into her sister's feelings. It had been as much like it as seeing a picture of one on the rack is like being racked. But Hester had not had so much cause for misery, for she never had to believe Edward unworthy. Her pride had been wounded at finding that her peace was no longer in her own power, but she had not been trifled with, duped. Here again Margaret refused to believe. The fault was all her own. She had been full of herself, full of vanity, fancying without cause that she was much to another when she was little. She was humbled now, and she no doubt deserved it. But how ineffably weak and mean did she appear in her own eyes! It was this which clouded heaven to her at the moment that earth had become a desert. She felt so debased that she durst not ask for strength where she was wont to find it. If she had done one single wrong thing, she thought she could bear the consequences cheerfully, and seek support, and vigorously set about repairing the causes of her fault. But here it seemed to her that her whole state of mind had been low and selfish. It must be this sort of blindness which had led her so far in so fearful a delusion. And if the whole condition of her mind had been low and selfish, while her conscience given her no hint of anything being amiss, where was she to begin to rectify her being? She felt wholly degraded. And then what a set of pictures rose up before her excited fancy! Philip going forth for a walk with her and Hester, after having just sealed a letter to Miss Bruce, carrying the consciousness of what he had been saying to the mistress of his heart, while she, Margaret, and suppose herself the chief object of his thought and care. Again, Philip discussing her mind and character with Miss Bruce as those of a friend for whom he had a regard, or bestowing a passing imagination on how she would receive the intelligence of his engagement. Perhaps he reserved the news till he could come down to Deerbrook, and call and tell her himself, as one whose friendship deserved, that he should be the bearer of his own tidings. That footstep, whose spring she had strangely considered her own signal of joy, was not hers, but another's. That laugh, the recollection of which made her smile even in these dreadful moments, was to echo in another's home. She was stripped of all her heart's treasure, of his tones, his ways, his thoughts, a treasure which she had lived upon without knowing it. She was stripped of it all, cast out, left alone, and he and all others would go on their ways, unaware that anything had happened. Let them do so. It was hard to bear up in solitude, when self-respect was gone with all the rest. But it must be possible to live on, no matter how, if to live on was appointed. If not, there was death, which was better. These thoughts were not beneath one like Margaret, one who was religious as she. It requires time for religion to avail anything when self-respect is utterly broken down. A devout sufferer may surmount the pangs of persecution at the first onset, and wrestle with bodily pain, and calmly endure bereavement by death. But there is no power of faith by which a woman can attain resignation under the agony of unrequited passion otherwise than by conflict long and terrible. Margaret laid down at last, because her eyes were weary of seeing, and she would fain have shut out all sounds. The occasional flicker of a tiny blaze, however, and the fall of a cinder in the hearth, served to lull her senses, and it was not long before she slept. But oh, the horrors of that sleep! The lines of Maria's note stared her in the face, glaring, glowing, gigantic. Sometimes she was trying to read them, and could not, though her life depended on them. Now Mrs Rowland had got a hold of them, and now they were thrown into the flames, but would not burn, and the letters grew red hot. Then came the image of Philip, and that horror was mixed up with whatever was most ludicrous. Once she was struggling for voice to speak to him, and she mocked her useless efforts. Oh, how she struggled, till some strong arm raised her, and some other voice murmured gently in her throbbing ear, "Wake, my dear, wake up, Margaret. What is it, dear? Wake." "Mother, is that you? Oh, mother, have you come at last?" murmured Margaret, sinking her head on Morris's shoulder. It was some moments before Margaret felt a warm tear fall upon her cheek, and heard Morris say, "No, my dear, not yet. Your mother is in a better place than this, where we shall all rest with her at last, Miss Margaret." "What is all this?" said Margaret, raising herself, and looking round her. "What did I mean about my mother? Oh, Morris, my head is all confused, and I think I have been frightened. They were laughing at me, and when somebody came to help me, I thought it must be my mother. Oh, Morris, it is a long while. I wish I was with her." Morris did not desire to hear what Margaret's dream had been. The immediate cause of Margaret's distress she did not know, but she had for some time suspected that which only one person in the world was aware of besides herself. The terrible secret of this household was no secret to her. She was experienced enough in love and its signs to know, without being told, where love was absent, and where it rested. She had not doubted, up to the return from the wedding trip, that all was right; but she had never been quite happy since. She had perceived no sign that either sister was aware of the truth. The countenance of their sisterly friendship was a proof that neither of them was. But she wished to avoid hearing the particulars of Margaret's dream, and all revelations which, in the weakness and confusion of an hour like this, she might be tempted to make. Morris withdrew from Margaret's clasp, moved softly across the room, gently put the red embers together in the grate, and lighted the lamp which stood on the table. "I hope," whispered Margaret, trying to still her shivering, "that nobody heard me but you. How came you to think of coming to me? My room being over this, you know, it was easy to hear the voice of a person in an uneasy sleep. I am glad I happened to be awake, so I put on my cloak and came." Morris did not say that Edward had heard the stifled cry also, and that she had met him on the stairs coming to beg that she would see what could be done. Hester having slept through it, Margaret's need never knew that other ears than Morris's had heard her. Thus had Hope and Morris tacitly agreed. "Now, my dear, when I have warmed this flannel to put about your feet, you must go to sleep again. I will not leave you till daylight, till the house is near being astir, so you may sleep without being afraid of bad dreams. I will rouse you if I see you disturbed. Now, no more talking, or we shall have the house up, and all this had better be between you and me." To satisfy Margaret, Morris lay down on the outside of the bed, warmly covered, and the nurse, once more, as in the old days, felt her favourite child breathing quietly against her shoulder. Once more she wiped away the standing tears, and prayed in her heart for the object of her care. If her prayer had had words, it would have been this: "Thou hast been pleased to take to thyself the parents of these dear children, and surely thou wilt be therefore pleased to be to them as father and mother, or to raise up or spare to them such as may be so. This is what I would ask for myself, that I may be that comfort to them. Thou knowest that a strange trouble hath entered this house. Thou knowest, for thine eyes, seen beneath the face into the heart, as the sun shines into a locked chamber at noon. Thou knowest what these young creatures knew not. Make holy to them what thou knowest. Let thy silence rest upon that which must not be spoken. Let thy strength be supplied where temptation is hardest. Let the innocence which has come forth from thine own hand be kept fit to appear in all the light of thy countenance. Oh, let them never be seen thinking with shame before thee. Father, if thou hast made thy children to love one another for their good, let not love be a grief and a snare to such as these. Thou canst turn the hearts even of the wicked. Turn the hearts of these thy dutiful children to love, where love may be all honour and no shame, so that they may have no more mysteries from each other, as I am sure they have none from thee. All who know them have doubtless asked thy blessing on their house, their health, their basket and store. Let me ask it also on the workings of their hearts, since if their hearts be right, all is well, or will be in thine own best time." When Margaret entered the breakfast room in the morning, she found her brother sketching the skaters of Deerbrook. While the tea was brewing, Hester was looking over his shoulder, laughing, as she recognized one after another of her neighbours in the act of skating, this one by the stoop, that by the formality, and the other by the coat flaps flying out behind. No inquiries were made, not a word was said of health or spirits. It seems strange that sufferers have not yet found means to stop the practice of such inquiries, a practice begun in kindness, and carried on in the spirit of hospitality, but productive of great annoyance to all but those who do not need such inquiries, the healthful and the happy. There are multitudes of invalids who can give no comfortable answer respecting their health, and who are averse from giving an uncomfortable one, and for whom nothing is therefore left but evasion. There are only too many sufferers to whom it is irksome to be questioned about their hours of sleeplessness, or whom do not choose to have it known that they have not slept. The unpleasant old custom of pressing people to eat has gone out. The sooner the other observance of hospitality is allowed to follow it, the better. All who like to tell of illness and sleeplessness can do so, and those who have reasons for reserve upon such points, as Margaret had this morning, can keep their own counsel. At the earliest possible hour that the etiquette of Deerbrook would allow, there was a knock at the door. "That must be Mrs Rowland," exclaimed Hester. "One may know that woman's temper by her knock, so consequential, and yet so sharp. Margaret, love, you can run upstairs. There is time yet, if you do not wish to see her." "Why should I?" said Margaret, looking up with a calmness which perplexed Hester. "This is either ignorance," thought she, "or such patience as I wish I had." It was Mrs Rowland, and she was come to tell what Hester feared Margaret might not be able to bear to hear. She was attended only by the little fellow who was so fond of riding on Uncle Philip's shoulder. It was rather lucky that Ned came, as Margaret was furnished with something to do in taking off his worst gloves and rubbing his little red hands between her own. And then she could say a great many things to him about learning to slide, and the difficulty of keeping on the snowman's nose, and about her wonder that they had not thought of putting a pipe into his mouth. Before this subject was finished, Mrs Rowland turned full round to Margaret, and said that the purpose of her visit was to explain fully something that her poor mother had let drop yesterday to Mr Hope. Her mother was not what she had been, though indeed she had always been rather apt to let out things that she should not. She found that Mr Hope had been informed by her mother of her brother Philip's engagement to a charming young lady, who would indeed be a great ornament to the connexion. "I assure you," said Margaret, "my brother is very careful, and always remembers that he is upon honour as to what he hears in a sick room. He has not mentioned it." "Oh, then it is safe. We are much obliged to Mr Hope, I am sure. I said to my mother, 'My dear ma'am.'" "But I must mention," said Margaret, "that the news was abroad before. I must beg that you will not suppose my brother has spoken of it. If you should find that everybody knows it, I heard it from Dr Levitt yesterday, about the same time, I fancy, that Mr Hope was hearing it from Mrs Enderby." Hester sat perfectly still, to avoid all danger of showing that this was news to her. "How very strange!" exclaimed the lady. "I often say there is no keeping anything quiet in Deerbrook. Do you know where Dr Levitt got his information?" "No," said Margaret, smiling. "Dr Levitt generally knows what he is talking about. I dare say he had it from some good authority. The young lady is at Rome, I find." "Are you acquainted with Miss Bruce?" asked Hester, thinking it time to relieve Margaret of her share of the conversation. Margaret started a little on finding that her sister had heard the news. Was it possible that her brother and sister had been afraid to tell her? No, it was a piece of Edward's professional discretion. His wife alone had a right to the news he heard among his patients. "Oh, yes," replied Mrs Rowland. "I have long loved Mary as a sister. Their early attachment made a sister of her to me an age ago." "It has been a long engagement, then," said Hester, glad to say anything which might occupy Mrs Rowland, as Margaret's lips were now turning very white. "Not now, my dear," Margaret was heard to say to little Ned, over whom she was bending her head as she stood by her side. "Stand still here," she continued, with wonderful cheerfulness of tone. "I want to hear your mamma. Tell us about Uncle Philip." With the effort her strength rallied, and the paleness was gone before Mrs Rowland had turned round. "How long the engagement has existed," said the lady, "I cannot venture to say. I speak only of the attachment. Young people understand their own affairs, you know, and have their little mysteries, and laugh behind our backs, I dare say, at our ignorance of what they are about. Philip has been sly enough as to this, I own, but I must say I had my suspicions. I was pretty confident of his being engaged from the day that he told me in the summer that he fully agreed with me that it was time he was settled." "How differently some people understood that," thought Hester and Margaret at the same moment. "Is Mr Enderby at Rome now?" asked Hester. "No, he is hard at work, studying law. He is really going to apply to a profession now. Not that it would be necessary, for Mary has a very good fortune; but Mary wishes so much that he should, like a sensible girl as she is." "It is what I urged when he consulted me," thought Margaret. She had had little idea whose counsel she was following up. "We shall soon hear of his setting off for the Continent. "However, I have no doubt," said the lady. "To bring home his bride," observed Margaret, calmly. "Why, I do not know that. The Bruces will be returning early in the spring, and I should like the young people to marry in town, that we may have them here for their wedding trip." "How you do hug me!" cried the laughing little boy, around whom Margaret's arm was passed. "Have I made you warm at last?" asked Margaret. "If not, you may go and stand by the fire." "No, indeed, we must be going," said mamma. "As I find this news is abroad, I must call on Mrs Grey. She will take offence at once if she hears it from anybody but me. So much for people's husbands being partners in business." Margaret was now fully qualified to comprehend her sister's irritability. Every trifle annoyed her. The rustle of Mrs Rowland's handsome cloak almost made her sick, and she thought the hall clock would never have done striking 12. When conscious of this, she put a strong check upon herself. Hester stood by the mantelpiece, looking into the fire, and taking no notice of the mutual silence upon this piece of news. At last she muttered, in a soliloquising tone, "Do not know, but I'm not sure this news is true, after all." After a moment's pause, Margaret replied, "I think that is not very reasonable. What must one suppose of everybody else, if it is not true?" Hester was going to say, "What must we think of him, if it is this?" but she checked herself. She should not have said what she said. She felt this, and only replied, "Just so. Yes, it must be true." Margaret's heart once more sank within her at this corroboration of her own remark. Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 22. The Meadows in Winter. Hester was tired of her snow boots before she saw them. She had spent more trouble on them than they were worth, and it was 3 weeks yet before they came. It was now past the middle of February, rather late in the season for snow boots to arrive. But then there was Margaret's consolatory idea that they would be ready for the next year's snow. "It is not too late yet," said Mr Hope. "There is skating every day in the meadow. It will soon be over, so do not lose your opportunity. Come, let us go to-day." "Not unless the sun shines out," said Hester, looking with a shiver up at the windows. "Yes, to-day," said Edward, "because I have time to-day to go with you. You have seen me quiz other skaters. You must go and see other skaters quiz me." "What points of your skating do they get hold of to quiz?" asked Margaret. "Why, I hardly know. We shall see." "Is it so very good, then?" "No, I believe the worst of my skating is, that it is totally devoid of every sort of expression. That is just the true account of it," he continued, as his wife laughed. "I do not square my elbows, nor set my coat flying, nor rear, but neither is there any grace. I just go straight on, and as far as I know, nobody ever bids any other body look like me." "So you bid your own family come and look at you. But how are your neighbours to quiz you if they do not observe you?" "Oh, that is only a bit of an antithesis for effect. My last account is the true one, as you will see. I shall come in for you at 12. By 12 the sun had shone out, and the ladies, booted, furred, and veiled, were ready to encounter the risks and rigours of the ice and snow. As they opened the hall door, they met on the steps a young woman, who was just raising her hand to the knocker. Her errand was soon told. "Please, ma'am, I heard that you wanted a servant." "Is that true?" said Hester. "Where do you come from? From any place near, so that you can call again?" "Surely," said Margaret, "it is Mr Enderby's Susan." "Yes, miss. I have been living with Mrs Enderby. Mrs Enderby will give me a good character, ma'am." "Why are you leaving her, Susan?" "Oh, ma'am, only because she is gone." "Gone? Where? What do you mean?" "Gone to live at Mrs Rowland's, ma'am. You didn't know?" "It was very sudden, but she moved yesterday, ma'am, and we were paid off, except Phoebe, who stays to wait upon her. I am left in charge of the house, ma'am, so I can step here again, if you wish it, some time when you are not going out." "Do so, any time this evening, or before noon to-morrow. "Did you know of this, Edward?" said his wife, as they turned the corner. "Not I. I think Mrs Rowland is mistaken in saying that nothing can be kept secret in Deerbrook. I do not believe anybody has dreamed of the poor old lady giving up her house." "Very likely Mrs Rowland never dreamed of it herself, till the day it was done," observed Margaret. "Oh, yes, she did," said Mr Hope. "I understand now the old lady's agitation, and the expressions she dropped about last times nearly a month ago. By the bye, that was the last time you saw her, was it not?" "Yes. The next day, when I called, I was told that she was better, and that she would send when she wished to see me again, to save me the trouble of calling when she might be asleep." "She has been asleep or engaged every time I have inquired at the door of late," observed Margaret. "I hope she is doing nothing but what she likes in this change of plan." "I believe she finds most peace and quiet in doing what her daughter likes," said Mr Hope. "Here, Margaret, where are you going? This is the gate. I believe you have not turned your way about yet." "I will follow you immediately," said Margaret. "I will only go a few steps to see if this can really be true." Before the Hopes had half crossed the meadow, Margaret joined them, perfectly convinced. The large bills in the closed windows of Mrs Enderby's house bore "To be let or sold" too plainly to leave any doubt. As the skating season was nearly over, all the skaters in Deerbrook were eager to make use of their remaining opportunities, and the banks of the brook and of the river were full of their wives, sisters, and children. Sydney Grey was busy cutting figures of 8 before the eyes of his sisters, and in defiance of his mother's careful warnings not to go here, and not to venture there, and not to attempt to cross the river. Mr Hope begged his wife to engage Mrs Grey in conversation, so that Sydney might be left free for a while, and promised to keep near the boy for half an hour, during which time Mrs Grey might amuse herself with watching other and better performers further on. As might have been foreseen, however, Mrs Grey could not talk of nothing but Mrs Enderby's removal, of which she had not been informed till this morning, and which she had intended to discuss in Hester's house on leaving the Meadows. It appeared that Mrs Enderby had been in agitated and variable spirits for some time, apparently wishing to say something that she did not say, and expressing a stronger regard than ever in her old friends, a regular sign that some act of tyranny or of rudeness might speedily be expected from Mrs Rowland. The Greys were in the midst of their speculations as to what might be coming to pass, when Sydney burst in with the news that Mrs Enderby's house was to be let or sold. Mrs Grey had mounted her spectacles first, to verify the fact, and then sent Alice over to inquire, and had immediately put on her bonnet and cloak, and called on her old friend at Mrs Rowland's. She had been told at the door that Mrs Enderby was too much fatigued with her removal to see any visitors. "So I shall try again to-morrow," concluded Mrs Grey. "How does Mr Hope think her spasms have been lately?" asked Sophia. "He has not seen her for nearly a month, so I suppose they are better." "I fear that does not follow, my dear," said Mrs Grey, winking. "Some people are afraid of your husband's politics, you are aware; and I know Mrs Rowland has been saying and doing things on that score which you had better not hear about. I have my reasons for thinking that the old lady's spasms are far from being better; but Mrs Rowland has been so busy crying up from those drops of hers that cure everything, and praising her maid, that I have a great idea your husband will not be admitted to see her till she is past cure, and her daughter thoroughly frightened. Mr Hope had never been forgiven, you know, for marrying into our connection so decidedly, and I really don't know what would have been the consequence, if, as we once fancied likely, Mr Philip and Margaret had thought of each other." Margaret was happily out of hearing. A fresh blow had just been struck. She had looked to Mrs Enderby for information on the subject which forever occupied her, and on which she felt that she must know more or sink. She had been much disappointed at being refused admission to the old lady, time after time. Now all hope of free access and private conversation was over. She had set it as an object before her to see Mrs Enderby, and learn as much of Philip's affair as his mother chose to offer. Now this object was lost, and nothing remained to be done or hoped. for it was too certain that Mrs Enderby's friends would not be allowed unrestrained intercourse with her in her daughter's house. For some little time Margaret had been practising the device, so familiar to the unhappy, of carrying off mental agitation by bodily exertion. She was now eager to be doing something more active than walking by Mrs Grey's side, listening to ideas which she knew just as well without their being spoken. Mrs Grey's thoughts about Mrs Rowland and Mrs Rowland's ideas of Mrs Grey might always be anticipated by those who knew the ladies. Hester and Margaret had learned to think of something else while the sort of comment was proceeding, and to resume their attention when it came to an end. Margaret had withdrawn from it now, and was upon the ice with Sydney. "Why, cousin Margaret, you don't mean that you are afraid of walking on the ice?" cried Sydney, balancing herself on his heels. "Mr Hope, what do you think of that?" he called out, as Hope skimmed past them. "Cousin Margaret is afraid of going on the ice. What does she think can happen to her?" asked Mr Hope, his last words vanishing in the distance. "It looks so grey and clear and dark, Sydney." "Pooh! It is thick enough between you and the water. You would have to get down a good way, I can tell you, before you could get drowned. But it is so slippery." "What of that? What else did you expect with ice? If you tumble, you can get up again. I have been down 3 times this morning." "Well, that is a great consolation, certainly. Which way do you want me to walk?" "Oh, any way. Across the river to the other bank, if you like. You will remember next summer, when we come this way in a boat, that you have walked across the very place." "That is true," said Margaret. "I will go if Sophia will go with me." "There is no use in asking any of them," said Sydney. "They stand dawdling and looking, till their lips and noses are all blue and red, and they are never up to any fun." "I will try as far as that pole first," said Margaret. "I should not care if they had not swept away all the snow here, so as to make the ice look so grey and slippery." "That pole," said Sydney. "Why, that pole is put up on purpose to show that you must not go there. Don't you see how the ice is broken all round it?" "Oh, I know how it is that you are so stupid and cowardly to-day. You lived in Birmingham all your winters, and you've never been used to walk on the ice. I'm glad you have found that out at last. Now look, I am really going. What a horrid sensation!" she cried, as she cautiously put down one foot before the other on the transparent floor. She did better when she reached the middle of the river, where the ice had been ground by the skates. "Now you would get on beautifully," said Sydney, "if you would not look at your feet. Why can't you look at the people and the trees opposite? Suppose I should step into a hole?" "There are no holes. Trust me for the holes. What do you flinch so for? The ice always cracks so, in one part or another. I thought you had been shot." "So did I," said she, laughing. "But, Sydney, we are a long way from both banks." "To be sure. That is what we came for." Margaret looked somewhat timidly around her. An indistinct idea flitted through her mind. How glad she should be to be accidentally, innocently drowned, and scarcely recognising it, she proceeded. "You get on well," shouted Mr Hope, as he flew past on his return up the river. "There now," said Sydney, presently. "It is a very little way to the bank. I will just take a trip up and down, and come for you again, to go back, and then we will try whether we can't get cousin Hester over, when she sees you have been safe there and back." This was a sight which Hester was not destined to behold. Margaret had an ignorant partiality for the ice which was the least grey, and when left to herself, she made for a part which looked less like glass. Nobody particularly heeded her. She slipped and recovered herself. She slipped again, and fell, hearing the ice crack under her every time she attempted to rise. She found the place too slippery to keep her feet. Next, there was a hole under her. She felt the cold water. She was sinking through. She caught at the surrounding edges. They broke away. There was a cry from the bank, just as the death cold water seemed to close all around her, and she felt the ice like a heavy weight above her. One thought of joy. It will soon be all over now, was the only experience she was conscious of. In 2 minutes more she was breathing the air again, sitting on the bank, and helping to wring out her clothes. How much may pass in 2 minutes? Mr Hope was coming up the river again, when he saw a bustle on the bank, and slipped off his skates, to be ready to be of service. He ran as others ran, and arrived just when a dark blue dress was emerging from the water, and then a dripping fur tippet, and then the bonnet, making the gradual revelation to him who it was. For one instant he covered his face with his hands, half hiding an expression of agony so intense that a bystander who saw it said, "Take comfort, sir. She has been in but a very short time. She'll recover, I don't doubt." Hope leaped to the bank, and received her from the arms of the men who had drawn her out. The first thing she remembered was hearing, in the lowest tone she could conceive of, "Oh God, my Margaret!" and a groan which she felt rather than heard. Then there were many warm and busy hands about her head, removing her bonnet, shaking out her hair, and chafing her temples. She sighed out, "Oh dear!" and she heard that soft groan again. In another moment she roused herself, sat up, saw Hope's convulsed countenance, and Sydney standing motionless and deadly pale. "I shall never forgive myself," she heard her brother exclaim. "Oh, I am very well," said she, remembering all about it. "The air feels quite warm. Give me my bonnet. I can walk home." "Can you? The sooner the better, then," said Hope, raising her. She could stand very well, but the water was everywhere, dripping from her clothes. Many bystanders employed themselves in wringing them out, and in the meanwhile Margaret inquired for her sister, and hoped she did not know of the accident. Hester did not know of it, for Margaret happened to be the first to think of any one but herself. Sydney was flying off to report, when she was stopped and recalled. "You must go to her, Edward," said Margaret, "or she will be frightened. You can do me no good. Sydney will go home with me, or any one here, I am sure." 20 people stepped forward at the word. Margaret parted with her heavy fur tippet, accepted a long cloth cloak from a poor woman, to throw over her wet clothes, selected Mr Jones, the butcher, for her escort, sent Sydney forward with directions to Morris to warm her bed, and then she set forth homeward. Mr Hope and half a dozen more would see her across the ice, and by the time she had reached the other bank, she was able to walk very much as if nothing had happened. Mr Hope had perfectly recovered his composure before he reached the somewhat distant pond, where Hester and the Greys were watching, sliding as good as could be seen within 20 miles. It had reached perfection, like anything else in Deerbrook. "What, tired already?" said Hester to her husband. "What have you done with your skates?" "Oh, I have left them somewhere there, I suppose." He drew her arm within his own. "Come, my dear, let us go home. Margaret is gone." "Gone! Why? Is not she well?" "It is not so very cold. She has got wet, and she has gone home to warm herself." Hester did not wait to speak again to the Greys when she comprehended that her sister had been in the river. Her husband was obliged to forbid her walking so fast, and assured her all the way that there was nothing to fear. Hester reproached him for his coolness. "You need not reproach me," said he. "I shall never cease to reproach myself for letting her go where she did." And yet his heart told him that he had only acted according to his deliberate design of keeping aloof from all Margaret's pursuits and amusements that were not shared with her sister. And as for the risk, he had seen 50 people walking across the ice this very morning. Judging by the event, however, he very sincerely declared that he should never forgive himself for having left her. When they reached home, Margaret was quite warm and comfortable, and her hair drying rapidly under Morris's hands. Hester was convinced that everybody might dine as usual. Margaret herself came downstairs to tea, and the only consequence of the accident seemed to be that Charles was kept very busy opening the door to inquiries how Miss Ibbotson was this evening. It made Hope uneasy to perceive how much Margaret remembered of what had passed around her in the midst of the bustle of the morning. If she was still aware of some circumstances that she mentioned, might she not retain others? The words extorted from him, the frantic action which he now blushed to remember? "Brother," said she, "what was the meaning of something that I heard someone say, just as I sat up on the bank? There is a balk for a doctor. He is balked of a body in his own house." "Oh, Margaret!" cried her sister, who sat looking at her all the evening as if they had been parted for 10 years. "You dreamed that. It was a fancy. Think what a state your poor head was in. It may have a few strange imaginations left in it still. May it not, Edward?" "This is not one," he replied. She heard very accurately. What did they mean? "There is a resort abroad without me, arising out of the old prejudice about dissection. Some of my neighbours think that dissecting is the employment and the passion of my life, and that I rob the churchyard as often as anybody is buried." "Oh, Edward, how frightful! How ridiculous! It is very disagreeable, my dear. I am taunted with this wherever I go. What is to be done? We must wait till the prejudices against me die out. But I see that we shall have to wait some time, for before one suspicion is given up another rises." "Since that unhappy election," said Hester, sighing. "What a strange thing it is that men like you should be no better treated! Here is Mrs Enderby taken out of your hands, and your neighbours suspecting and slandering you, whose commonest words they are not worthy to repeat." "My dear Hester," said he, in a tone of serious remonstrance. "That is rather a wife-like way of putting the case, to be sure," said Margaret, smiling. "But in as far as it is true, the matter surely ceases to be strange. Good men do not come into the world to be what the world calls fortunate, but to be something far better. The best men do not use the means to be rich, to be praised by their neighbours, to be out of the way of trouble; and if they will not use the means, it does not become them, nor their wives, to be discouraged at losing their occupation, or being slandered or suspected as dangerous people." Edward's smile thanked her, and so did her sister's kiss. But Hester looked grave again when she said, "I suppose we shall know, sooner or later, why it is that good people are not to be happy here, and that the more they love one another, the more struggles and sorrows they have to undergo." "Do we not know something of it already?" said Hope, after a pretty long pause. "It is not to put us off from the too vehement desire of being what we commonly call happy. By the time higher things become more interesting to us than this, we begin to find that it is given to us to put our own happiness under our feet, in reaching forward to something better. We become, by natural consequence, practised in this, forgetful of the things that are behind. And if the practice be painful, what then? We shall not quarrel with it, surely, unless we are willing to exchange what we have gained for money and praise and animal spirits, shutting in an abject mind." "Oh, no, no," said Hester. "But yet there are troubles." She stopped short on observing Margaret's quivering lip. "There are troubles, I own, which it is difficult to classify and interpret," said her husband. "We can only struggle through them, taking the closet, heed our innocence. But these affairs of ours, these mistakes of my neighbours, are not of that sort. They are intelligible enough, and need not therefore trouble as much." Hope was right in his suspicion of the accuracy of Margaret's memory. His tones, his words, had sunk deep into her heart, her innocent heart, in which everything that entered it became safe and pure as itself. "Oh God, my Margaret!" sounded there like music. "What a heart he has!" she thought. "I was very selfish to fancy him reserved, and I am glad to know that my brother loves me so. If it is such a blessing to be his sister, how happy must Hester be, in spite of everything! God has preserved my life, and He has given these two to each other. And oh, how He has shown me that they love me! I will rouse myself, and try to suffer less." Chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andress. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 23. Moods of the Mind. Hester's sleeping as well as waking thoughts were this night full of solicitude as to her feelings and conduct towards her sister. 1,000 times before the morning she had said to herself, in dreams and in meditation, that she had failed in this relation, the oldest and till of late the dearest. She shuddered to think how nearly she had lost Margaret, and to imagine what her state of mind would have been if her sister had now been beyond the reach of the voice, the eye, the hand, which she was resolved should henceforth dispense to her nothing but the love and the benefits she deserved. She recollected that to a few was granted such a warning of the death of beloved ones. To few was it permitted to feel, while it was yet not too late, the agony of remorse for pain inflicted, for gratifications withheld, for selfish neglect, for insufficient love. She remembered vividly what her emotions had been as a child, on finding her canary dead in its cage. How she had wept all day, not so much for its loss as from the recollection of the many times when she had failed to cheer it with sugar and groundsel and play, and of the number of hours when she had needlessly covered up its cage in impatience at its song, shutting out its sunshine, and changing the brightest seasons of its little life into dull night. If it had been thus with her sister, many a hasty word, many an unjust thought came back now to wring her heart, when she imagined Margaret sinking in the water. The soft breathing, on which our life so marvellously hangs, stopped without struggle or cry. How near, how very near had death in his hovering stooped towards their home! How strange, while treading thus precariously the film which covers the abyss into which all must some day drop, and which may crack under the feet of any one at any hour, how strange to be engrossed with petty jealousies, with selfish cares, and to be unmindful of the great interests of existence, the exercises of mutual love and trust. Thank God it was not too late. Margaret lived to be cherished, to be consoled for her private griefs, as far as consolation might be possible, to have her innocent affections redeemed from the waste to which they now seemed doomed, gathered gradually up again, and knit into the interests of the home life in which she was externally bearing her part. Full of these thoughts, and forgetting how often her best feelings had melted away beneath the transient heats kindled by the little provocations of daily life, Hester now believed that Margaret would never have to suffer from her more, that their love would be henceforth like that of angels, like that which it would have been if Margaret had really died yesterday. It was yet early when, in the full enjoyment of these undoubting thoughts, Hester stood by her sister's bedside. Margaret was still sleeping, but with that expression of weariness in her face which had of late become too common. Hester gazed long at the countenance, grieving at the languor and anxiety which it revealed. She had not taken Margaret's suffering to heart. She had been unfeeling, strangely forgetful. She would minister to her now with reverent care. As she thus resolved, she bent down and kissed her forehead. Margaret started, shook off sleep, felt quite well, would rise. There was no reason why she should not rise at once. When she entered the breakfast room, Hester was there, placing her chair by the fire, and inventing indulgences for her as if she had been an invalid. It was in vain that Margaret protested that no effects of the accident remained, not a single sensation of chill. She was to be taken care of, and she submitted. She was touched by her sister's gentle offices, and felt more like being free and at peace, more like being lifted up out of her woe, than she had yet done since the fatal hour which rendered her conscious and wretched. Breakfast went on cheerfully. The fire blazed bright. The rain pelting against the windows gave welcome promise of exemption from inquiries in person, and from having to relate, many times over, the particulars of the event of yesterday. Hester was beautiful in all the glow of her sensibilities, and Edward was for this morning in no hurry. No blue or yellow backed pamphlet lay beside his plate, and when his last cup was empty he still sat talking as if he forgot that he should have to go out in the rain. In the midst of a laugh which had prevented their hearing a premonitory knock, The door opened, and Mrs Grey's twin daughters entered, looking half shy, half eager. Never before had they been known to come out in heavy rain, but they were so very desirous to see cousin Margaret after she had been in the water, and Sydney had held the great gig umbrella over himself and them, as Papa would not hear of Sydney not coming. He was standing outside the door now, under the large umbrella, for he said nothing should make him come in and see cousin Margaret. He would never see her again, if he could help it. Sydney had said another thing, such a wicked thing, Mamma was quite ashamed of him. Mr Hope thought they had better not repeat anything wicked that anyone had said, but Hester considered it possible that it might not appear so wicked if spoken as if left to the imagination. What Sydney had said was, that if cousin Margaret had been really drowned, he would have drowned himself before dinner time. Mary added that she heard him mutter that he was almost ready to do it now. Mr Hope thought that must be the reason why he was standing out at present, to catch all this rain, which was very nearly enough to drown anybody, and he went to bring him in. But Sydney was not to be caught. He was on the watch, and the moment he saw Mr Hope's coat instead of his sister's cloaks, he ran off with a speed which defied pursuit, and was soon out of sight with the large umbrella. His cousins were sorry that he felt the event so painfully, and that he could not come in and confide his trouble of mind to them. Hope resolved not to let the morning pass without seeing him, and, if possible, bringing him home to dinner, with William Levitt to take off the awkwardness. "What are we to do?" exclaimed Sydney's little sisters. "He has carried off the great umbrella." "I cannot conveniently send you just at present," said Hester, "so you had better put off your cloaks, and amuse yourselves here till the rain abates, or some one comes for you. We will speak to Miss Young to excuse your not being with her." "Oh, cousin Margaret," said the children, "if you will speak to Miss Young, she will give us any sort of a holiday. She minds everything you say. She will let us stop all day and dine here if you ask her." Hester said she could not have them stay all day. She did not mean to have them to dinner, and the little girls both looked up in her face at once, to find out what made her speak so angrily. They saw cousin Margaret glancing the same way, too. "Do you know, Mary," said Fanny, "you have not said a word yet of what Miss Young bade you say?" Mary told cousin Margaret that Miss Young was wishing very much to see her, and would be pleased if Margaret would mention what evening she would spend with her. A nice long evening, Mary added, to begin as soon as it grew dark, and on till nobody knew when. "Maria had better come here," observed Hester quickly, "and then some one else besides Margaret may have the benefit of her conversation. She seems to forget that anybody cares for her besides Margaret. Tell Miss Young she had better fix an evening to come here." "I do not think she will do that," said both the little girls. "Why not?" "She is very lame now," replied Mary, "and she cannot walk further than just to school and back again." "And besides," remarked Fanny, "she wants to talk with cousin Margaret alone, I am sure. They have such a great deal of talk to do whenever they are together. We watch them sometimes in the schoolroom through the window when we are at play in the garden, and their heads nod at one another in this way. I believe they never leave off for a minute. We often wonder what it can be all about." "Ah, my dears, you and I had better not ask," said Hester. "I have no doubt it is better that we should not know." Margaret looked beseechingly at her sister. Hester replied to her look. "I mean what I say, Margaret. You cannot but be aware how much more you have to communicate to Maria than to me. Our conversation soon comes to a stand, and I must say I have had much occasion to admire your great talent for silence of late. Maria has still to learn your accomplishments in that direction, I fancy." Margaret quietly told the little girls that she would write a note to Maria with her answer. "You must not do that," said Fanny. "Miss Young said you must not. That was the reason why she sent you a message instead of a note, that you might not have to write back again, when a message would do as well." Margaret, nevertheless, sat down at the writing table. "You go to day, of course," said Hester, in the voice of forced calmness which Margaret knew so well. "The little girls may as well stay and dine, after all, as I shall otherwise be alone in the evening." "I shall not go to day," said Margaret, without turning her head. "You will not stay away on my account, of course. I have said that I shall go on Thursday." Thursday! That is almost a week hence. Now, Margaret, do not be pettish, and deny yourself what you know you like best. Do not be a baby, and quarrel with your supper. I had far rather you should go to-night, and have done with it, than that you should wait till Thursday, thinking all day long, till then, that you are obliging me by staying with me. I cannot bear that." "I wish I knew what you could bear," said Margaret, in a voice which the children could not hear. "I wish I knew how I could save you pain." The moment the words were out, Margaret was sorry for them. She was aware that the best kindness to her sister was to take as little notice as possible of her discontents, to turn the conversation, to avoid scenes, or any remarks which could bring them on. It was hard, sometimes it seemed impossible, to speak calmly and lightly, while every pulse was throbbing and every fibre trembling with fear and wretchedness. But yet it was best to assume such calmness and lightness. Margaret now asked the little girls, while she sealed her note, how their patchwork was getting on. Thus far the handsomest patchwork quilt she had ever seen. "Oh, it will be far handsomer before it is done. Mrs Howell has found up some beautiful pieces of print for us, remnants of her first morning gown after she was married, and of her poor dear Howell's last dressing gown, as she says. We were quite sorry to take those, but she would put them up for us, and she is to see the quilt sometimes in return. But Miss Nares's parcel was the best, Cousin Margaret. Such a quantity of nankeen for the ground, and the loveliest chintz for the centre medallion. Is not it, Mary?" "Oh, lovely! Do you know, Cousin Margaret, Miss Nares and Miss Flint both cried when they heard how nearly you were drowned. I am sure I had no idea they would have cared so much." "Nor I, my dear. But I dare say they feel kindly towards any one saved from great danger." "Not everybody," said Fanny. "Only you, because you are a great favourite. Everybody says you are a great favourite. Papa cried last night, just a little tear or two, as gentlemen do, when he told mamma how sorry everybody in Deerbrook would have been if you had died." "There, that will do," said Hester, struggling between her better and worse feelings, her remorse of this morning and her present jealousy, and losing her temper between the two. "You have said quite enough about what you do not understand, my dears. I cannot have you make so free with your cousin's name, children." The little girls looked at each other in wonder, and Hester thought she detected a lurking smile. "I see what you are thinking, children. Yes, look, the rain is nearly over, and then you may go and tell Mrs Howell and Miss Nares, and all the people you see on your way home, that they had better attend to their own concerns than pretend to understand what would have been felt if your cousin had been drowned. I wonder at their impertinence." "Are you in earnest, Cousin Hester? Shall we go and tell them so?" "No, she is not in earnest," said Margaret. "But before you go, Morris shall give you some pieces for your quilt, some very pretty ones, such as she knows I can spare." Margaret rang, and Morris took the children upstairs, to choose for themselves out of Margaret's drawer of pieces. When the door had closed behind them, Margaret said, "Sister, do not make me wish that I had died under the ice yesterday." "Margaret, how dare you say anything so wicked?" "If it be wicked, God forgive me. I was wretched enough before. I would fain have never come to life again, and now you almost make me believe that you would have been best pleased if I never had." At this moment Hope entered. He had left them in a far different mood. It made him breathless to see his wife's face of passion and Margaret's of woe. "Hear her!" exclaimed Hester. "She says I should have been glad to have lost her yesterday." "Have mercy on me!" cried Margaret in excessive agitation. "You oppress me beyond what I can bear. I cannot bear on as I used to do. My strength is gone, and you give me none. You take away what I had." "Will you hear me spoken to in this way?" cried Hester, turning to her husband. "I will." Margaret's emotion prevented her hearing this, or caring who was by. She went on. "You leave me nothing but yourself, and you abuse my love for you. You warn me against love, against marriage. You chill my very soul with terror at it. I have found a friend in Maria, and you poison my comfort in my friendship, and insult my friend. There is not an infant in a neighbour's house but you become jealous of it the moment I take it in my arms. There is not a flower in your garden, not a book on my table, that you will let me love in peace. How ungenerous! While you have one to cherish and one who cherishes you, that you will have me lonely, that you quarrel with all who show regard to me, that you refuse me the least solace when my heart is breaking with its loneliness. Oh, it is cruel! Will you hear this, Edward? I will, because it is the truth. For once, Hester, you must hear another's mind. You have often told your own. God knows why I was saved yesterday, murmured Margaret, for a more desolate creature does not breathe. Hope leaned against the wall. Hester relieved her torment of mind with reproaches of Margaret. You do not trust me, she cried. It is you who make me miserable. You go to others for the comfort you ought to seek in me. You place that confidence in others which ought to be mine alone. You are cheered when you learn that the commonest gossips in Deerbrook care about you, and you set no value on your own sister's feelings for you. You have faith and charity for people out of doors, and mistrust and misconstruction for those at home. I am the injured one, Margaret, not you. Margaret, said Hope, your sister speaks for herself. I think that you are the injured one, as Hester herself will soon agree. So far from having anything to reproach you with, I honour your forbearance. Unremitting till this hour, I mourn that we cannot, if we would, console you in return. But whatever I can do shall be done. Your friendships, your pursuits, shall be protected. If we persecute your affections at home, I will take care that you are allowed their exercise abroad. Rely upon me, and do not think yourself utterly lonely while you have a brother. I have been very selfish, said Margaret, recovering herself at the first word of kindness. Wretchedness makes me selfish, I think. She raised herself up on the sofa, and timidly held out her hand to her sister. Hester thrust it away. Margaret uttered a cry of agony, such as had never been heard from her since her childhood. Hope fell on the floor. He had fainted at the sound. Even now there was no one but Morris who understood it. Margaret reproached herself bitterly for her selfishness, for her loss of the power of self-control. Hester's remorse, however greater in degree, was of its usual kind, strong and brief. She repeated, as she had done before, that she made her husband wretched, that she should never have another happy moment, that she wished he had never seen her. For the rest of the day she was humbled, contrite, convinced that she should give way to her temper no more. Her eyes filled when her husband spoke tenderly to her, and her conduct to Margaret was one act of supplication. But a lesser degree of this same kind of penitence had produced no permanent good effect before, and there was no security that the present paroxysm would have a different result. Morris had seen that the children were engaged upstairs when she came down at Margaret's silent summons to help to revive her master. When she saw that there had been distress before there was illness, she took her part. She resolved that no one but herself should hear his first words, and sent the ladies away when she saw that his consciousness was returning. All the world might have heard his first words. He recovered himself with a vigorous effort, swallowed a glass of wine, and within a few minutes was examining a patient in the waiting room. There the little girls saw him as they passed the half-open door on their way out with their treasure of chintz and print, and having heard some bustle below, they carried home word that they believed Mr Hope had been doing something to somebody which had made somebody faint, and Sophia, shuddering, observed how horrid it must be to be a surgeon's wife. Chapter 24 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andrus. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 24. Warnings. Maria Young's lodging at the Ferriers had one advantage over many better dwellings. It was pleasanter in winter than in summer. There was little to find fault with in the tiny sitting room after candles were lighted. The fire burned clear in the grate, and when the screen was up, there were no draughts. This screen was quite a modern improvement. When Fanny and Mary Grey had experienced the pleasure of surprising Sophia with a token of sisterly affection in the shape of a piece of India rubber, and their mother with a token of filial affection in the form of a cotton box, they were unwilling to stop, and looked round to see whether they could not present somebody with a token of some other sort of affection. Sophia was taken into their counsels, and she, being aware of how Miss Young's candle flared when the wind was high, devised this screen. The carpenter made the frame, Sydney covered it with canvas and black paper for a ground, and the little girls pasted on it all the drawings and prints they could muster. Here was the Dargle, an everlasting waterfall, that looked always the same in the sunny coloured print. There was Morland's woodcutter, with his tall figure, his pipe, his dog, and his faggot, with the snow lying all around him. 2 or 3 cathedrals were interspersed, and in the midst of them, and larger than any of them, a silhouette of Mr. Grey, with the eyelash wonderfully like, and the wart upon his nose not to be mistaken. Then there was Charles the First taking leave of his family, and on either side of this, an evening primrose in water colours by Mary, and a head of terror, with a square mouth and starting eyes, in crayon, by Fanny. Mrs. Grey produced some gay border which the paper hanger had left over when the attics were last furnished, and Sydney cut out in white paper a huntsman with his whip in the air, a fox, a gate, and 2 hounds. Mr. Grey pleaded that, having contributed his face, he had done all that could be expected of him. Nevertheless, he brought home one day on his return from market a beautiful stream of time, which made the children dance round their screen. It was settled at first that this would nobly ornament the whole of one side, but it popped into Sydney's head, just as he was falling asleep one night, how pretty it would be to stick it around with the planets. So the planets were cut out in white, and shaded with India ink. There was no mistaking Saturn with his ring, or Jupiter with his moons. At length all was done, and the cook was glad to hear that no more paste would be wanted, and the little girls might soon leave off giggling when Miss Young asked them in the schoolroom why they were jogging one another's elbows. Mr. Grey spared one of his men to deposit the precious piece of handiwork at Miss Young's lodging, and there, when she went home one cold afternoon, she found the screen standing between the fire and the door, and printed on it a piece of paper inscribed "A token of friendly affection." This was not, however, the only nor the first gift with which Maria's parlour was enriched. Amidst all the bustle of furnishings the Hopes' house, Margaret had found time to plan and execute a window curtain for her friend's benefit, and another person, no other than Philip Enderby, had sent in a chaise longue, just the right size to stand between the fire and the table. It had gone hard with Maria to accept this last gift, but his nephew and nieces were Philip's plea of excuse for the act, and this plea cut her off from refusing, though in her heart she believed that neither the children nor ancient regard were in his thoughts when he did it, but rather Margaret's affection for her. For some time this chaise longue was a couch of thorns, but now affairs had put on a newer aspect still, and Maria forgot her own perplexities and troubles in sympathy with her friend. There was nothing to quarrel with in the look of the chaise longue, when Margaret entered Maria's room in the twilight, in the afternoon of the appointed Thursday. "Reading by firelight?" said Margaret. "I suppose I am, but it had not occurred to me. The daylight went away so softly. 6 o'clock, I declare. The days are lengthening, as we say every year. But we will have something better than firelight, if you will be so kind as to set those candles on the table." The time was long put when Maria thought of apologizing for asking her friend to do what her lameness rendered painful to herself. Margaret laid aside her bonnet and cloak behind the screen, lighted the candles, put more coals on the fire, and took her seat, not beside Maria, but in a goodly armchair which she drew forward from its recess. "Now," said she, "we only want a cat to be purring on the rug to make us a complete winter picture. The kettle will be coming soon to sing on the hob, and that will do nearly as well. But, Maria, I wonder you have no cat." We have set up a cat. I think I will send you a kitten some day as a token of neighbourly affection." "Thank you. Do you know, I was positively assured lately that I had a cat? I said all I could in proof that I had none, but Mrs Tucker persisted in her inquiries after its health notwithstanding. What did she mean? She said she saw a kitten run into the passage, and that it never came out again, so that it followed of course that it must be here still. One day when I was in school, she came over to satisfy herself, and, true enough, there had been a kitten. The poor thing jumped up from the passage window into the yard, and went to see what they were about at the forge. A hot horseshoe fell upon its back, and it mewed so dolefully that the people drowned it. So there you have the story of my cat, as it was told to me." "Thank you. It is a good thing to know. But what does Mrs Grey say to your setting up a cat?" "When she heard Mrs Tucker's first inquiries, she took them for an imputation, and was vexed accordingly. 'Miss Young,' said she, 'you must be mistaken, Mrs Tucker. Miss Young cannot afford to keep a kitten.'" "Oh, for shame!" said Margaret, laughing. "But what is the annual expense of a kitten? Can you tell us? I am afraid we never considered that." "Why, there is the breast of a fowl once a year or so, when your cook forgets to shut the larder door behind her. Cats never take the drumsticks when there is a breast, you are aware. You know best how Mr Hope looks when the drumsticks and side bones come to the table, with an empty space in the middle of the dish where the breast ought to have been. I will tell you the first time it happens." And Margaret sank into an absent fit, brought on by the bare suggestion of discontent at home. Hester had made her uncomfortable, the last thing before she left the house, by speaking sharply of Maria, without any fresh provocation. Undisciplined still by what had happened so lately, she had wished Maria Young 100 miles off. Margaret meditated and sighed. It was some time before Maria spoke. When she did, she said, "Margaret, do you not think people had better not persuade themselves and their very intimate friends that they are happy when they are not? They had better not think, even in their own innermost minds, whether they are happy or not, if they can help it." "True, but there are times when it is impossible, when it is far better to avoid the effort. Come, I suspect we may relieve each other just now, by allowing the truth. I will own, if you will, that I am very unhappy to night. Never mind what it is about." "I will, if you will," replied Margaret, faintly smiling. "There now, that's right. We shall be all the better for it. We have quite enough of seeming happy, God knows, beyond these doors. We can talk here about kittens and cold fowl. Here we will not talk at all, unless we like, and we will each groan as much as we please." "I am sorry to hear you speak so," said Margaret tenderly. "Not that I do not agree with you. I think it is a terrible mistake to fancy that it is religious to charm away grief, which after all is rejecting it before it has done its work. And as for concealing it, there must be very good reasons indeed for that, to save it from being hypocrisy. But the more I agree with you, the more sorry I am to hear you just say what I was thinking. I am afraid you must be very unhappy, Maria." "I am in great pain to night, and I do not find that pain becomes less of an evil by one's being used to it. Indeed, I think the reverse happens, for the future comes into the consideration." "Do you expect to go on to suffer this same pain? Can nothing cure it? Is there no help?" "None but in patience. There are intermissions, happily, and pretty long ones. I get through the summer very well, but the end of the winter, this same month of February, is a sad aching time, and so it must be for as many winters as I may have to live. But I am better off than I was. Last February I did not know you. Oh, Margaret, if they had not brought you up from under the ice the other day, how different would all have been to night!" "How strange it seems to think of the difference that hung on that one act!" said Margaret, shivering again at the remembrance of her icy prison. "What and where should I have been now? And what would have been the change in this little world of ours? You would have missed me, I know, and on that account I am glad it ended as it did." "And on no other?" asked Maria, looking earnestly at her friend. "My sister would have grieved sadly at first. You do not know what care she takes of me, how often she is thinking of my comfort. And Edward is fond of me too, I know he is, but they live for each other, and could spare every one else. You and Morris would have been my mourners, and you two are enough to live for. To say nothing of others who may arise. I hope nothing more will arise in my life, Maria. I want no change. I have had enough of it." "You think so now. I understand your feeling very well. But yet I can fancy that when you are twice as old as you are, when a few grey hairs peep out among all that brown, when this plump little hand grows thin, and that girlish figure of yours looks dignified and middle-aged, and people say that nobody thought when you were young that you would turn out a handsome woman, I can fancy that when all this has happened, you may be more disposed to look forward, and less inclined to change, than you feel at this moment. But there is no use in saying so now. You shake your head, and I nod mine. You say no, and I say yes. And there is an end of it. Where will you be then, I wonder? I do not wish to know, nor even to inquire of my own judgment. My health is very bad, worse than you are aware of. I cannot expect to be able to work always. Some of my present pupils are growing very tall, and no strangers will take me if I do not get much better, which is, I believe, impossible. The future, therefore, is all a mystery, and so let it remain. I am not anxious about that. But I am. Here comes tea. Now you will be doing a finer thing in making us a good cup of tea than in settling my future ever so satisfactorily, seeing that you cannot touch it with so much as your little finger. Tea is wholly in your power. You will look forward to other people's grey hair and sedateness of face, though you will not to your own. Mere grey hair is as certain as futurity itself, and I will allow you to prophesy that much for me or for anybody. Why should we not prophesy about your pupils, too? They seem to be improving very much. They certainly are, and I am glad you have lighted upon the pleasantest subject I ever think about. Oh, Margaret, you do not know what encouragement I have about some of those children. Their lot is and will be a hard one, in many respects. It will be difficult for them to grow kindly and liberal and truthful with such examples as they have before their eyes. They advance like the snail on the wall, creeping 3 inches on in one day, and falling back 2 at night. They get out of a pretty mood of mind in the morning, and expand and grow interested in things out of Deerbrook, and then in the evening the greater part of this is undone, and they go to bed with their heads full of small, vile notions about their neighbours. And when they grow too wise to have their heads so filled, their hearts will be heavy for those who are not rising like themselves. That is unavoidable, and they must bear the sorrow. We must hope that they will disperse from Deerbrook and find their way into a more genial society they can ever know here. I must keep the confidence of my children sacred even from you, Margaret, but you may believe me when I tell you that if you knew all that we have to say to one another, you would find some of these children animated with really noble thoughts, and capable of really generous acts. Some of them, Mary in particular, I venture to conjecture to be in your thoughts. Yes, Mary in particular, but she had always a more gentle and generous temper than her sisters. Fanny, however, is improving remarkably. I am delighted to hear it, and I had begun to suspect it. Fanny, I observe, plays fewer informations than she did, and there is more of thought and less of a prying expression in her face. She is really growing more like Mary in countenance. The little Rowlands, the younger ones, seem simple enough, but Matilda, what a disagreeable child she is! The most that can be done with her is to leave her only a poor creature, to strip her of the conceit and malice with which her mother would overlay her feeble intellect. This sounds deplorably enough, but as parents will not speak the plain truth to themselves about their charge, governesses must. There is, perhaps, little better material in Fanny, but I trust we may one day see her more lowly than she can at present relish the idea of being, and with energy enough to improve under the discipline of life when she can no longer have that of school. She and Mary have been acknowledging to day a fine piece of experience. Mr Grey is pleased with their great improvement in Latin. He finds they can read, with ease and pleasure, some favourite classical scraps which he used to talk about without exciting any interest in them. They honestly denied having devoted any more time to Latin than before, or having taken any more pains, and no new methods have been tried. Here was a mystery. To-day they have solved it. They find that all is owing to their getting up earlier in the morning to teach those little orphans, the Woods, to read and sew. Not a very circuitous process, said Margaret. Love and kind interest, energy and improvement, whether in Latin or anything else. But what did you mean just now about truth? What should make the Greys otherwise than truthful? Oh, not the Greys. I was thinking of the other family when I said that. But that is a large subject. Let us leave it till after tea. Will you give me another cup? Now, shall we begin upon our large subject? Said she as the door closed behind the tea tray and kettle, and Margaret handed her work bag. I am aware that I asked for it, replied Margaret, but it is a disagreeable topic, and perhaps we had better avoid it. You will take me for a Deerbrook person, if I say we will go into it, will not you? Oh, no. You have a reason, I see. So why should not the little Rowlands be truthful? Because they have so perpetual an example of falsehood before them at home. I have made some painful discoveries there lately. Is it possible you did not know that woman long ago? I knew her obvious qualities, which there is no need to specify, but the depth of her untruth is a new fact to me. Are you sure of it, now? Quite sure of it in some particulars, and strongly suspecting it in others. Do not tell your sister anything of what I am going to say, unless you find it necessary for the direction of her conduct. Let your disclosures be rather to Mr Hope. That is settled, is it? Well, Mrs Rowland's ruling passion just now is hatred to your household. I suspected as much, but the untruth. Wait a little. She dislikes you all, and severally. What, my brother? Oh, yes, for marrying into the Grey connection so decidedly. Did you ever hear that before? Margaret laughed, and her friend went on. This capture and imprisonment of her mother, for the poor old lady is not allowed to see whom she pleases, is chiefly to get her from under Mr Hope's care. I fancy, from her air and from some things she has dropped, that she has some grand coup d'état in reserve about that matter. But this is merely suspicion. I will now speak only of what I know to exist. She is injuring your brother to an extent that he is not, but ought to be, aware of. What does she say? She shudders at his politics, I know. Yes, that might be ignorance merely, and even conscientious ignorance, so we will let that pass. She also hints, very plainly and extensively, that your brother and sister are not happy together. She is a wicked woman, said Margaret with a deep sigh. I half suspected what you tell me from poor George's errand that unhappy day. Right. Mr Rowland's irony was intended to stop his wife's insinuations before the children. She says the most unwarrantable things about Mrs Grey's having made the match, and she intimates that Hester has several times gone to bed in hysterics, from Mr Hope having upbraided her with taking him in. What is to be done? cried Margaret, throwing down her work. Your brother will decide for himself whether to speak to Mr Rowland, or to let the slander pass, and live it down. Our duty is to give him information, and I feel that it is a duty. And now, have you been told anything about Mr Hope's practice of dissection?" Margaret related what she had heard on the bank of the river, and Hope's explanation of it. "He knows more than he told you, I have no doubt," replied Maria. "The beginning of it was, your brother's surgery pupil having sent a great toe, in a handsome looking sealed packet, to some lad in the village, who happened to open it at table. You may imagine the conjectures as to where it came from, and the revival of stories about robbing churchyards, and of prejudices about dissection. Mrs Rowland could not let such an opportunity as this pass by, and her neighbours have been favoured with dark hints as to what has been heard under the churchyard wall, and what she herself has seen from her window in sleepless nights. Now Mr Hope must take notice of this. It is too dangerous a subject to be left quietly to the ignorance and superstitions of such a set of people as those among whom his calling lies. No ignorance on earth exceeds that of the country folks whom he attends." "But they worship him!" cried Margaret. "They have worshipped him; but, you know, worship easily gives place to hatred among the extremely ignorant. And nothing is so likely to quicken the process as to talk about violating graves. Do not be frightened. I tell you this to prevent mischief, not to prophesy it. Mr Hope will take what measures he thinks fit, and I shall tell Mr Rowland to-morrow morning that I am the source of your information. I was just going to warn him to-day that I meant to speak to you in this way, but I left it till to-morrow, that I might not be prevented." "Dear Maria, this will cost you your bread." "I believe not; but this consideration belongs to that future of time on which, as I was saying, we cannot lay our little fingers. The present is clear enough, that Mr Hope ought to know his own case." "He shall know it. But, Maria, do you mean that Mrs Rowland talks of all these affairs before her children?" "When Mr Rowland is not present to check it. And this brings me to something which I thought ought to be said, though I have no proof to bring. Having found of late what things Mrs Rowland can say for a purpose, how variously and how monstrously untrue, and seeing that all her enterprises are at present directed against the people who live in a pleasant little corner house. But why? You have not yet fully accounted for this enmity." "I have not, but I will now. I think she joins your name with her brother's, and that she accordingly hates you now as she once hated Hester. But mind, I am not sure of this." "But how? Why?" "You will divine that I have changed my opinion about Mr Enderby's being engaged to Miss Bruce, since you asked me for my judgment upon it. I may very possibly be mistaken, but as Mr Enderby lies under censure for forming and carrying on such an arrangement in strange concealment from his most intimate friends, I think it due to him at least to put the supposition that he may not be guilty." Margaret could not speak, though 1,000 questions struggled in her heart. "I am aware," continued Maria, "with what confidence she has everywhere stated the fact of this engagement, and that Mrs Enderby fully believes it. But I have been struck throughout with a failure of particularity in Mrs Rowland's knowledge. She cannot tell when her brother last saw Miss Bruce, nor whether he has any intention of going to Rome. She does not know, evidently, whether he was engaged when he was last here, and I cannot get rid of the impression that his being engaged now is a matter of inference from a small set of facts, which will bear more than one interpretation. Surely she would not dare " Margaret paused. "It is a bold stroke, supposing me right, but she would strike boldly to make a quarrel between her brother and his friends in the corner house; and if the device should fail at last, she has the intermediate satisfaction of making them uncomfortable." "Horrid creature!" said Margaret, feeling however, that she would forgive all the horridness for the sake of finding that Mrs Rowland had done this horrid thing. "We must not forget," said Maria, "that there is another side to the question. Young men have been known to engage themselves mysteriously and without sufficient respect to the confidence of intimate friends. This must be ascertained, Maria." And again Margaret stopped short with a blush of shame. "By time, Margaret, in no other way. I cannot, of course, speak to Mr Rowland, or any one, on so private an affair of the family, nor, under the circumstances, can Mr Hope stir in it. We must wait, but it cannot be for long. Some illumination must reach Deerbrook soon, either from Mr Enderby's going to Rome, or coming here to see his mother." "Mrs Rowland said he would come here, she hoped, for his wedding journey." "She did say so, I know. And she has told plenty of people that her brother is delighted that Mrs Enderby is settled with her, whereas some beautiful plants arrived this morning from Mrs Enderby's conservatory, by his orders. The Rowlands have no conservatory, you know. The children were desired not to mention the arrival of these plants to Grandmamma, and Mrs Rowland wrote by return of post, I imagine to inform him for the first time of his mother's removal." Margaret thought these things were too bad to be true. "I should have said so, too, some time ago, and as I cannot too earnestly repeat, I may be wrong now. But I have done my duty in giving you reason for suspending your judgment of Mr Enderby. This being done, we will talk of something else. Now, do not you think there may be some difficulty in preserving my pupils from a habit of untruth?" "Yes, indeed." But the talking of something else did not operate so well as it sounded. The pauses were long after what had passed. At length, when Margaret detected herself in the midst of the speculation, "If he is not engaged to Miss Bryce, it does not follow," she roused herself, and exclaimed, "How very good it is of you, Maria, to have laid all this open to me." Maria hung her head over her work, and thought within herself that her friend could not judge of the deed. She replied, "Thank you. I thought I should get some sympathy from you in the end, to repay me for the irksomeness of exposing such a piece of social vice as this poor lady's conduct." "Yes, indeed. I ought to have acknowledged it before, as I feel it. But you know there is so much to think over. It is so wonderful, so almost inconceivable." "It is so." "Is it quite necessary, Maria?" "Yes, I see it is necessary, that you should speak to Mr Rowland to morrow. You are bound in honesty to do so, but it will be very painful. Can we not help you? Can we not in some way spare you?" "No, you cannot, thank you. For Mr Rowland's sake, no one else must be by, and no one of you can testify to the facts. No, leave me alone. By this time to morrow night it will be done. What knock is that? No one ever knocks on my account. Surely it cannot be your servant already. It is only now 8:30. I promised Hester I would go home early." "She cannot want you half so much as I do. Stay another hour." Margaret could not. Hester made a point of her returning at this time. When the cloaking and final chat were done, and Margaret was at the door, Maria called her. Margaret came skipping back to hear her friends whisper. "How is your wretchedness, Margaret?" "How is yours?" was Margaret's reply. "Much better. The disburdening of it is a great comfort. And the pain, the aching oh, never mind that." Margaret shook her head. She could not but mind it, but wished that she could take it upon herself sometimes. She had often thought lately that she should rather enjoy a few weeks of Maria's pain as an alternative to the woe under which she had been suffering; but this, if she could have tried the experiment, she would probably have found to be a mistake. When she saw her friend cover her eyes with her hand, as if for a listless hour of solitude, She felt that she had been wrong in yielding to her sister's jealousy of her being so much with Maria, and she resolved that, next time, Maria should appoint the hour for her return home. When Maria was thus covering her eyes with her hand, she was thinking, "Now, half this task is over, the other half tomorrow, and then the consequences." When Margaret entered the drawing room at home, where her brother was reading aloud to Hester, he exclaimed, "We beat all Deerbrook for early visiting, I think. Here you are home, and I dare say Mr Tucker has still another pipe to smoke, and the wine is not mulled yet at the Jameses. It is quite time Margaret was giving us a little of her company, I am sure," said Hester. "You forget how early she went. If it was not for the school, I think she and Maria would spend all their time together. I have every wish not to interfere, but I cannot think that this friendship has made Maria less selfish." "It would, I dare say, my dear, but that there is no selfishness to begin upon. I am afraid she is very unwell, Margaret?" "In much pain, I fear." "I will go and see if I can do her any good. You can glance over what we have read, and I shall be back in a quarter of an hour to go on with it." "I wonder you left Maria if she is so poorly." "I determined that I would not another time, but this time I had promised." "Pray do not make out that I am any restraint upon your intercourse with Maria. And yet it is not quite fair to say that, either." "I do not think it is quite fair. But you should warn me. You should tell me if I ask anything unreasonable. When are you going again? An old patient of my husband's has sent us a quarter of a chest of very fine oranges. We will carry Maria a basketful of oranges tomorrow. Chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 25. Long Walks. The unhappy are indisposed to employment. All active occupations are wearisome and disgusting in prospect. At a time when everything, life itself, is full of weariness and disgust, yet the unhappy must be employed, or they will go mad. Comparatively, blessed are they, if they are set in families where claims and duties abound, and cannot be escaped. In the pressure of business there is present safely and ultimate relief. Harder is the lot of those who have few necessary occupations, enforced by other claims than their own harmlessness and profitableness. Reading often fails. Now and then it may beguile, but much oftener the intention is languid, the thoughts wander, and associations with the subject of grief are awakened. Women who find that reading will not do, will obtain no relief from sewing. Sewing is present enough in moderation to those whose minds are at ease the while, but it is an employment which is trying to the nerves when long continued, at the best, and nothing can be worse for the harassed. And for those who want to escape from themselves, writing is bad. The pen hangs idly suspended over the paper, or the sad thoughts that are alive within write themselves down. The safest and best of all occupations for such sufferers as are fit for it, is intercourse with young children. An infant might beguile Satan and his peers, the day after they were couched on the lake of fire. If the love of children chance to linger amidst the ruins of their angelic nature, next to this comes honest, genuine acquaintanceship among the poor, not merely charity visiting grounded on soup tickets and blankets, but intercourse of mind, with real mutual interest between the parties. Gardening is excellent, but it unites bodily exertion with a sufficient engagement of the faculties, while sweet, compassionate nature is ministering cure in every sprouting leaf and scented blossom, and beckoning sleep to draw nigh, and be ready to follow up her benignant work. Walking is good, not stepping from shop to shop, or from neighbor to neighbor. but stretching out too far into the country to the freshest fields, and the highest ridges, and the quietest lanes. However sullen the imagination may have been among its griefs at home, here it cheers up and smiles. However listless the limbs may have been when sustaining a too heavy heart, here they are braced, and the lagging gait becomes buoyant again. However perverse the memory may have been in presenting all that was agonizing, and insisting only on what cannot be retrieved, here it is first disregarded, and then it sleeps, and the sleep of the memory is the day in paradise to the unhappy. The mere breathing of the cool wind on the face in the commonest highway is red and comfort, which must be felt at such times to be believed. It is disbelieved in the shortest intervals between its seasons of enjoyment, and every time the sufferer has a resolution to go forth to meet it, it penetrates to the very heart in glad surprise. The fields are better still, for there is the lark to fill up the hours with mirthful music, or at worst the robin and flocks of fieldfares, to show that the hardest day has its life and hilarity. But the calmest region is the upland, where human life is spread out beneath the bodily eye, where the mind roves from the peasant's nest to the spiry town, from the schoolhouse to the churchyard, from the diminished team in the patch of fallow, or the fisherman's boat in the cove, to the viaduct that spans the valley, or the fleet that glides ghost-like on the horizon. This is the perch where the spirit plumes its ruffled and drooping wings, and makes ready to let itself down any wind that heaven may send. No doubt Margaret found the benefit of exercise, and the solitary enjoyment of the country, for, during the last few weeks, walking seemed to have become a passion with her. Hester was almost out of patience about it, when for a moment she lost sight of what she well knew must be the cause of this strong new interest. Every doubtful morning Margaret was at the window, exploring the clouds. Every fine day she laid her watch on the table before her, impatiently watching the approach of the hour when her brother was to come in for Hester, and when she might set off by herself, not to return till dinner time. She became renowned in Deerbrook for the length of her excursions. The grocer has met her far out in one direction, when returning from making his purchases at the market town. The butcher had seen her in the distant fields, when he paid a visit to his grazier in the pastures. Dr. Levitt has walked his horse beside her in the lane which formed the limit of the longer of his two common rides, and many a neighbour or patient of Mr Hope's had been surprised at her declining a cast in a tax cart or gig, when there was only a long stretch of plain road before her, and the lanes and fields were too dreary to enable her to seek any variety in them in her way home. These were, in fact, Margaret's times of refreshing, of practical worship. These were the times when she saw, what at other moments she only repeated to herself, that all things are right, and that our personal trials derive their bitterness from our ignorance and spiritual inexperience. At these times she could not only pity all who suffered, but congratulate all who enjoyed, and could afford feelings of disinterested regard to Philip, and of complacency to Miss Bruce. She remembered that Miss Bruce was unconscious of having injured her, was possibly unaware even of her existence, and then she enjoyed the luxury of blessing her rival, and of longing for an opportunity to serve her secretly and silently, as the happy girl's innocence of all wrong towards her deserved. Margaret's desire for a long solitary walk was as strong as ever. The day after she had visited Maria, no opportunity has occurred of speaking to her brother without alarming Hester, and she had almost determined merely to refer him to Maria, instead of telling the story herself. She should not see him again till dinner. He was gone into the country. The day was gloomy and cold, and Hester was not disposed to leave the fireside, so Margaret issued forth with thick shoes, umbrella, and muff, and guarded against everything that might occur overhead and underfoot. She had generally found hope, or at least comfort, abroad to-day, when she ought to have been much happier. She found anxiety and fear, the thought of the very words, would incessantly recur. If he is not engaged to Miss Bruce, it does not follow. Then she seriously grieved for her brother, and the troubles which she feared awaited him; and then she reproached herself with not grieving enough, not having attention enough to spare from her own concerns. While she was walking along on the dry causeway, looking straight before her, but thinking of far other things than the high road, she was startled by the stroke of a horse's foot against a stone close by her side, and a voice speaking almost in her ear. It was only Edward. He was going a couple of miles forward, and he brought his horse beside the raised causeway, so that they could converse as if walking together. "There is nobody to overhear us, I think," said Margaret, looking round. "I have been wanting since yesterday evening to speak to you alone about something very disagreeable, which I would not disturb Hester with. You, of course, can do as you please about telling her." She related to him the whole story of Mrs Rowland's imputations and proceedings, her reports of the hysterics and their origin, the body snatching, and the cause and mode of Mrs Enderby's removal. Margaret had always considered her brother as a man of uncommon nerve, and her surprise was therefore great at seeing him change colour as he did. "We shall agree," said she, "that the worst of all this is, that there is some truth at the bottom part of it." "Oh, heavens!" thought Hope. "Is it possible that Mrs Grey can have told the share he had in my marriage?" "It was but a momentary fear," Margaret went on. I have never hoped at Birmingham, and much less here, that Hester could escape the observation of her neighbours, that her occasional agitation of spirits should not excite remark and speculation, as we are not quite whole and sound in our domestic peace. I must speak plainly, brother, at such a time as this. I should think it would be better to take no notice of that set of imputations. I trust we shall live them down. You gave me great comfort in a few words once," I said. "Hope, do you remember saying, when the time for acting comes, see how she will act? You know her well, and you judge her rightly, and you will, perhaps, be the less sorry to hear that the time seems coming when we may all have to act. I scarcely see how, but against adversity. She will come out nobly then. I fear nothing for her but too much prosperity." "There is no fear of that, I assure you," said Hope, smiling somewhat sadly. "You find the effect of this woman's slanders. My situation has, from one cause or more, totally changed since you first knew me. It would break Hester's heart to hear what I am subjected to in the discharge of my daily business. I tell her a trifle now and then, to prepare her for what may happen; but she and you do not know a tenth part of what is inflicted upon me, and what may happen. I cannot see the extent of it myself, but I am losing my practice every day. No, not through any failure, not through any of the accidents which will happen in all medical practice. There are reports of such abroad, I believe, but nothing is commoner than those reports. The truth is, no patient of mine has died, or failed to do well, for an unusually long space of time. The discontent with me is from other causes. From Mrs Rowland's tongue, I doubt not, more than from your politics. The ignorance of the people about us is the great evil. Without this, neither Mrs Rowland nor anyone else could persuade them that I rob the churchyard, and vaccinate children to get patients, and draw good teeth to sell again." "Oh, monstrous!" said Margaret, who yet could not help laughing. "You never draw teeth, do you?" "Sometimes, but not when I can get people to go to the dentist at Blickley. Mrs Grey used to boast to you of my popularity, but I never liked it much. I had to be perpetually on the watch to avoid confidences. And you see how fast the stream is at present running the country way. I can hardly get on my horse now, without being insulted at my own door." "Must you submit to all this?" "By no means. I have called 2 or 3 men to account, and shaken my whip over 1 or 2 more, with excellent effect. If there were none but bullies among my enemies, I could easily deal with them. But cannot we go away and settle somewhere else?" "Oh, no. Wherever I might go, it would soon be understood that I had been obliged to leave Deerbrook, from being detected in body snatching and the like. I owe it to myself to stay. We must remain, and live down all imputations whatever, if we can." And if we cannot, then we shall see what to do when the time comes. And having managed the bullies, how do you propose to manage Mrs Rowland? What do you think of speaking to Mr Grey?" "I shall not do that. The Greys have no concern with it, but they will think they have. Then there will be a partisan warfare, with me for the pretext, and the two families have had quite warfare enough for a lifetime already. No, I shall not bring the Greys into it. I am sorry enough for Mr Rowland, for I am sure he has no part in all this. I shall go to him to-day. I should confront the lady at once, and call her to account. But that Miss Young must be considered. The more courageous and disinterested she is, the more care we must take of her. Perhaps she is at this moment telling Mr Rowland what we talked about last night. How very painful! Do you know she thinks it is right to tell the whole for other people's sake? She thinks that what Mrs Rowland says is not to be trusted in any case where she feels enmity. Maria even doubts whether Mr Enderby has treated you and his other friends so very negligently, whether he is engaged to Miss Bruce after all." Mr Hope was so much engaged about one of his stirrups while Margaret said this, that he could not observe where and how she was looking. "Very likely," replied Hope at length. "Hester has thought all along that this was possible. We shall know the truth from Enderby himself, one of these days, by act or word. Meantime, I, for one, shall wait to hear his own story." There was another pause, at the end of which Mr Hope clapped spurs to his horse, and said he must be riding on. Margaret called him back for a moment, to ask what he wished for to do about informing Hester of the state of affairs. Mr Hope was disposed to tell her the whole, if possible, but not till he should have come to some issue with Mr Rowland. He hated mysteries, any concealments in families, and it was due both to Hester and to himself that there should be no concealment of important affairs from her. The only cautions to be observed were, to save her from suspense, to avoid the appearance of a formal telling of bad news, and to choose an opportunity when she might have time, before seeing any of the Rowlands, to consider the principles which should regulate her conduct to them, that she might do herself honour by the consistency and temper of which she was capable under any circumstances, when she was only allowed time. This was settled, and he rode off with almost his usual gaiety of air. He saw Mr Rowland before night. The next day but one, a travelling carriage from Blickley was seen standing at Mr Rowland's door, and before the clock struck 9, it was loaded with trunks and band-boxes, and crowded with people. As it drove down the village street, merry little faces appeared at each carriage window. Mr Rowland was on the box. He was going to take his family to Cheltenham for the spring months. Miss Rowland was rather delicate, and Deerbrook was cold in March. Mrs Enderby was left behind, but there was Phoebe to take care of her, and Mr Rowland was to return as soon as he had settled his family. It seemed rather a pity, to be sure, that the old lady had been moved out of her own house just before she was to be left alone in her new residence, but between Mr Rowland and her maid, she would be taken good care of, and the family would return when the warm weather set in. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Deerbrook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Deerbrook by Harriet Martineau. Chapter 26. Disclosures. The whole village seemed relieved by the departure of the Rowlands. Mrs Grey, who had always been refused admission to her old friend on one pretence or another, was joyfully welcomed by Phoebe, and was plunged into all the delights of neighbourly chat before the clock struck 12. On the very first morning, Fanny and Mary Grey voluntarily offered to go to Miss Young, now that they were her only pupils, to save her the trouble of the walk to the schoolroom. This was a great relief to Maria, and her little parlour held the three very nicely, and when the girls had sufficiently admired the screen over again, their father's profile, the planets, and the Dargle, they settled quite as well as at home. There was still a corner left for cousin Margaret, when she chose to come with her German books, or her work and her useful remarks on what they were doing. No immediate consequences had happened to Maria from her plain dealing with Mr. Rowland, and she was quite ready to enjoy the 3 months of freedom without looking too anxiously towards the end of them. The very gardener at the Rowlands seemed to bestir himself with unusual alacrity to put the garden into spring trim, and the cook and housemaid might be seen over the hedge, walking in arm in arm on the gravel walks, smelling at the mezereon, and admiring Miss Anna's border of yellow crocuses, as the gardener said, as much as if they had been fine plants out of a conservatory. The birds themselves seemed to begin their twittering in the trees, and the cows their lowing in the meadow, from the hour that Mrs. Rowland went away. In other words, there were many whom that event left free and at ease to observe the harmonies of nature, who were usually compelled to observe only the lady and the discords of her household. It was only the second day after the departure of the family that Margaret took her seat in the offered corner of Maria's parlour. She laid down her book and took up her work, when the question arose, which was probably interested all intelligent schoolgirls for many a year, what made so many Athenians so many, that there must have been some wise and good men among them, treat such a person as Socrates in the way they did? Margaret was quite occupied in admiring the sort of Socratic method with which Maria drew out from the minds of her pupils some of the difficult philosophy of opinion, and the liberality with which she allowed for the distress of heathen moralists at having the sanction of custom broken up. Margaret was thus quite occupied with the delight of seeing a great subject skilfully let down into young minds, and the others were no less busy with the subject itself, when Mary started, and said it made her jump to see Sydney bring Fairy close up to the window. Fanny imperiously bade her mind what she was about, and let Sydney alone. But yet, in a minute or two, Fanny's own eyes were detected wandering into the yard, where Sydney still remained. "He is getting Fairy shod," she said in a soliloquising tone. Every one laughed. The idea of shoeing a fairy was so ridiculous, and some witticisms about Bottom the Weaver and his ass's head were sported. It was evident that Socrates had no more chance this day, and Maria changed the subject. "Sydney looks very much as if he wanted to come in," observed Mary. Sydney did particularly wish to come in, but he saw that Cousin Margaret was there, and he had felt an unconquerable awe of Cousin Margaret ever since the day of his carrying her over the ice. So he stood irresolutely watching, as nail after nail was driven into Fairy's hoof, casting glances every minute at the window. "Shall I see what he wants?" asked Margaret, perceiving that lessons would not go on till Sydney had got out what he wished to say. "May I open the window for a moment, Maria, to speak to him?" "What do you think?" cried Sydney, taking instant advantage of the movement, and carrying off his awkwardness by whipping the window sill while he spoke. "What do you think? Mr Enderby is come by the coach this morning. I saw him myself, and you might have met our Ben carrying his portmanteau home from where he was put down half an hour ago. We'll have rare sport if he stays as long as he did last summer. I do believe," he continued, leaning into the room, and speaking with a touch of his mother's mystery, "he would have come long since if Mrs Rowland had not been here. I wish she had taken herself off 2 months ago, and then I might have had a run with the harriers with him, as he promised I should." "Now you have said just a little too much, Sydney, so you may go," said Maria. "Shut down the window, will you?" It was well for Margaret that there was the recess of the window to lean in. There she stood, not speaking a word. It was not in nature for Maria to refrain from casting a glance at her, which glance grew into a look of intelligence. "You do not quite wink as mamma does," observed Fanny, "but I know very well what you mean, Miss Young. So people always fancy when they observe upon nothing, or upon what they know nothing about, Fanny. But I thought you were convinced, some time ago, that you should not watch people's countenances to find out what they are thinking, any more than—" "I should read a letter they are writing," interrupted Fanny. "Well, I beg your pardon, Miss Young, but I really thought I saw you looking at Cousin Margaret's face. However, I dare say everybody supposes the same, that Mr Enderby would not have been here now if Mrs Rowland had not gone away. You need not mind Mary and me, Miss Young. You know we hear all about Mrs Rowland at home." I know you are apt to fancy that you understand all about Mrs Rowland, my dear, but perhaps Mrs Rowland herself might happen to differ from you. If she could look into your mind, it is for you to settle with yourself whether you think she would be satisfied that you have done by her as you would have her do by you. This is your own affair, Fanny. So now, without any one trying to see in your face what you think of yourself, we will go to our business." The scratching of pens in the exercise books and the turning over of the dictionary now proceeded for some time in profound silence, in the midst of which Margaret stole back to her corner. "There goes 12!" softly exclaimed Mary. "Mamma said we might go with her to call at cousin Hester's. If we were home and ready by 12:30, we shall not have nearly done, Miss Young." Miss Young did not take the hint. She only said, "Is your mamma going to call on Mrs Hope? Then, Margaret, do not let us detain you here. You will wish to be at home, I am sure." Never, as Maria supposed, had Margaret more impatiently desired to be at home. Though accustomed to go in and out of Maria's abode, with or without reason assigned, she had not now ventured to move, though the little room felt like a prison. An awkward consciousness had fixed her to her seat. Now, however, she made haste to depart, promising to visit her friend again very soon. The little girls wanted her to arrange to come every morning, and stay all the time of lessons, but Margaret declined making any such engagement. As she went home, she scarcely raised her eyes for fear of seeing him, and yet she lingered for an instant at her brother's door, from a feeling of disappointment at having met no one she knew. She had fully and undoubtedly intended to tell Hester of Philip's arrival, but when she had taken off her bonnet and settled herself beside her sister in the drawing room, she found that it was quite impossible to open the subject. While she was meditating upon this, the entrance of the Greys seemed to settle the matter. She supposed they would make the disclosure for her, but she soon perceived that they had not heard the news. Mrs Grey went on quoting Mrs Enderby and Phoebe, and Sophia remarked on the forsaken condition of the old lady, in a way which was quite incompatible with any knowledge of the new aspect which affairs had assumed this morning. It was a great relief to Margaret to be spared the discussion of a fact on which so much was to be said. But lo, in the midst of a flow of talk about fomentations, and the best kind of nightlight for a sick room, there was a knock at the door, every stroke of which was recognized to a certainty by Margaret, while the other ladies were pushing back their chairs to break up the appearance of a gossip, and make room for another party of visitors. Margaret was wholly occupied with contriving to sit upright, notwithstanding the dimness that came over her sight. It was he. He entered the room quickly, looked taller than ever, as Sophia thought to herself, and more than ever like a polished count, now that his blue great coat was buttoned up to the chin. He stopped for half a moment on seeing ladies in cloaks and bonnets, and then came forward and shook hands with everybody. Hester observed that he looked full at Margaret as she held out his hand to her, but Margaret did not see this, for though she commanded herself wonderfully, she could not meet his eye. Of course, he was asked when he arrived. He had to answer the question, and also the remarks which were made on the length of his absence, and on the expectations of everybody in Deerbrook, that he would have visited the old place at Christmas or New Year. He was then pitied on account of the state of his mother's health. To this he made no reply whatever, but when Mrs Grey inquired how he found Mrs Enderby, he briefly, somewhat abruptly, answered that he thought her very ill. It was equally impossible for Margaret to sit totally silent while all this was going on, and to address herself to him. She therefore kept some conversation with Sophia on the greenhouse, and the fate of the evergreens in the shrubbery, in consequence of the severity of the frost in January, which laurestinus had been lost, and how the arbutus had suffered, and how long it would be before the laurels on the grass would grow up to their former size and beauty, while Sophia was telling that the greenhouse occupied a great deal of time, and that she had therefore turned over her interest in it to Sydney, and begged the little girls to divide her garden between them. Mr Enderby had seen to take Hester into the window, and after remarking upon the snowdrops beneath, to speak privately to her. Margaret was afraid Mrs Grey would take the hint and go away. her presence now appeared a sort of protection, which Margaret exerted herself to retain, by not allowing the conversation to flag. She need not have feared. Mrs Grey was turning over in the mind how she might best introduce her congratulations on Mr Enderby's engagement, and her inquiries after Miss Bruce's welfare, topics on which she conceived that good manners required her to enter. Meantime, Mr Enderby had been saying to Hester, "You will excuse the offer of my good wishes on your settlement here being briefly and hastily made, but I am at this moment in great anxiety. Is Hope at home?" "No, he is some miles off in the country." "Then I must charge you with a message to him. I think my mother very ill, and I find it is some time since Hope has seen her. Will you beg him to come to her without loss of time when he returns?" "Certainly. He will be home within 2 or 3 hours, I have no doubt. Ask him whether he will not prescribe a visit from you to my mother. It will do her good, I am confident. You know she is all alone now with her maid." "I am aware of that. It is not from negligence or disinclination, I assure you, that we have seen so little of Mrs Enderby for some time past." I know it," said he, shaking his head. Then, after a pause, "Shall you be at home this evening?" "Yes." "And alone?" "Yes. Will you come?" "Thank you. I will come in for an hour. I shall hear Hope's report of my mother, and between ourselves I want a few words with your sister. Can you manage this for me?" "No doubt." He was gone in another moment, with a bow to the whole party. "Gone!" cried Mrs Grey, "and I have not said a word to him about his engagement and Miss Bruce. How very odd he must think us, Sophia." "There will be plenty of time for all we have to say," observed Hester. "He is so uneasy about his mother, I see, that he will not leave her yet awhile." Margaret was sure she perceived in her sister's beautiful eye and lit up subtle expression of amusement that they bore when a gay thought was in her mind, or when her neighbours were setting off in speculation on a wrong scent. "But half the grace of one's good wishes is in their being offered readily," said Mrs Grey. "As I was saying to Sophia the other day, when we were considering whether Mr Grey should not write to Mr Enderby with our congratulations, we should not like to appear backward on such an occasion, for many reasons. Well now, my dears, one thing more. You must come to tea with us this evening. It will be a mild evening, I have no doubt, and I have sent to Miss Young to say that my sedan will bring her at 6 o'clock. We have quite set our hearts upon having you for a sociable evening." "Thank you," said Hester. "We would come with great pleasure, but that we are engaged." "Engaged, my dear! Margaret has just told us that you have no engagement." "So Margaret thought, but we are engaged. A friend of Mr Hope's is coming to spend the evening, and I promised that we would be at home." "Dear," said Sophia, "and we had quite set our hearts upon your coming. Cannot you bring the gentleman with you, my dear? I am sure Mr Grey will be happy to see any friend of Mr Hope's." "Thank you, but he is coming on business." "Oh, well, but Margaret can be spared, surely. I suppose you must stay and make tea, my dear. It would not so, I know, for you to appear to neglect your husband's country patients, particularly in the present state of affairs. But Margaret can come, surely. Sydney shall step for her a little before 6. "Oh, yes," said Sophia, "Margaret can come. The gentlemen have no business with her, I suppose." Margaret was again puzzled with the fun that lurked in the eye and lip. She had been passive till now, but seeing Hester's determination that she should not go, she said very decidedly that she should much prefer coming some evening when her brother and sister need not be left behind. "Mrs Grey is not very well pleased," observed Margaret, when their visitors were gone. "Could not you have been a little more explicit as to this gentleman, whoever he may be?" "I thought it better not to say more," said Hester, how unable to help stealing a glance at her sister. "Our visitor is to be Mr Enderby. He is so uneasy about his mother, that my husband is to see her this afternoon, and Mr Enderby offers to come in the evening, to discuss her case." After a slight pause, Hester continued, "Sophia was very positive about its being impossible that our visitor could have any business with you. Was not she?" "Oh, Hester!" said Margaret imploringly, with her eyes full of tears. "Well, well," said Hester, remembering how cruel this speech might appear to her sister. I ought not to speak to you from my own habitual disbelief of Mrs Rowland's news. I will go away, dear, only just saying, first, that I like Philip's look very well. He does not seem happier than he ought to be, while his mother is so ill. Nor does he act as if he felt he had neglected us, his old friends. As my husband says, we must hear his own story before we judge him." When she left the room, Margaret could not have settled with herself whether there was most pain or pleasure in the prospect of this evening. 5 minutes before she had believed that she should spend it at the Greys', should hear the monotonous hiss of the urn, which seemed to take up its song every time she went where it had left off last, should see Mrs Grey's winks from behind it, should have the same sort of cake, cut by Sophia into pieces of exactly the same size, should hear Sydney told to be quiet, and the little girls to go to bed, should have to play Mrs Grey's favourite waltz, and sing Mr Grey's favourite song, and at last to refuse a glass of sherry 3 times over, and come away, after hearing much wonder expressed that the evening was gone already. Now, instead of this, there was to be the fear and constraint of Philip's presence, so unlike what that had ever been before, no longer gay, easy, and delightful, but all that was awkward. No one would be sure of what the others were feeling, or whether there was any sufficient reason for their mutual feelings being so changed. Who would find the conversation? What could be talked about which would not bring one or another into collision with Mrs Rowland or Miss Bruce? But yet there would be his presence, and with it bliss. There would be his very voice, and something of his thoughts could not but come out. She was better pleased than if his evening was to be spent anywhere else. Dinner passed, she did not know how, except that her brother thought Mrs Enderby not materially worse than when he saw her last. The tea tray came and stood an hour, Mr Hope being evidently restless and on the watch. He said at last that it would be better to get tea over before Enderby came, and Margaret repeated in her own mind that it was less awkward, and yet she was disappointed. The moment the table was cleared, his knock was heard. He would not have tea. He had been making his mother's tea, and had a cup with her, and now what was Hope's judgment on her state of health? The gentleman had scarcely entered upon the subject when a note was brought in for Margaret. Everything made her nervous, but the purport of this note was merely to ask for a book which she had promised to lend Mrs Levitt, and she went to her room for it. She was vexed that the interruption had occurred now, and was heartily angry with herself that she could command herself no better, and be no more like other people than she fancied she had been this day. "There is Hester," thought she, looking nothing less than merry, and talking about whatever occurs as if nothing had happened since we met him last, while I sit, feeling like a fool, with not a word to say, and no courage to say it if I had. I wonder whether I have always been as insignificant and dull as I have seen myself to be to-day. I do not believe I ever thought about the matter before. I wish I could forget it now." Notwithstanding her feeling of insignificance in the drawing-room, however, she was so impatient to be there again that her hands trembled with eagerness in doing up the parcel for Mrs Levitt. When she re-entered the drawing-room, Philip was there alone, standing by the fire. Margaret's first impulse was to retreat, but her better judgment prevailed in time to intercept the act. Philip said, "Mr and Mrs Hope have, at my desire, given me the opportunity of speaking to you alone. You must not refuse to hear what I have to say, because it is necessary to the vindication of my honour, and it is also due to another person." "Of course." Margaret sat down. She seemed to intend to speak, and Philip waited to hear her, but no words came, so he went on. "You have been told, I find, that I have been for some time engaged to a lady who is now at Rome, Miss Bruce. How such a notion originated, we need not inquire. The truth is that I am but slightly acquainted with Miss Bruce, and that nothing has ever occurred which could warrant such a use of that lady's name. I heard nothing of this till to-day, and—" "Is it possible?" breathed Margaret. "I was shocked to hear of it from my poor mother, but infinitely more shocked, grieved to the very soul, to find that you, Margaret, believed it." "How could we help it? It was your sister who told us. What does my sister know of me compared with you? I thought, I hoped, but I see now that I was presumptuous. I thought that you knew me enough and cared for me enough to understand my mind, and trust my conduct through whatever you might hear of me from others. I have been deceived. I have deceived myself as to the relation in which we stand. I do not blame you, Margaret, that is, I will not if I can help it, for what you have given credit to about me, but I did not think you would have mortified me so deeply. You are partly wrong now. You are unjust at this moment, replied Margaret, looking up with some spirit. I do not wish to speak of Mrs Rowland, but remember, your mother never doubted what your sister said. The information was given in such a way as left almost an impossibility of disbelief. There was nothing to set against the most positive assurances, nothing from you, not a word to any of your old friends. And there was I, working away on a new and good plan of life, living for you, and counting the weeks and days between me and the time when I might come and show you what your power over me had enabled me to do. And you were all the while despising or forgetting me, allowing me no means of defending myself, yielding me up to dishonour with a mere shake of the head, as if I had been an acquaintance of 2 or 3 ball nights. It is clear that you knew my mind no better than I now find I knew yours. What would you have had me do? Asked Margaret with such voice as she had. I believe I had not thought of that, said Philip, half laughing. I only felt that you ought to have trusted me, that you must have known that I loved neither Miss Bruce nor any one but you, and that I could not be engaged to any one while I loved you. Tell me at once, Margaret, did I not deserve this much from you? You did, said Margaret distinctly, but there is another way of viewing the whole, which does not seem to have occurred to you. I have been to blame, perhaps, but if you had thought of the other possibility. What other? Oh, do speak plainly. I must, at such a time as this. If I could not think you guilty, I might fancy myself to have been mistaken. And did you fancy so? Did you suppose I neither loved you nor meant you to think that I did? I did conclude myself mistaken. Oh, Margaret, I should say, if I dared, that such a thought, such humility, such generosity could come of nothing but love. Margaret made no reply. They understood one another too completely for words. Even in the first gush of joy, there was intense bitterness in the thought of what Margaret must have suffered, and Philip vowed, in the bottom of his soul, that his whole life should be devoted to make her forget it. He could have cursed his sister with equal energy. There was no end to what had to be said. Philip was impatient to tell what he had been doing, and the reasons of the whole of his conduct. Margaret's views had become his own as to the desultoriness of his life. He had hitherto led. He had applied himself diligently to the study of the law, intending to prove to himself and to her that he was capable of toil, and of a steady aim at an object in life, before he asked her to decide what their relation to each other was henceforth to be. Surely, said he, you might have discovered this much from my letters to my mother. And how were we to know what was in your letters to your mother? Do you mean that you have not read or heard them all this time? Not a word for these 3 months. We have scarcely seen her for many weeks past, and then she merely showed us what long letters you wrote her. And they were all written for you, she told me, the last time I was here, that she could keep nothing from you, and relying upon her words, I've supposed this to be a medium of communication between us throughout. I could have no other, you know. When did my mother leave off reading my letters to you? From the week you went away last. Mrs Rowland came in while we were in the midst of one, and the consequence was that you have been in the dark about me ever since. You saw that I did right? Yes, I've seen most of the postmarks, and the interiors upside down, but Mrs Rowland was always there, or else Phoebe. And have you really known nothing about me whatever? Little George told me that you had lessons to learn, very hard and very long, and if possible more difficult than this. And did not you see then that I was acting upon your views? I suppose Miss Bruce might have had them first. Miss Bruce, he cried, in a tone of annoyance. I knew nothing of Miss Bruce's views on any subject. I cannot conceive how my sister got such a notion into her head, while she selected her. Margaret was going to mention the sisterly affection which had long subsisted between Miss Bruce and Mrs Rowland, according to the letter, but it occurred to her that it was just possible
that Philip might not be altogether so indifferent to Miss Bruce
as Miss Bruce was to him, and this thought sealed her lips. "I wonder whether Rowland believed it all the time," said Philip. "And Hope? It was unworthy of Hope's judgment, of his faith, to view the case so wrongly."
"I am glad you are beginning to be angry with somebody else," said Margaret. "Your wrath seemed all to be for me, but your old friends, even to your mother, appear to have had no doubt about the matter. There is an excuse for them which I thought you had not. I am an altered man, Margaret. You cannot conceive how altered since I began to know you."
"They judged of me by what I was once. We will not say how lately. I assure you I do not forget the accounts you used to give of yourself." "What accounts?" "Of how you found life pleasant enough without philosophy and without anything to do, and otherwise sayings of the kind. It is by such things that those who knew me long ago have judged me lately, a retribution which I ought not to complain of. If they believed me fickle, idle, selfish, it is all fair. Oh, Margaret, men know nothing of morals till they know woman."
"Are you serious?"
"I am solemnly persuaded of it. Happy they who grow up beside mothers and sisters
whom they can revere. But for this, almost all men would be without earnestness of heart, without a moral purpose, without generosity, while they are all the while talking of honor. It was so with me before I knew you. I am feeble enough and selfish enough yet, God knows.
But I hope still to prove that you have made a man of me, out of a light. Selfish. But what right have I, you may think, to ask you to rely upon me, when I have so lately been what I tell you? I did not mean to ask you yet, this very morning. Nothing could be further from my intentions. I do not know how long I should have waited before I should have dared. My sister has rendered me inestimable service against all the mischief she did me.
I thank her."
"Ah, Margaret, you smile." Margaret again smiled. The smile owned that she was thinking the same thing about obligations to Mrs Rowland.
"Whatever you might have said to me this evening,"
continued Philip, "if your regard for me has proved to me to have been quite overthrown, if you had continued to despise me, as you must have done at times, I should still have blessed you all my life. I should have worshipped you as the being who opened a new world to me.
You lifted me out of a life of trifling
which I thought very elegant at the time, trifling with my own time and faculties, trifling with something more serious still, I fear, with their feelings. As far as I remember, I thought all this manly and refined enough,
and but for you, I should have thought so still. You early opened my eyes
to all the meanness and gross selfishness of such a life, and if you were never to let me see you again, I believe I could not fall back into the delusion. But if you will be the guide of my life." Margaret sighed deeply. Even at this moment of vital happiness, her thoughts rested on her sister. She remembered what Hester's anticipations had been, in prospect of having Edward for the guide of her life.
"I frighten you, I see,"
said Philip, "with my confessions. But, be the consequences what they may,
I must speak, Margaret. If you despise me, I must
do you the justice, and give myself the consolation of acknowledging what I have been,
and what I owe to you."
"It is not that," said Margaret. "Let the past go. Let it be forgotten in reaching forward to better things. But do not let us be confident about the future.
I have seen too much of that.
We must not provide for disappointment. Let us leave it till it comes. Surely," she added, with a gentle smile, "we have enough for the present. I cannot look forward yet." "How you must have suffered!" cried Philip, in a tone of grief. "You have lost some of your confidence, love. You did not cling to the present, and shrink from the future when... Oh, it is bitter, even now, to think
that while I was working on, in hope and resolution,
you were suffering here, making it a duty to extinguish your regard for me, all the time toiling to deserve it,
and there was no one to set us right, and the whole world in league to divide us. That is all over now."
"But not the consequences, Margaret. They have shaken you,
but they have made you know doubt and fear."
"We have both changed, Philip. We are older, and I trust it will appear that we are wiser than we were. Yes, older. There are times in one's life when days do the work of years, and our days have been of that kind. You have discovered a new life, and my wishes and expectations are much altered. They may not be fewer or less bright, but they are very different. If they are pure from fears, they are pure from fears.
At this moment I can fear nothing. We have been brought together by the unquestionable Providence which rules our lives, and this is enough. The present is all right, and the future, which is to come out of it, will be all right in its. I have no fear, but I do not want to anticipate. This hour with its satisfactions is all that I can bear. Notwithstanding this, and Philip's transport in learning it, they did go back again and again into the past, and many a glance did they cast into the future. There was no end to their revelations of the circumstances of the last 2 months, and of the interior history which belonged to them. At last the burning out of one of the candles startled them into recollection of how long their conversation had lasted, and of the suspense in which Edward and Hester had not been kept. Enderby offered to go and tell them the fact which they must be anticipating, and after having agreed that no one else should know at present that Miss Bruce's name should be allowed to die out of Deerbrook speculations, for Mrs Rowland's sake, before any other was put in its place, Philip left his Margaret and went into the breakfast-room, where his presence was not wholly unexpected. In 5 minutes Margaret heard the hall door shut, and in another moment her brother and sister came to her. Hester's face was all smiles and tears, her mind all tumult with the vivid recollection of her own first hours of happy hopeful love, mingled with the griefs which always lay heavy within her, and with that warm attachment to her sister, with circumstances occasionally exalted into a passion. "We ought to rejoice with nothing but joy, Margaret," said she, "but I cannot see how we are to spare you. I do not believe I can live without you." Her husband started at this echo of the thoughts for which he was at the moment painfully rebuking himself. He had nothing to say, but gave his greeting in a brotherly kiss, like that which he had offered on his marriage with her sister, and on his entrance upon his home. "How quiet, how very quiet she is!" exclaimed Hester, and Margaret left the room, after a few words on the events of the evening, and a calm good night. "I hope it is all right. I hope she is quite satisfied." "Satisfied is the word," said her husband. "People are quiet when they are relieved, calm when they are satisfied. People like Margaret. It is only great minds, I believe, which feel real satisfaction." Hester gave him pain by a deep sigh. She was thinking how seldom and for how short a time she had ever felt real satisfaction. "And how often, and for how long," she asked, "do great minds find themselves in that heaven?" "By the blessing of God, not seldom, I trust," replied he, "though not so often as, by obeying their nature, they might. Intellectual satisfaction is perhaps not for this world, except in a few of the inspired hours of the Newtons and the Bacons, who are sent to teach what the human intellect is. But as often as a great mind meets with full moral sympathy, as often as it is loved in return for love, as often as it confides itself unreservedly to the good power which bestowed its existence and appointed all its attributes, I imagine it must repose in satisfaction." "Then satisfaction ought to be no new feeling to Margaret," said Hester. "She always loves every one. She meets with sympathy wherever she turns, and I believe she has faith enough for a martyr without knowing it. Ought not she, must not she, have often felt real satisfaction?" "Yes. I wonder you dole out your words so sparingly about such a being as Margaret," said Hester, resentfully. "I can tell you, Edward, though you take so coolly the privilege of having such a one so nearly connected with you, you might search the world in vain for her equal. You little know the wealth of her heart and soul, Edward. I ask you whether she does not deserve to feel full satisfaction of conscience and affections, and you just answer yes with as much languor as if I had asked you whether the clock has struck 11 yet. I can tell you this: I have said in my own heart, and just to Morris, for years, that the happiest man of his generation will be he who has Margaret for a wife. And here you, who ought to know this, gave me a grudging yes, in answer to the first question, arising out of my reverence for Margaret, that I ever asked you." "You mistake me," replied Hope, in a tone of gentleness which touched her very soul. "One's words may be restrained by reverence, as well as by want of heart. I regard Margaret with a reverence which I should not have thought it necessary to put it into words for your conviction." "Oh, I am wrong, as I always am," cried Hester. "You must forgive me again, as you do far too often. But tell me, Edward, ought not Margaret's husband to be the happiest man living?" "Yes," said Edward, with a smile. "Will that do this time?" "Oh, yes, yes," replied she.
the thought passing through her mind that whether or not her husband expected himself as a matter of course, she thought not have asked a question to which she could not bear all possible answers, even if he meant that Margaret's husband might be a happier man than himself. It was only too true. As quick as lightning these thoughts passed through her mind, and apparently without a pause she went on. And now as to Enderby, is he worthy to be this happy husband? Does he deserve her? Mr Hope did pause before he replied. I think we had better dwell as little as we can on that point of the story, not because I am afraid. Do not take fright, and suppose I mean more than I say. Not because I'm afraid, but because we can do nothing, discern nothing about it. Time must show what Enderby is, or rather, what he has the power of becoming. Meanwhile the thing is settled. They love and have promised, and are happy. Let us shun all comparison of the one with the other of them, and hope everything from him. There will be some amusement, said Hester, after a smiling reverie, in having the secret to ourselves for a time, while all the rest of Deerbrook is so busy with a different idea and expectation. How will Mrs Rowland bear it? Mrs Grey might have said that, said Hope, laughing. Well, but it is not true. Will it not be very amusing to see the circulation of stories about Miss Bruce, given from the best authority, and to have all manner of news told us about Philip, and to watch how Mrs Rowland will get out of the scrape she is in? Surely, Edward, you are not above being amused with all this? I shall be best pleased when it is all over. I have lived some years longer than you in Deerbrook, and have had more time to get tired of its mysteries and mistakes. For your comfort, then, it cannot be long before all is open and rightly understood. We need only leave Mrs Rowland time to extricate herself, I suppose. I wonder how she will manage it. We shall be taken by surprise with some clever device, I dare say. It is a pity so much ingenuity should be wasted on mischief. Chapter 26.